Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when you look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly do we depend why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government's fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development for Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a healthy population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicines, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent, but not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average Africans. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability and affordability.
We are talking about access to quality medicines and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of a product that you are getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trade in commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework. With these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with the African Union Commission to see what components of the
pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, you want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is meant to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. Is supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market, and assuring the standards within the market.
We got initial interest from those 10 countries that today we're doing our project in, but the countries said, for example, Seychelles, started with Seychelles. Seychelles told us, we're done. Not only we import 100% of our pharmaceutical products, and at a price that's maybe 5 times more than the average bigger, larger country in Africa. We said, what if we had a grouped demand to our suppliers? What if we identified the suppliers? Where are we importing them? At what price? And we found out, and you'll see some of the feasibility results, that actually, should you negotiate with the suppliers together and add all of those volumes of demand, you can negotiate a price maybe a third less.
Well, Seychelles is one of the 10 pilot countries of the Pharma Initiative, and the objectives of Seychelles being a key member as one of the pilot countries is that we are a very small state with a population of 100,000 thrown in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So we depend on importation of our products, and being a small country, the quantities that we require are not interesting for most of the manufacturing pharma companies worldwide. So we depend a lot on third parties, traders mostly, so that they basically put a profit margin on the goods, and which we have to pay for in addition to the direct manufacturing costs. Joining the pooled procurement initiative gave us the possibility of being able to procure good quality, safe, efficacious medicines for our nation at good prices. And this was one of the main reasons why we wanted to be part of the Pharma Initiative.
COVID validated our thinking that, we need to make sure that there is some adequate local production on the continent to ensure that our operation is healthy, because it's a matter of now.
Job creation is a Honorable ministers, observers, delegates, may I have your attention, please? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, observers, guests, may I humbly request your attention, please? And the third and final time I'm going to say, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request your attention, please. May I ask all of us to take our seats so that we can get ready to begin the official proceedings of this 55th session, which will begin in about 3 minutes' time. May I humbly request that you all take your seats, your allocated seats, so that we can begin with the official program in about 3 minutes' time. If you need help, if you're not sure where to go, please put up your hands and members of the Secretariat will usher you to the correct place. Please, could everybody take their seat? Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are some 40 minutes late into the opening. So may I invite you to please take your seats so that the meeting can get started. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I hereby declare open this session. We are honored to welcome you to this 55th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. On behalf of the outgoing Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude to the government and the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for the very warm and generous hospitality extended unto us in this beautiful city. So may I as well express our deep gratitude and recognition to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for the excellent organization of this conference. His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance of the government of the Republic, the Federal Republic of and Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Henry Musa Sisi Arigayari, Minister of State for Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in charge of General Affairs, Chair of this Ministerial Segment Bureau, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Executive Secretary, Interim Executive Secretary for the UNECA, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, as outgoing chair of the Bureau of this ministerial meeting, I am honored to welcome you to Addis Ababa as we are holding this 55th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. On behalf of the Bureau, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the very warm welcome extended to all participants. I also wish to thank wholeheartedly the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for the excellent measures adopted in order for us to hold our conference, which will be a successful in every regard possible. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, the theme of this conference of ministers for this year, to wit, to promote recovery and transformation in Africa in order to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities, is an opportunity for us to review all strategies that seek to mitigate the impact on Africa of the recurrent and persistent shocks that have made an important number of people poor and vulnerable. Inequality is now a very present mark whereby it was never possible to bridge the gap between rich and poor. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this current session is particularly relevant for decision makers as global economies have slowed down in 2022, mainly because of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which has further increased the impact of that the pandemic of COVID-19 has had on our world, and at the same time as economies in Africa were trying to recover from the negative impact of this pandemic. Because of such, poverty has increased and inequalities have become broader, and therefore this may reduce to naught the 2 decades of progress that were made by Africa, and will question the achievement of our sustainable development goals and efforts for 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, by thinking of the past year, one is entitled to ask oneself, what is it that we could have done differently? But I do realize that what we have achieved is remarkable in itself already. I am not intent on listing all of our achievements, but we are forced to find that the resolutions that we had adopted during our session of 2022, as summarized by our experts group, do impact the success achieved as well as the progress made by ECA as well as member states, such as on the financing of economies of Africa, and therefore the support extended by ECA to less developed countries in Africa, as well as the measures to mitigate climate change impact, as well as other financial measures, just to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, Africa must continue on this momentum. And in this regard, may I, before I close, to share with you some of our aspirations for Africa. First of all, we need to find sources for financing as well as innovative financing models to help our long-term recovery. According to the UN Secretary General, the international community has not been able to effectively respond to the consequences of the multiple crises that have overlapped one another. And in facing the various crises, it is important to generate additional financial resources, notably through the strengthening of the private capital markets role in the continental landscape of development financing, which will depend undoubtedly on the increase of exceptional financing sources. Therefore, Africa must significantly improve efficacy in terms of public spending and project investments. Second, to reduce risk or mitigate risks linked to supply chains by stimulating manufacturing and agricultural efforts at a local level in order to ensure food security. African leaders must take advantage of the recent crisis so as to obtain support in favor of our policy changes. Agricultural yield is low in spite of the exceptional endowments in favor of the continent. Africa does have 600 million hectares of non-cultivated arable lands, or 60% of the total surface area in the world, and therefore 75% of the population in Africa lives off agriculture. So we demand that we think of resilient agricultural and economic models, and notably with regard to the shocks that I have mentioned beforehand, with regard to climate change, such as droughts and floodings will be ever present, and therefore we need to be well prepared. Third, we need to take advantage of the African free trade area, continental free trade area, in order to achieve greater economic success, in order to attract investment, stimulate trade, generate better employments, so as to reduce poverty and increase shared prosperity in Africa. African countries must take advantage of the African continental free trade area in order to increase diversification and greater performance of their economic sectors. And therefore, we need to build the capacity of our human capital and also promote greater productivity and develop digitalization. African countries must also make use of the possibilities offered by the African Continental Free Trade Area in order to stimulate African trade and build stronger economies and resilience to external shocks. Governments should support the full implementation of our Continental Free Trade Area should we strengthen our inclusive and sustainable development. Fourth, for Africa, a transition towards a greener economy, thanks to the adaptation of our infrastructure and business plans in line with climate evolution. This situation can make our economies more resilient with regard to this extreme weather phenomena and strengthen resilience as well as sustainability to the long term. In effect, climate change is now part and parcel of the most important risks for our civilizations, our ecosystems and economies. We do find that there is an increase of adaptation measures taken, notably in agriculture, water, and ecosystems, as well as multidisciplinary areas. However, the deficit with regard to the implementation of these adaptation measures could worsen should the support not be significantly increased, as adaptation efforts may no longer be commensurate with the climate hazards that we face. Therefore, in the Paris Agreement, it was resolved that richer countries will extend financial resources to help developing countries meet their contributions as determined at the national level to finance mitigation and adaptation measures, but also to mobilize further funds in favor of fighting climate change. However, the current promises do not suffice in order for us to attain the objectives that were set up by the Paris Declaration. Africa should seek other solutions, and through other measures, our continent will become resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, as we are making every possible effort to promote sustainable development in Africa, the session of the Conference of Ministers of this year will serve as a rare opportunity to upgrade our ideas as well as genuine solutions to be implemented in our continent. And in closing, I would like to thank the outgoing Bureau for the achievements made and to welcome the incoming Bureau, and also to, on behalf of all participants, to extend full wishes of success to your proceedings. I do thank you for your kind attention. It is with great pleasure that I now give the floor to Mr. Antonio Pedro, who is the acting executive secretary for the Economic Commission for Africa, to make his address. Mr. Pedro, you do have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Amede Chide, Minister of Finance of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Bamba Diop, Director General for Planning and Economic Policy of the Republic of Senegal, and outgoing Chair of the Bureau, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to Addis Ababa for the 55th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Let me first of all extend my sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for their hospitality and generosity in hosting us for this meeting. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is at the center of global sustainability transitions, including for the decarbonization of production systems, electrification of transportation infrastructure, accelerated deployment of renewable energy, demographic dynamics, and climate action in general. These transitions should underpin Africa's path towards recovery, ensuring structural transformation and economic diversification, building resilience, and achieving sustainable inclusive growth in line with Agendas 2030 and 2063. There is moderately good news. Africa's growth is rebounding at 4.1%, and inflation has been reduced to 12% so far. However, pundits argue that we need double-digit growth rates to achieve a breakthrough on the continent and promote a new cycle of sustainable growth and a reinvigorated business and innovation climate. This will require paying detailed attention to ensuring that strong macroeconomic fundamentals are in place to allow for structural transformation. We also need to ensure adequate financing and push for a reform of global financial architecture to unlock long-term financing, green jobs, poor policies, tax mechanisms, and curbing illicit financial flows. In addition, we must de-risk investment on the continent for both domestic and foreign investors. To support this, immense efforts are required to develop a credible pipeline of bankable projects. With limited fiscal space, every dollar spent must generate maximum socioeconomic impacts and co-benefits that go beyond GDP metrics and profit maximization. And no one should be left behind. It is for this reason that this year's theme, fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities, is so pertinent. Indeed, poverty and inequality were already significant in Africa before the recent global crisis. These overlapping crises are worsening and often already dire situation and are threatening to reverse 2 decades of hard-won progress. We are now facing a future where the total population of poor and non-poor who face the risk of falling into poverty in Africa is nearly 695 million people. Worse yet, those hardest hit are the ones who recover slowest. Getting back on track will take years if urgent action and coordination is not taken at the global, regional, and national levels. We need to adopt measures to mitigate economic and social vulnerability, reduce economic inequality, foster inclusive and resilient growth, and accelerate poverty reduction in Africa. This will require an innovative people-centered development model that seeks to integrate poverty and inequality reduction into national and regional development strategies. To strengthen social compacts, we need to improve the quality of multi-stakeholder dialogues and participation in policy and decision-making. We need a social state. We need to improve our understanding of the political economy of change and how to use behavioral incentives and nudges to achieve our strategic goals. We see the existential threat climate change continues to pose to countries, yet the financing available to African countries to combat climate change and ensuring a green recovery is insufficient and inadequate. But leveraging green finance to accelerate the possibility of green recovery can be within reach. Equally, to strengthen preparedness for future shocks, charting a path of structured development that is fair and responsive to people's needs, with sustainable industrialization and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement playing catalytic roles is imperative. As indicated earlier, we must ensure that CFTA is leveraged to bridge the inequality and vulnerability gap while fostering recovery and transformation in Africa. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, leaving no one behind should not be a choice for us, especially not when we are presented with innovative opportunities to reverse our current trajectory. However, success is dependent on doing business unusual. The ongoing PEMA crisis calls for intentionally bold and disruptive approaches. We must also apply precision in our investments. To this end, we must invest more in generating detailed growth diagnostic studies to determine the national value proposition and comparative advantage of our countries, which will support their specialization and integration in regional value chains. We must also leverage skills gaps assessments to better align supply and demand between our education systems and societal and market needs, employ trade decision support models to determine where our best export destinations are, and utilize GIS-enabled hotspot analysis of economic opportunities to better understand where our policy actions and investments, including in infrastructure, will generate the greatest impact. We need an integrated, coherent, a complete as possible toolkit to support Africa's structured transformation, a supportive ecosystem for transformational change. This must be intergenerational. We need to control the narrative on our trajectory to sustained development. In doing all of this, we cannot overlook the financial challenges that we face, a point that we've been making again and again and again. For this, we'll need to accelerate the development of our domestic and regional financial markets to raise the required revenues for development. As Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we recognize that your job is not easy, and balancing between competing needs will always be a challenge. However, we have a number of transformational opportunities that with the right scale and speed will give us a chance to bring the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 back on track. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, within ECA, we stand ready to help our member states to make the best use of the potential presented by this domain and extend prosperity in Africa. With regard to sustainable financing of climate action, we do know that this carbon emissions credit could represent a colossal source of revenue for Africa, with $82 million just from the United States of America. This is no panacea, as it will enable access to financing resources that were untapped so far and to promote sustainable development goals in terms of economic performance. That is why ECA is working closely with countries that wish to trigger a process for certification and carbon trading systems in order to have access to the carbon market. We have actually signed a protocol with the countries of the Congo Basin and extended a toolkit that will help to have a consistent review of carbon emissions. During the meeting of the committee of experts have underscored the central position of Africa in building a clean energy future, because the world seeking lower emissions further demands that these green minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and nickel, consisting with the African project for mineral extraction, or the African vision. Our vision would be to enable Africa to go beyond the stage of extracting such resources. We have already started to act with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Zambia, where an agreement was signed to develop the value chain for electrical cars using batteries. I am pleased to inform you that on the 28th of March, we will have signed with these two governments an agreement for the pre-feasibility studies for the development of this exclusive economic zone, which will enable battery manufacturing. Thanks to the creation of this economic special zone, this value chain will help us tap into a market of $7.8 billion in the US dollars by 2035 and $400 trillion by 25 years' time. The UN Secretary General has called on reasoning such resources and implementing a sustainable development plan for $500 billion per annum in order to finance sustainable development. We had a working breakfast this morning to discuss the reform of the global financing system, and therefore ECA, working along with the task force in which you stand as eminent members, will definitely come to complement the mission of the UN Secretary General. ECA is currently finalizing a report on global economic prospects that will propose a new working program in order for the IMF to better meet the challenge that Africa is facing. Now, with regard to trade and economic diversification and accelerated implementation, as well as the agreement on setting up these new economic zones in Africa, remain the most credible recovery plan for Africa. We continue to support the development of relevant national strategies for CFTA, a cooperation between African states, the Secretariat of the CFTA. As well, I would like to say that ECA is presenting some toolkits that we should use to ward off information asymmetry and create equitable conditions for investment and public project implementation, amongst others. This program, linked to local capacity building for national suppliers, will be essential to create in Africa small and medium size that will be globally competitive, as well as decent jobs for our youth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, we have just experienced months of intense activity in Africa, whereby we have to make stern decisions for our future efforts. The African Summit on Sustainable Development is a clear illustration. The summit has shed light on economic diversification, the creation of value as a source of economic growth.
L'investissement, à la concurrence et la propriété intellectuelle par la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine à ces dernières sessions. La création prochaine du Fonds d'ajustement de la ZLECAf au Rwanda constituera une...
The forthcoming establishment of the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund in Rwanda will be an important step to making sure that the AFCFTA becomes a business of winners. At ECA, we are investing in making the institution fitter for purpose by promoting better horizontal integration of the Commission's work streams along 3 tracks, namely improving macroeconomic fundamentals and increasing sustainable financing, promoting trade, sustainable industrialization and economic diversification, and finally, fostering climate action and energy transition and transformations as a third track. We are also working within the wider regional UN development system to deepen horizontal and vertical integration among the 26 or so agencies, funds, and programs operating on the continent and with the UN country teams, respectively. We believe that stronger policy coherence, institutional cohesiveness, and coordination at continental, sub-regional, and national levels are key to promoting transformational change in Africa. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, my conviction remains that prosperity is within our reach, but the ecosystem for transformational change in Africa will require the co-creation of solutions involving multiple stakeholders at continental, sub-regional, national, and local levels. We must create hives of collaboration. Over the next 2 days, we look forward to hearing from you on how we can harness what we have to unlock the transformational change before us. I would also like to invite you to explore and celebrate the work and achievements of ECA by visiting the ECA Expo exhibition located outside these meeting rooms in between the deliberations. This is a platform we have introduced to showcase ECA's work, celebrate our individual and collective achievements, engage with our internal and external stakeholders, and provide another innovative avenue to evaluate the work that we do. I hope that you find some time over the next 2 days to stop by. So I thank you for your attention.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Pedro, pour ce discours.
Mr. Pedro, I'd like to thank you for this very inspiring speech. I call on His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to kindly make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor, sir.
His Excellency Mr. Mohamedou Bamba Diop, outgoing chair of the Bureau of the 54th session of Conference of Ministers, Excellency Mr. Antonio Pedro, ECA acting executive secretary, honorable ministers from member states, heads of UN agencies, distinguished ambassadors, diplomats, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people and government of Ethiopia, I warmly welcome both virtual and in-person participants to Ethiopia, a land of rich history and wonders. It is also a great privilege and honor to welcome you all to the 55th Conference of Ministers of Finance and Economic Planning, where we deliberate on Africa's state of economic and social development and regional integration. I would like to thank the Commission for facilitating this important event among African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, representatives of member states, entities of the United Nations system, Pan-African financial institutions, African academic and research institutions, development partners, and intergovernmental organizations. The theme of this session is Recovery and Transformation in Africa to Reduce Inequalities and Vulnerabilities. It underlines that Africa has a lot to do to resolve its socio-economic challenges, including the widening income inequalities and extreme poverty across the continent. Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as you may recall, most African economies had been doing so well in the past few decades that we were on track to meet most of the targets in SDG until multiple global and internal shocks threatened to unravel several years of socio-economic gains. Until 2019, Africa was home to the world's fastest growing economies, a growth fueled partly by favorable terms of trade, better macroeconomic management, and growing investment. The advent of the COVID-19 changed this success story dramatically. Millions of Africans has been pushed into poverty, while millions more are at risk of falling into extreme poverty due to disruptions in the global economy precipitated by the war in Ukraine and the frequency of extreme weathers caused by climate change. The war in Eastern Europe disrupted global value chains, led to a spike in key commodity prices such as fuel, edible oil, wheat, fertilizer, as well as tightening of monetary policies in developed countries are leading to an increase in global lending rates. Climate change-induced droughts, flood and erratic rain patterns are not only disrupting economic activities and productivities, but also is endangering millions of lives in our continent. The combined impact of the multiple and recurring global shocks are causing hardships unprecedented in recent memory and led to significant liquidity crunch in the economies of many African countries. Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the immediate and long-term consequences of COVID-19 and the global economic and security crisis are a wake-up call for Africa to rethink its development paradigm and seek homegrown solutions before the crisis engulfs us all. Addressing the multiple economic challenges of Africa requires a collaborative and concentrated effort, which should be people-focused, sustainable in policy measures, and inclusive enough in addressing the most vulnerable people. Our approach to address economic shocks and poverty alleviation should balance between short-term response measures and lasting preventive solutions. Our recovery and transformational efforts should target the most vulnerable populations of our society. We should strive to reduce the prevailing income and wealth inequality, as well as extreme poverty. Most importantly, our economies need to adapt and grow in complexity, in value addition and diversification, so that Africa's regional integration becomes an economic force to withstand future shocks. We all know that Africa is a continent of unlimited possibilities, untapped potential, and enormous opportunities that are yet to be seized and exploited. Let us make a concerted effort to focus on these blessings than count on our setbacks. For example, as you all know, public finance is an effective instrument to tackle widening income inequality and reducing poverty through redistributive policies, which we have not utilized to the full in our respective countries. Our tax efforts are still low and could be improved further to mobilize billions of dollars to finance critical public service programs such as infrastructure, education, health, and social protection schemes. Modernizing the tax system has multifaceted advantage if it is properly designed and well implemented. In the face of mounting global crises, which are testing the economically advanced countries, creating wealth and increasing domestic resource is not an option for Africa. It is a necessity action to be taken more seriously. The structural transformation of our economies is highly important, mainly to lay the economy on a strong foundation and create decent jobs. Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is one of the most recent examples of resilience in the face of multiple shocks. The current government of Ethiopia launched the homegrown economic reform in 2018 to ensure a macroeconomic stability, to increase ease of doing business, and addressing institutional constraints for inclusive and private sector-led growth. Unfortunately, right after launching the reform has faced unexpected obstacles due to the outbreak of conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change-induced shocks such as drought and locust invasion in some part of the country, and recently also the conflict in Ukraine is affecting significantly our external position. Amidst these internal and external shocks, the government exerted maximum effort to take the reform agenda forward and achieved remarkable results, including positive per capita income growth, better debt management, improved FDI flows and export performance, as well as privatization of public enterprises and liberalization of selected sectors, which have boosted private sector participation in the economy. We also improved our domestic resource mobilization capacity through reforms in tax policies, tax administration, tax rates, and application of information technologies. In spite of these positive gains, most of the macroeconomic imbalance, such as fiscal deficit, foreign exchange shortage, inflation, and accumulated debt remain stern economic setbacks and challenges. We have therefore continued working on the second homegrown economic reform to consolidate the gains and address current and emerging macroeconomic imbalances and challenges. Furthermore, as we work together towards peace consolidation, our reforms also focus on paving the way for equitable and inclusive post-conflict recovery that will contribute toward strengthening social cohesion among all Ethiopians. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Africans, it is important to recognize that we share the same destiny, and divided, we remain fragmented, but united, we rise strong and well integrated. Big achievement emanate from making wise use of our available resources and opportunities at hand. The steps we take together, both as individual countries and as a continent, will guarantee us a better and prosperous future. The recent experience of my country on improving agricultural productivity to achieve food sovereignty is a prime example of exploiting collective wisdom of African stakeholders. I call upon all my fellow Africans and partners to concentrate our untapped potential to transform our continent and eliminate undeserved poverty. I wish you a fruitful deliberations, and I thank you all.
Je remercie Son Excellence.
I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, for his very perspicacious remarks. May I also point out a small amendment to our work program? There was to be a group photograph after the official opening address, but it will now take place during the break. May I now ask the conference to move on to item 2 of our draft program of work. This item is the election of the Bureau and adoption of the agenda and program of work. It's in document E/ECA/55/1/Rev.1. A Bureau was elected on the 15th of March 2023 by the Committee of Experts, and the proposal of the outgoing Bureau served as a basis for this, followed by consultations. And this led to the successful completion of the proceedings over 3 days. And so the result was Chair, Uganda, East Africa, first Vice Chair, South Africa for the Southern Africa region, second Vice Chair, Morocco for North Africa, third Vice Chair, Equatorial Guinea for Central Africa, Rapporteur, Senegal, West Africa region. May I suggest, given the long-standing tradition of our Commission, that unless you have any objections, the members of the Bureau of the Committee of Experts stand as the Bureau for the Conference of Ministers. We have heard the applause and therefore take it that the members of the Bureau, as proposed, are elected. It is duly done. May I now call on His Excellency from Uganda to take over as a new incoming chair of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. But before we hear from His Excellency. May I once again seize this opportunity on behalf of all members of the Bureau to express my gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa for all the support given us throughout our tenure. May I now call on His Excellency, Mr. Henry Musasizi, Minister of State for Finance and Development in charge of general duties, to kindly take the floor. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmad Shid, Minister of Finance of the Government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Mohamed Bamba Diop, Director General of Planning and Economic Policies of the Republic of Senegal and outgoing Chair of the Bureau of the Ministerial Segment, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. Before I make my statement, I would like to start by humbly requesting all of us to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of Cyclone Freddy in Malawi, Mozambique, and Madagascar, as well as victims of the earthquakes in Turkey, Syria, and Ecuador. May their souls rest in eternal peace. We can now take our seats. On behalf of the incoming Ministerial Committee, I'd like to echo what has been said by the Chair of the outgoing committee to extend my deepest appreciation to the government and the people of Ethiopia for their cooperation and generosity in hosting this year's gathering. Allow me to express my gratitude to the members of the conference for electing Uganda as chair. Thank you so much. Honorable Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa has been grappling with rebuilding following the pandemic, emerging shocks from the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, rising inflation in countries, drought, and other climate-related challenges have compounded the growing poverty and rising inequality. Besides posing daunting challenges for the governments, growing poverty and rising inequality, threaten development prospects on the continent. Existing inequalities and vulnerabilities need to be recognized in the public response, explicitly acknowledging the heightened health and economic vulnerabilities of specific socioeconomic groups and addressed with targeted measures. Strategic foresight and innovation are needed for meaningful recovery of our continent. Policies and programs need to consider the constraints faced by specific marginalized groups in terms of building resilience and responding to both the direct and indirect impact of COVID-19 and the many shocks the continent has experienced and continue to experience. While meeting immediate needs is a priority, planning needs to begin in terms of how to promote an inclusive and equitable process of economic recovery. Economic recovery programs that do not address these inequalities run the risk of reinforcing and deepening inequalities into the future. In the spirit of the 2030 Agenda and Africa's Agenda 2063, we must not leave anyone behind. Therefore, emergency and recovery policies targeting health, services, social protection, and livelihoods should focus on the most vulnerable. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, clearly, the most vulnerable and marginalized include the elderly, the persons with disabilities, women, youth, and children, migrants, refugees, and internally displaced persons, and the poorest of the poor, particularly those who depend on casual day labor, seasonal migration, who have insufficient access to productive assets, including land and other natural resources, adequate housing, economic opportunities, savings, insurance, and alternative sources of income. Taken together, these groups remain highly vulnerable to exogenous shocks. Social protection of these vulnerable populations is a crucial, immediate intervention for the continent to achieve meaningful recovery and transformation. The predominance of informal employment among the poorest means they have less access to social protection. Therefore, social protection systems in Africa need to be expanded in terms of coverage and amount in response to shocks like COVID-19 to protect lives and livelihoods and ensure ongoing access to food and the resilience of our food systems. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly highlight the COVID-19's impact on poverty, inequality, and vulnerability in Africa. Number one, millions of previously non-poor Africans were pushed into poverty. An estimated 55 million of previously non-poor Africans were pushed into extreme poverty in the year 2020. Number two, owing to the pandemic, those living in extreme poverty became further entrenched in it. From a sub-regional perspective, West and East Africa had the highest proportions of people most vulnerable of falling into poverty in 2020 at the rate of 6.5 and 5.6% respectively. Number three, due to the crisis caused by the pandemic, fiscal space remains severely constrained in many African countries amidst increasing borrowing by governments to support expenditure to mitigate the pandemic and diminishing revenues. Number four, gender inequalities have been accentuated further by the economic and social policy responses to the pandemic enacted by governments. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with most African countries facing major challenges in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 1 on poverty alleviation, and with less than 8 years left to achieve Agenda 2030 on sustainable development, it underscores the urgency of tackling poverty and inequality on the continent. Indeed, anti-poverty strategies should not be limited to only reduce immediate poverty, but also reduce vulnerability to poverty and strengthen resilience against future shocks. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude on behalf of the incoming committee by assuring you that we will do our best to work with all of you and with the ECA leadership team to bring to the table the strategic foresight and innovative ideas to reduce inequality and vulnerability and to propel Africa onto a sustainable, prosperous, equitable development path and beyond. I am confident that our deliberations on the serious issues on the agenda will be productive and lead to concrete outcomes for the benefit of our people and our continent. Finally, on behalf of the members of the incoming Bureau, I would like to thank the outgoing Bureau Chair and your team for the results achieved during your one-year tenure. I thank you for your kind attention. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with item 2 on the draft agenda and will move to the adoption of the agenda and the program of work. Honorable delegates, the provisional agenda is available as document E/ECA/CM/55/1/Arif1, and the draft program of work is available as document E/ECA/CM/55/3/Arif3. You can also access the provisional agenda and the draft program of work on the website papersmart.uneca.org. May I take it that the conference wishes to adopt the agenda and program of work as proposed? I hear no objection. It is so decided. I suggest we adjourn for tea for 15 minutes. We'll resume in this room at about 11:20 a.m. Please be on time, Excellencies. With the permission of the conference, I invite Ms. Lareto Mbere to resume the meeting after the break and facilitate our panel dialogue and roundtable discussions. And the photo session will be just before coffee. We'll have a photo session, and in the photo we'll have the ministers, heads of delegations, and various speakers. This meeting is adjourned.
Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. In Tanzania, for example, more than 40% of companies complain of an inadequately skilled workforce. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities. Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. In Tanzania, for example, more than 40% of companies complain of an inadequately skilled workforce. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when you look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly do we depend and why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development of Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a health population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicines, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent. But not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average Africans. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability and affordability.
We are talking about access, quality, medicines, and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of a product that you're getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trading commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework. With these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with African Union Commission to see what components of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plant for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, we want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is meant to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. Is supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when we look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly we depend and why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development of Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a health population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicine, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent, but not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average African. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability, and affordability.
We are talking about access, quality medicines, and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of product that you're getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trade in commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework. With these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with the African Union Commission to see what components of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, you want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is meant to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. Is supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market, and assuring the standards within the market.
We got initial interest from those 10 countries that today we're doing our project in, but the countries said, for example, Seychelles, started with Seychelles. Seychelles told us, we're done. Not only we import 100% of our pharmaceutical products, and at a price that's maybe 5 times more than the average bigger, larger country in Africa. We said, what if we had a grouped demand to our suppliers? What if we identified the suppliers? Where are we importing them? At what price? And we found out, and you'll see some of the feasibility results, that actually, should you negotiate with the suppliers together and add all of those volumes of demand, you can negotiate a price maybe a third less.
Job creation.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you move it up? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I humbly request that we all take our seats to continue with the program for the morning. So I recognize that some of our colleagues are still coming back from the tea break. That's fine, but may I ask that everybody please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, I humbly request that you all take your seats so that we begin and continue with this morning's program. And I'm acknowledging the last group of delegates who are making their way into the ballroom. May I ask you to please take your seats as promptly as you can so that we can continue with the morning's agenda. It is my humble request. And the sooner we get started, the faster we finish for networking at the end of the day. The doors are now closed, which means that we can officially begin with the session after tea. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can all take your seats. I almost feel like I need to count it down, but I won't because this is not kindergarten. So I am asking that everybody please take your seat. Please take your seat, sir. Thank you very much. So let me begin. Thank you very much. So, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of Finance and Economic Planning, Commissioners of the African Union, Governors of Central Banks, Directors General, Heads of Mission and Agencies, Ambassadors and diplomats here present, Chief Executives and captains of industry, and to all of you observers, it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome you to the 55th session of the Conference of Ministers under the auspices of the UNECA. My name is Lerato Mbele, and I'm very grateful to be here participating, dialoguing, and listening in on important conversations that define our time. Let me start off by expressing my gratitude to the outgoing chair for the 54th Conference of Ministers, Mamadou Bamba Diop, from the Republic of Senegal, who ushered us into this 55th session and presided over the election of the new Bureau this morning. He also reminded us of key and important issues that should not be remiss in our deliberations throughout the day. The importance of placing climate change front and center to the agenda, renewed commitments to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and in everything, building resilience for this continent. And so we thank you, Mamadou Bamba Diop. Our warmest congratulations go to the new chair for the 55th session, the Honorable Henry Musasizi Ariganyira, Minister of State for Finance and Economic Development in the Republic of Uganda. We congratulate you, sir, on your new role, along with your vice chairs and the rapporteur. I believe they deserve another round of applause. So the 55th session is an opportunity for all of us to devise strategy to guide our macroeconomic priorities for the year ahead. It's also an opportunity for us to dialogue. And what we're hoping for is to gather fresh perspectives about matters that affect us all. The theme for this year, it was reminded to you this morning, is fostering recovery and transformation in Africa in order to reduce inequalities and vulnerability. So it stands to reason, and we all know it's a moot point. This is a new financial year. And as this fiscal year approached, I think many of us, yourselves as leaders and ourselves as citizens, approached the new year with a feeling of trepidation and uncertainty. And a lot of it has to do with mounting global inflation that has spread across the world. With the highest food and fuel prices, it has pushed up the cost of doing business. It has pushed up the cost of inputs, pushed up the cost of transportation, pushed up the cost of energy, and everything that we need as basic services in our daily lives have become more and more expensive. It's creating a lot of anxiety among citizenry across the continent. In response, some of you, esteemed governors of central banks, have sought to do what you can by raising interest rates to try to stabilize prices and prevent your currencies from depreciating, which ultimately would impact the cost of importing goods into our economies. But the consumer takes the pinch, especially those of us who are indebted. Making matters worse is the fact that economists predict that by the end of 2023, the world may indeed be in some sort of a recession. So a situation like this, as we were told by the esteemed Minister of Finance for Ethiopia, really threatens to reverse the gains of the past 20 years. The gains where Africa rose, where African nations experienced healthy growth, and with that healthy growth, significant structural reforms to local economies that then lifted many people out of poverty. Indeed, over the past 20 years, I think a quarter of our citizenry have been lifted from abject poverty, from 55% to 35%. That's no small feat. But now there is a new kind of vulnerability. And it's a vulnerability, as I say, felt by the ordinary man and the ordinary woman on the streets of Kampala to Lagos to Accra to Harare to Johannesburg. What is worrying is that the COVID pandemic, which precedes the issue of global financial stress, resulted in 62 million people being pushed into the throes of poverty just in that COVID period alone. And when we add to it the compounded risks of inflation, of economic slowdown, many more people in Africa are facing the risk of losing everything. The hard-won gains of their hard work. So we recognize that you, as leaders, are feeling the strain. Your revenues are declining and your debts are mounting. And so, honorable ministers, you, like the citizenry, are grappling with an uncomfortable reality. And you're wondering, how do we hold steady in the midst of shifting sands? But I'd like to remind you of some good news, is that many of you, whether you've been ministers in the portfolio for a long time or you've worked in the treasury, you have seen something like this before. It is a kind of a déjà vu. Not only did you captain the ships of your economies through the stormy seas of COVID-19, but those of you who worked in treasury, you would have remembered the strains of the subprime crisis in 2008, leading to a global recession in 2009. And many of you coming from fragile states have seen the transitioning from conflict to democracy. I am saying you know what needs to be done because you've done it before and you've done it well. And so now, quoting Cicero, if you do not learn from the past, then we remain children forever. May we learn our lessons from previous crises and steady the course for our nations, and in whatever way you can, allow our nations to walk on solid ground, reducing the pressure of the gravity that is shifting beneath our feet. You've done it before. We believe you are able to do it again. At this 55th session of the Conference of Ministers, we are encouraging you as we begin our dialogue session to be courageous, to be bold, and truly to think outside the box. Stick to the fundamentals that are known, but embrace new forms of thinking. It is no longer time for business as usual. It's time for business that takes Africa to its rightful place. So our focus, in line with the theme, is to say, how do we find solutions? But how do we remember who the most fragile amongst us are? The poor and those who continue to be on the periphery of inequality. So please focus the mind on these two issues: alleviating poverty, protecting the gains of a new middle class, and reducing social inequality. May the mantra for this 55th session, Chair, be people, planet, and prosperity. If we remember nothing else, may we remember that. So a few housekeeping notes as I introduce you to our first speaker is that this forum is in hybrid format. The room is full, and we thank you for taking the time to join us here in Addis Ababa. But many ministers of our member states and participants will be watching and joining us virtually because we live in this era of digitalization, and they'll be participating online. For any of our member states who want to engage the issues, you're most welcome. What we ask is that if you feel that you have a submission, please will you notify us? There's the technical team to my right and there's the secretariat to my left. Please just send a member of your delegation to the secretariat. May I ask Indy to please stand up? She's the lady with the beautiful yellow scarf. Go to her, notify her that you're ready to make a submission, and then we will be notified so that we can tell our speakers at the podium. What I'm going to ask, and this is my personal ask, is that you keep your interventions to a limit of 3 minutes. Please, keep your interventions to a limit of 3 minutes. In other words, you can do it in a minute, you can do it in a minute and a half, maximum 3 minutes. I'm humbly asking this because we've got a full detailed program for the day. And if we do not manage time, and if we're not sensitive about time, we will be here at 9 o'clock tonight. And I don't think you want that, and I don't think anybody else wants that. So can we be succinct, focused, and minimal in our interventions? Fostering recovery and transformation in Africa in order to reduce inequalities and vulnerability. That is the theme. And to give us a macroeconomic view of the world and the continent's geopolitical strategic importance is Hanan Morsi. She's the Chief Economist and Deputy Executive Secretary for the UNECA. Please lend her your ear as she frames the conversation for us.
Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Today I'll be presenting to you the theme of this year's conference. I hope IT, yes. This is really time like no other for the continent. The continent faced tsunami of global shocks that have really exacerbated existing socioeconomic pressures and inequities. We have suffered from the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the cost of living crisis, and all these have really, added to already high levels of poverty and inequality, but sharply increased these levels. And this is why do we need to care about this? A key component of that is the risks that this poses to basically the social fabric of our economies. We have seen the levels of price inflation rise to unprecedented historically high levels for Africa. It's about 21% on average. And this food price inflation is actually one of the strongest key leading indicators for social unrest. So it really, these type of outcomes in terms of higher poverty and higher inequality poses a risk to social contract, to socio-political stability, and of course to derail the achievement of the SDGs. And this really points us to the need to have a people-centric approach to the recovery and to build in issues of poverty and inequality as an integral part of development policies. So that's really like, if there is one message I'd like you to leave with, is the need to have this people-centric approach, thinking of how to do that going forward in terms of designing the recovery strategies and how to integrate issues of poverty, inequality, and inclusion in development policies going forward. Africa, as a result of these shocks, currently accounts for more than half of the world poor, at 54.8%. And we have estimated 548 million Africans who were living in poverty in 2022, and 149 million that are at risk of falling into poverty last year. Of course, there is a skewed distribution across the continent in terms of concentration of these issues, and with particularly East and West Africa having a higher share of concentration of poverty across regions. And here you can see the distribution across really, categories of countries. So you have concentration of poverty in low middle income countries. You see here two charts, one basically showing the highest proportion and concentration across countries, the top 10 countries with the highest concentration of poverty, and then the lowest 10 countries, the ones that are doing the best in terms of poverty head count. And as you can notice here, all of these highest top 10 countries are actually low income countries, and lower middle income countries actually account for 52% of the total poor in Africa. Low income countries represent 45% of the poor. And you can see that the lowest, the ones that are doing the best, are all middle income countries except for Gambia. The situation is further exacerbated actually with existing inequalities. And it's important to note that even in times of high economic growth in Africa, for example, between 2000 and 2010, average economic growth was about 5.5%. Even during these times, we had inequalities rising. So you can see here, the chart shows the wealth inequality distribution across regions. And you can, you will see that South Africa region is doing the worst in terms of the highest inequality. And the region that has the lowest inequality is West Africa. However, West Africa also has a concentration of issues of poverty. If we look at issues of income inequality, it's also, we see a similar story where, highest income inequality in upper middle income countries. And this is really like, an issue that reinforces what we had just mentioned earlier, that growth alone is not enough. You will need to really tackle issues. Growth will need to be inclusive. So having growth is a necessary condition, but not sufficient. We need to pay attention when we get that growth, that actually the distribution of it and the benefits trickle down to address issues of poverty and inequality. So in terms of recommendations, the issues paper puts forward a number of recommendations at different levels. So you have recommendations at a domestic level, what countries need to do, and you have recommendations at international and global level, what needs to happen. So at a domestic level, we need, of course, to pursue inclusive macroeconomic policies. And what we need here, or the type of measure that would encompass that, include targeted and efficient spending, whether in terms of better targeting of social safety net to address the issues of poverty and inequality, or better efficient spending in things in social spending, whether it's health, education. We cannot afford to have any waste. We need to get the highest returns for every dollar that is being spent. Second, we need to, under this inclusive macroeconomic policies, we also need to build resilience to future shocks, including at household and community level. And the type of instruments that can help are things like, enhancing credit, insurance, and a better provision of public goods, health, education, as well as accelerating financial inclusion. Another very important category in terms of policy recommendation for African governments is to enhance resource mobilization. And here there are many things that need to be done, because basically part of the issue that we are facing currently in the continent is at a time when we are facing we've lost 2 decades of hard-won progress in poverty, reducing poverty and inequality. We are also facing eroded fiscal space. So even when there is the will to do something, your hands are tied by the fact that you don't have the resources. So one of the things that you need to focus on is how to actually enhance the domestic resource mobilization to have the type of funding that you need, whether to do better in terms of the social safety net or to invest in future, in terms of issues to address to meet SDGs, to invest, in the future in social sectors. that will only happen by increasing the funding and resources needed for it. And domestic resource mobilization would be a key component. To do that, I think there are a number of measures that would help. One of them, of course, is closing tax loopholes. Africa loses between 40 to 60 billion US dollars a year in tax evasion. There's also, potential from funding that can be raised through, tackling issues of illicit financial flows, the need to broaden the tax base, and of course, in that a key component would be, bringing informal sector in the tax net. Updating excise taxes in many countries. Actually, these taxes are quite outdated, has not been revised or updated, and to review, a very important issue is to review tax exemptions, whether they have delivered on what they were supposed to do, whether they have been productive, and whether there is a need to actually maintain them. Because we had very interesting discussions actually in our expert segment on these issues. And the competition now in these areas are tending to other issues, not just in terms of tax incentives. So there are other offers that countries can have beyond the tax incentives to attract. And another areas that would be very important is having, of course, more progressive taxation to reduce these, enhance the distribution. And a couple of areas that are not sufficiently tapped in the continent are land and property taxation. So property taxation currently in Africa on average represent 0.3%. That's quite low by international standards. And in terms of land taxation, only 15 countries out of the 54 countries have any land taxation at the moment. So there is a lot of opportunity in these areas, and they have a lot of distributive effects to take advantage of. And of course, another very important area is leveraging climate finance, which can really enhance this domestic resource mobilization, including through carbon credit markets. Last area under these domestic policies is to really carve structural policies that would focus on making sure that these structural transformation create jobs, and also to make sure that the policies that are adopted to do that is not just backward looking, but forward looking in terms of the global trends and what need to happen. And here we have also a huge opportunity through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, once in a lifetime, at a time where there's huge disruptions in the global supply chains, to actually benefit from that, to build resilience and enhance inclusion. So we need to take advantage of the fact that these disruptions have led to a shift in focus from high focus on issues of cost and efficiency to a move toward more trust and proximity. And this is a huge opportunity for us to break through in value chains, global value chains that we would not have been part of before, and to build regional value chains that can help us in these issues and work on things like, over cross-border payment systems that can really have huge benefits in terms of, removing impediments and enhancing inclusion. At a global level, here there are, many issues that need to be tackled to make the global financial architecture more just and equitable for developing countries, including Africa. And here there are a number of areas that need to be tackled. Of course, there is the issue of the debt architecture and the need to overhaul the G20 common framework and to make it more effective, time-bound, and transparent, to increase the eligibility of for the framework to include middle-income countries, and also to have a debt service standstill upon application to enable countries to actually, have the capacity and the fiscal space to manage the process. There is a need also to use to have bolder use of IMF lending into arrears to reduce the leverage of holdout creditors. And also there is a need to enhance the regulatory framework related to debt. And here we would need to basically make sure that advocate for international jurisdictions for debt issuances to require in new issuances clauses related to collective action clauses, force majeure, and to enforce the implementation of anti-vulture fund to really enhance the process and reduce disruptions to restructuring processes. There is a need also, another very important area in terms of reforming the global financial architecture is reforming the special drawing rights. Reforming the rechanneling of the special drawing rights to promote greater utilization. As you know, there was the last allocation of SDRs that happened following the pandemic was for $650 billion. Africa got 5% of that. And there has been pledges, but not all of it actually has panned out. And it's very important to enhance that system of rechanneling to ensure that these funds flow to countries that have the highest needs. But not only that, we also need to tackle the issues of reforming SDR allocation itself to make it more rule-based and analytic, less political and discretionary, and to basically link the allocation not only to IMF country quota, but to liquidity needs and vulnerabilities as well. Because in the Articles of Agreement of the IMF, what it says is that the SDRs are supposed to be issued to meet long-term global liquidity. So it's not only like if we're only addressing or distributing them across across countries by country size and importance in the global economy, it's not enough because it's not tackling the core issue that these SDRs are intended for, which is meeting global liquidity needs. Another important, of course, issue is really scaling up affordable and long-term financing for development. And that would involve improving the terms of lending, including, for example, increasing access limits to countries and increasing the concessionality element of the borrowing, extending the maturity of borrowing. And here, like all, there are a wide range of players. You have the multilateral development banks, you have the IMF, you have the World Bank. We need to have that across the board in terms of the availability, enhancing the terms of available financing for the continent will be key. Another issue also is enhancing emergency financing. So, for example, we had in the pandemic, there were a number of windows that were open to deal with the pandemic. We didn't have that, for example, in the war in Ukraine. We need to have these type of facilities that enable countries to access emergency financing in the case of global shocks. And another area that would be important is, for example, for the IMF to suspend or waive the IMF surcharges, which affect number of middle-income countries in Africa. Another item is really increasing the flexibility and for eligibility and selection and qualification criteria of the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Facility, and for it to play a catalytic role in unleashing green finance, including debt for nature swaps, as well as green financial products and carbon credit markets. And in general, we need for IMF and Bretton Woods, both IMF and World Bank, to reinvigorate their toolkit, because these institutions were designed to tackle more idiosyncratic country-specific shocks. And what we have seen over the last few years is a series of global shocks that we don't necessarily have the toolkit existing for these institutions to help countries with. Finally, an issue that actually has been brought up so many times in our meeting so far, which is the issue of credit rating agencies. So here what we are suggesting is to basically enhance the regulatory framework for credit rating agencies to have better transparency in terms of methodology and rating processes, and to have an oversight, an external recourse mechanism in case of dispute. Currently, an African country does not agree with a Moody's rating, what they need to do is go through Moody's internal recourse mechanism. But there is no oversight body if there is a disagreement that you can resort to. And that ensures these kind of streamlining and equitable treatment across countries. So that would be important to tackle, but also for enhancing market access will, at this day and age, would require other innovative solutions. We need, we're no longer, we have a new financial norm. What we have seen over the last 15 years of low interest rate era is over. Now we have a higher interest rate environment that will be harder to find the financing, and then will be in a way unaffordable also for many African countries. So to ensure continued market access, we need to have more of blending options, and we need to have also official support and guarantees similar to Brady bonds to enable countries to actually tap capital markets at affordable rates. So all these things are issues that we've been discussing, including at the Africa High Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture, where we benefit from the ministers' presence and insights, and we need to continue to push that agenda forward because it's so critical for the continent. But we need to also, at the same time, we have to do our share in tackling issues at the domestic level to the best that we can, and work hard to achieve more equitable and just system. And this is really supported, has been supported by the SDG stimulus that has been put forward by the UN Secretary General, which many of these issues are put forward as asks as part of that $500 billion a year stimulus that is being asked. And we are also very optimistic and excited that Africa will actually very soon have a G20 seat represented by the African Union, and this will really provide us a great entry point to even stronger advocacy of these issues at global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Hanan Morsi, Chief Economist and Deputy Executive Secretary at the UNECA. And thank you for reminding us that we begin with the fundamentals, the revenues, the paying off of debts, and then allocating the international global support, financial support, such as the SDRs, towards projects that really help to unlock potential and ultimately de-risking our assets. We thank you for that. So by way of introducing our keynote speaker for this morning, I'm going to go into areas that perhaps many of you are unfamiliar with. So what you do know, and what we all know, is that the African continent is rich in strategic minerals. You should also be aware that this is a continent that has pioneered international payment systems such as M-Pesa, PayPal, and Yoko. Here on the African continent are assembly lines for premium brand automobiles or vehicles, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota. Even in Kenya, are there any Kenyans? Yes, Kenya, you can tell them that Kenya is the country that pioneered the manufacturing of the Mobius, a car designed in Kenya, engineered by Kenyans, driven on Kenyan roads. We're also a continent of cultural diversity. We export our soft power through culture in the creative economies of fashion, of art, of film, and of music. So much so that Louis Vuitton right now has commissioned a young South African designer by the name of Tebe Magugu to help them with the collection. DJ Black Coffee has sold out tickets at the Rockefeller Center, and a group of African musicians have just won a prestigious Grammy Award in February. We've seen local filmmakers filling up the catalog of Netflix and Showmax, and it is African scientists that discovered the Omicron variant of COVID-19 and helped with some of the genetic coding for vaccines. So I'm telling you about these things because where Africa finds itself at this juncture is in a season where we can really leverage our natural endowments, our intellectual prowess, our creative capital, and all of it is homegrown. None of the people I'm talking about are Africans who live abroad. They're Africans living on the African continent, influencing culture, science, and manufacturing in the most incredible ways. We need to do more of this sort of thing, because when we do it, then we are enhancing the potential to create high-value goods for manufacturing. We are unlocking new enterprises, and we are leveraging the talent of young Africans. And I think these are really important avenues to pursue as we talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area, new lines of trade, made in Africa goods, and how to alleviate poverty, especially amongst our talented young people. And it's this knowledge of what Africa is bringing to global civilization that I invite His Excellency Albert Muchanga, the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining at the African Union Commission, to give us his keynote.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, for that very elaborate introduction. I know I stand between the audience and your lunch, or I can say, tighten your belts. I'll begin by congratulating and indicating that I write on the earlier congratulations on the earlier protocols. I begin by congratulating the chairperson and the bureau for being elected unanimously to guide the affairs of this conference. And I would like to assure him that as African Union Commission, we are going to fully support the bureau. And in the same vein, I earnestly salute the outgoing bureau who ably led the conference. And I also express my appreciation to my sister who presented the elements of the issues paper. And as a constant reminder, the theme is on fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. The passion and the knowledge of the subject that was demonstrated is very evident and captivating. When we look at the theme, it is a clear demonstration of the unwavering commitment of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. In support of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the high fives of the African Development Bank, which all include focus on improving the quality of life of the African people. As shown by both the issues paper and the presentation, the poverty and inequality profiles of Africa are evident and revealing. Although we are the richest region in the world in terms of endowment of natural resources, we are the poorest when it comes to measures of income and wealth. Coming out of these low levels of income and wealth is now being made more challenging by climate change, as seen in the recent flooding in Madagascar, Malawi, and Mozambique. We must add to this the looming debt crisis, which could undermine all the growth achievements of the past 23 years. I fully agree with the message in the issues papers and the presentation that Africa's economic growth has not been sufficiently inclusive to engineer decent jobs and reduce widespread poverty, inequalities, exclusion, and resilience. I also fully agree with the message in the issues paper and presentation that to surmount poverty, inequality, and exclusion, Africa must embark on people-centered recovery and transformation. For this transformation to be attained and sustained, there's need to secure abundant financial resources. In this respect, mobilization of domestic resources should be prioritized with particular emphasis on fighting against illicit financial flows, which deprive the continent of approximately $90 billion per annum, in addition to those elaborated by Dr. Morsi. My starting pitch is hence the need to create fiscal space for high and sustainable levels of economic growth. The fiscal space generates capacities to invest in programs and projects that reduce poverty and inequality. The lessons of experience in this area are from China, which by 2020 overcame absolute poverty, 10 years ahead of the 2030 target of the US Sustainable Development Goals. And they did this by promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. With this in mind, we've partnered with the African Development Bank, AUDA NEPAD, to commission a study on achieving inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. The study, which operationalizes the first aspiration of Agenda 2063, and I quote it, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development will be completed by December this year. It is anchored on attaining and sustaining 7 to 10% growth rates between this year and 2063. The 7 to 10% growth target, in addition to being supported by economic theory, is part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, as well as the Istanbul Program of Action for Least Developed Countries and its successor, the Doha Program of Action for Least Developed Countries. Key to this high growth is taking advantage of the fact that Africa is a low-income region, as well as coming up with very serious efforts in raising investment levels across Africa through, as earlier mentioned, domestic resource mobilization. In addition, there should be mobilization of the private sector, both foreign and domestic, as well as undertaking sustainable borrowing. The emphasis here is on sustainable borrowing. The state gives great prominence to investments in human capital, as well as its utilization. The major elements of these are investing in education and science with a focus on employability, investments in technology and innovation, investment in the health, harnessing the democratic dividend by, among others, investing in the growth of decent employment opportunities, leveraging the African diaspora, mainstreaming the informal sectors into formal sectors, investing in gender equality and youth empowerment, and investing in the development of morality, integrity, discipline, self-esteem, and self-confidence. Of course, we do not overlook the other drivers of inclusive growth and sustainable development, such as macroeconomic management and stability, physical infrastructure, environmental sustainability, industrialization, transport, communication, financial and tourism services, agriculture, digital transformation, intra-African trade, and diversifying and growing the trade between Africa and the rest of the world. It is a common refrain that power from abroad flows from power at home. If you are weak at home, you are weak abroad. In this connection, the entire African Union system will fully collaborate with the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area in implementing the program of action emanating from the theme of the year, which is focused on implementing the agreement and protocols establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area market. One of the key programs is the development of agro-parks aimed at initially making Africa food secure and later a net food exporter. The agro-parks will, through specialization, also promote the development of regional and continental value chains in agriculture and consequently increase intra-African trade in food products. Inclusive and sustainable industrialization is another key focus area. Some of the key components that we plan to collaborate with our partners in this area involve the following: building capabilities for rural cooperative agro-processing, building capacities for production of intermediate goods from Africa's vast array of natural resources, building capacities to mainstream research and development to boost innovation, and development of regional and continental value chain. And this has been highlighted repeatedly, such as the DRC, Zambia batteries projects anchored on electric motor vehicles. The strategic importance of this project lies in the fact that the global drive to sustainability offers an opportunity to create decent jobs through transformative investments in industrial processing of strategic minerals that the continent is endowed with. Let me go back to one of the discussions this morning. And that discussion was that there's need to reform the global value chains. Because there was a limited time, I said I was going to raise it in this meeting. My answer is that let's not focus on reforming global value chains. Let us focus instead on developing regional and continental value chains. And there are 6 elements of this. 1, we must produce at source markets. Zambia and DRC have led the way. 2, we must invest in research and development. Africa's science and technology and innovation strategy, which ends next year, stated that by now, each African country must invest 1% of our GDP in research and development. The continental average is 0.5%. And some countries around the world spend 4.8% of their GDP on research and development. We must invest in research and development. We must also invest in industrial design. If we embark on imitations, we shall always be at the low end of the global value chain. So we must invest in industrial design. And we also must invest in producing intermediate goods. Many times, iron ore goes to some parts of the world and comes back as steel. In many African countries, we are simply assembly points. And when you look at the structure of manufacturing, the cost structure of manufacturing in Africa, the highest cost element are intermediate goods. So we need to invest in building capacities for the production of intermediate goods across Africa. And number 5, we must invest in branding and marketing of manufactured and agro-processed goods. If they are not a brand, they will not sell competitively. And finally, since we are together, we must commit to specialization so that we avoid the race to the bottom. Some of the elements of the industrialization drive are intellectual property rights protection, invest promotion, and development of quality infrastructure. With respect to the first element, we are collaborating with the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area in coming up with a common and aligned institutional arrangement for intellectual property rights protection. We do the same with respect to investment proportion. As far as quality infrastructure is concerned, we are in the process of coming up with the Made in Africa standard, which, when operationalized, will promote competitiveness among qualifying firms, as well as contribute to removing technical barriers to trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area market has a bright future, with a young population with a growing middle class whose demand for industrial goods is 1.5 times greater than the global average. In this respect, I look forward to finalization of a collaboration project with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa on the mainstreaming of cross-border trade. Once we have reliable statistics on intra-African trade through this project, we shall be better placed to capture demand across the continent and consequently attract increased investments in our market. Although the process of deglobalization is underway, and that we have since the 1970s experienced progressive decline of our share of global trade from 6% in the 1970s to 2.7% currently. We as Africa are still committed to international trade. International trade is, among others, a source of foreign exchange and transfer of technology, just as much as it is a key measure of competitiveness. In this connection, we have started work on coming up with a program in support of export diversification and growth across Africa. Through the program, we plan to move Africa away from a producer and exporter of raw materials to an exporter of manufactured and agro-processed goods, as well as services such as tourism and labor. As I come to the end of my statement, let me make 4 points. The first point is for climate financing. As we go towards the green transition, there is a real danger that Africa's climate financing gap will grow. New estimates by the African Development Bank show that Africa will need between 1.3 and 1.6 trillion US dollars between 2020 and 2030, or 118 billion to 145 billion dollars annually to implement its commitments to the Paris Club and its national determined contributions. If these targets are not attained, there is a possibility on increased climate-induced poverty across Africa, as well as destitution. The second point is on collaboration. In this respect, we look forward to collaborating with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in the implementation of the decisions and recommendations of this conference on this theme. We are also collaborating with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa on a readiness assessment towards an African Customs Union or common market, which is key to deepening the African Continental Free Trade Area market. This deepening will boost macroeconomic convergence across Africa and help us in fighting poverty and inequality as one team. My third point is that one of the key resources required to reduce poverty, inequality, and exclusion in Africa is continuous effort. Once momentum is established, it must be sustained. Any slippage can lead to major setbacks, and these must be avoided at all costs. In this respect, Africa must have a strategic focus on, in the words of the theme, fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. And my last point is that development is a do-it-yourself affair. DIY. Nobody is going to develop Africa. We have to develop ourselves, and we can do it. All we need is to harness team spirit, harness self-confidence, harness self-esteem, be disciplined, and be resolved. It's possible to develop Africa. And it's our duty to develop Africa. Nobody but ourselves have the duty and the capacities to develop Africa. I end here. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I believe you are aware that in a world of marketing, there are slogans that sell. And development is a DIY word. You must trademark it. You must trademark it. I think that should be a mantra for Africa. Development is a verb, it's not a philosophy, it's what we do to transform our lives and the lives of our people every day. Thank you so much for that really compelling presentation. Self-reliance, transformative, deliberate investments targeted at social impact, and creating local value chains. We already have latent manufacturing, as we said earlier on. We see it in automotives, pharmaceuticals, textiles, and food processing. We need to just enhance and galvanize this much more. Research and development matters. And as you said that, Commissioner, I thought of the top 10 companies in the world today. And when experts say, why is Tesla, Tesla, Google, Google, Apple, Apple, and they say it's an R&D factor, they spend 9 to 10% of their profits annually in research and development. And as a result, they're always ahead of the game. We can replicate that in our economic policies. So thank you for reminding us that. So no, you were not the person standing between them and lunch. I am, unfortunately. And what I'd like to do now is we've heard an overview and an elaboration of the theme for building resilience and focusing the mind on the poorest and the most vulnerable. We're now going to create just 15 minutes of an opportunity for questions and answers, focused particularly on our member states. If you'd like to make interventions, best practice, and things that you are doing in your country. I am aware that the ambassador of the Gambia has already gone to the Secretariat to say he'd like to make an intervention. So, sir, where you are, may I ask you to please stand, the ambassador of the Gambia, so that we can hear from you. Also, by a show of hands, are there member states that would like to say something to what they've heard in this aspect of the dialogue? Yes, sir, from Kenya. We see you. Then Gambia, I see you. Okay, if it comes up, we will take the question. We will also go online to see if our member states participating online would like to say something. And then we've got a voice from the youth, and we will close with that voice from the youth. So may I begin with Kenya? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And my name is Jugona Dongo from Kenya. I'm the CS representing the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Can you hear me? I'm very happy that I think the discussions that have taken place are quite informative. And it resonates very well in terms of the issues that we have propounded for the last couple of years. I like the presentation by Hanan Mose and the chairman. Thank you very much, chairman, for coming even back to the issues I raised over breakfast on the CFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area. Let me start off even from where is the frontier in terms of growth, poverty, inequality, and redistribution, because it's a lesson that we need to take. My previous life 5 months ago, I was heading the African Economic Research Consortium that has built capacity in Africa for the last 35 years. And one of the areas that we have made contribution is about growth and poverty, and inequality in the early 2000. And obviously, the World Bank went ahead to actually reform it from a policy perspective in terms of poverty reduction strategy papers. But then now we've come back and said, and looked at poverty, growth, poverty, inequality, and redistribution. And maybe to summarize, the frontier is that growth significantly reduces poverty, but has to be supplemented by redistribution measures, especially targeted social protection programs that will flatten inequality in the long run. And that is an area that actually is a frontier that we didn't need to look into. But that said, let me talk about redefining the appropriate development model, because I think everybody is saying, and I like the DYI, that is the point I had actually made before the chairman made his comments. I had actually said that all these are within our purview, but what are we doing about it? And I think that we can actually come up with an appropriate model that is inclusive, sustainable, and can create momentum. it is within us to actually define the sectors that can make the most impact on the basis of relative comparative advantage. And that, for me, is very, very important. Thank you, Hanan, for talking about credit rating agencies and actually going further and saying who is the oversight who relies on it, because we are all coordinated and should I say harassed within the same framework without actually any resort to what needs to be done. Why do MDAs follow those ratings? Are they giving them a tick? But now finally, and what I wanted to talk about, actually to supplement what the chairman said, is that, look, cross-border trade cannot take place in Africa unless we reform the payment system, the cross-border payment system. Recall, I have talked about in the previous meetings that even remittances, the cryptocurrencies were developed because of the frustrations in terms of cross-border payments. We cannot actually talk about regional trade or even Africa Continental Free Trade Area when we have not reformed the payment system. This is where it hurts most because things don't move. And we need actually to work out how this can be done. When we started, I think the commentator talked about M-Pesa. That was 2007. I fought very hard. I went to so many of the countries in Africa to actually say the retail electronic payments platform will be the in thing to change our payment system across countries. And this could have actually ignited the cross-border payments, but we are not yet there. But to echo what the chairman has said, most of these issues and even policy designs are within our remits and capacity for design, and it is going to provide the conclusive transformation agenda that we are looking for. That's why the DYI comes in handy and very appropriate. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, and we thank you for keeping your comments comprehensive but brief. I'd now like to yield the floor to the ambassador representing the state of Gambia. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Moderator, Mr. Chairperson, I wish to convey the warm greetings and fraternal excuses of your dear brother, Honorable Sidi Keita, Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, who so anxiously wanted to partake in this congregation, but ultimately retained by conflicting diaries and pressing domestic issues, and give this intervention on his behalf. Chair of the Bureau, Honorable Henry Musa Caesar, Minister for State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Uganda, Excellency Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary, Economic Commission for Africa, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegations, Excellencies, esteemed ambassadors, my dear colleagues, distinguished panelists and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and a singular honor to be part of this convention, which is a platform that brings together African ministers for finance, planning and economic development, as well as financiers, to explore policies and interventions for strengthening resilience and reducing poverty and inequality in the face of a global crisis. Honorable Chair, I thank and commend the senior officials and the committee of experts of the conference for the diligent groundings and preparatory work which has facilitated the holding of this ministerial segment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we confront a profoundly connected crisis, a relentless pandemic, a context bolstered by economic strains, putting the development of our countries at slow pace and our social systems at low ebb. We are aware of the complexity of the issues at hand and the crucial importance and relevance of fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. This collective determination for actions remains quintessential and an essential prerequisite in our efforts to build back better our economies. Today's gathering is a further testimony that our continuous renewed emphasis on the future of our countries will always take precedence. It is very gratifying to see that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is putting the cursor on the most crucial issues, thus complementing the efforts of the African Union in the implementation of the AFCFTA, serving as an important springboard towards enhanced and robust economic transformation and development of the continent. The Gambia strongly believes that we must continue to proceed on a path of responsive and purposeful actions to reflect on the dynamics of the ever-changing global trends that can impede on our efforts to achieve our shared visions and the AU flagship program. Ladies and gentlemen, the outcome of this week-long reflections should be the culmination of a robust action plan aimed at giving our countries the opportunity to move along a sustainable development ramp and the drivers of the initiations focused on giving catalytic impetus to the attainment of economic emergence. Charting this path and bringing an even greater sense of urgency to the current situation, it is also important to compellingly and concurrently work on the following imperatives. One, to put in place a holistic notion of resilience through a well-balanced disaster risk reduction measure, from rebuilding growth and infrastructure to revitalizing livelihoods. Two, to build equity and inclusion and address the structural inequalities, including leveraging technology for the delivery of more robust and inclusive social services in the face of mass poverty and exclusion compounded by crises. Three, and finally, to strengthen the health systems to prevent new pandemics and to respond to shocks and stresses, such as natural disasters and conflicts, by targeting resources to vulnerable areas exposed by exclusion, fragility, violence, and the effects of climate change. Excellency, Madam Moderator, I therefore look forward to strengthened collaboration with you and our respective states on how to evolve new patterns to boost economic resilience and inclusiveness. Never has there been a more urgent moment for us as representatives for our countries, united in one purpose: to completely change the paradigms and continually improve the prospects of our people. As I said earlier, we're all aware of the complex situation. The renewal of that spirit of purpose to surmount our challenges is urgent task at hand. I thank you for your attention.
We thank you very much, representing the Gambia. And now joining us online, just in the spirit of what's just been said about leveraging new technology and digitalization, online we're now joined by the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco to the African Union and the ECA, joining us online. Ambassador, we yield the virtual floor to you.
Thank you.
Vous m'entendez bien?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me well. Thank you. Monsieur le Président, Mr. Chairman, it's a big pleasure for me to take the floor on behalf of our minister, who was not able to participate because of other constraints in his agenda, but he asked me to pass on his greeting. The Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Chairman, has worked towards reducing poverty, and the vulnerability is one of the priorities in our global vision. To promote development in our country and work towards poverty reduction. After the pandemic, Morocco adopted an approach to counter the effects of the pandemic. These challenges we turned into opportunities. We took up commitments regarding the concept of social protection and to generate employment. In this context, Mr. Chairman, and in order to adapt the development strategies to the challenges, the many challenges, my country, since 2021, developed a new model that capitalizes on previous realizations and to promote the structural involvement of the youth in a creative economy of Morocco. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our capacities to attain development, sustainable development goals, and to reduce poverty and vulnerability is a challenge for us to arrive at the goals that have been set in the SDGs, but also to contribute towards coming up with a development model that will make us able to face the next challenges. Thus, my country is in favor of the following approaches. Firstly, to concentrate expenditures on forms of social protection targeted towards increasing incomes, and also to take up initiatives that will facilitate monetary transfers, as was indicated by the Rabat recommendations. Secondly, to count on long-term development through investments that in the area of education, research, development, and infrastructure. Thirdly, to put in place budgetary policies in areas of taxes, and also to have a trajectory of growth in place. We must take into account the most vulnerable and poor people through coming up with tax systems that take account of increasing the incomes of these peoples. Finally, Mr. Chairman, inter-African cooperation within the framework of South-South cooperation remains an imperative towards the development of our continent. We must face the multiple challenges that the continent is faced with together. Finally, Mr. Chairman, as a member of the Bureau, the Kingdom of Morocco remains resolutely committed to be in line with the recommendations of the ECA in terms of implementing the recommended activities. Morocco is committed to be active in its solidarity with other African countries, and this is our will to promote development agenda for the development of Africa and its peoples. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We thank you very much, Ambassador. We thank you for joining us online, and we thank you for reminding us that social safety nets matter, building cooperation with DFIs, investors, and members of the diaspora to roll out and deploy capital matters, more coordination amongst member states. Our final contribution for this segment is from a young youth representative, reminding us that this is a young continent. We have that demographic dividend. These are the innovators, the creators, the creatives. A lot of policies have been for you, but you would like a seat at the table. Ray Kilolo, very briefly. I think we need the microphone on. So I think, Ray, what we can do is, okay, there's another microphone going to you. Go.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, habari zenu. My name is Ray Kilolo. On behalf of the Pan-African Youth Union, I would like to share a few reflections. So just to put our representation into perspective, we represent the African youth since 1962. So the Pan-African Youth Union is the principal and apex continental youth body, federating national youth councils and coordinating mechanisms with an objective as prescribed by Article 12 of the African Youth Charter. So we've been endorsed by the African Union Executive Council 292 of 2006, further recognized by Decision 468 of 2009, and finally reaffirmed by Africa Heads of State and Government Assembly, Decision 363 of 2011. Sequel to the scope of the meeting, youth face hindrances to attain a sustainable future. First, we are youth, and secondly, we are poor. We are disproportionately affected by climate change and global shocks, respectively. One often challenge we continue to see is the sense of grouping youth as a homogenic demographic and the youth as beneficiaries. Very often, one question, in this view of harnessing the demographic dividend and in context of socioeconomic implications of climate change and global shocks, among others, what would be strategies that the House could incorporate to ensure resilient development that actually accounts for the uniqueness of this untapped demography? We've had it, strong consideration of pro-poor policies as recommended over the past few days of the convening of experts. Is there a pro-youth policy consideration? For youth to be able to tap into value chains, what does partnership with youths look like? We'd like to be enlightened what this deliberately look like in economic policies. And finally, Honorable Chair, for the interest of time, we have a position of African youths sequel to the overall context of the theme. And with your permission, we request to present to the Secretariat of the meeting for consideration in the outcome of the meeting to help in addressing collective development in working with youth as partners in a deliberate manner. I thank you, and we thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, Ray, thank you so much for your time. My apologies, I'd not seen the flags raised from Guinea-Bissau and Guinea and Libya, and those will be our last three submissions before lunch. Yes, sir. Burkina Faso.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Finance, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, dear participants, Burkina Faso welcomes the choice of this theme for this 51st session. And before saying a word, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the Minister of Finance who would have wished to be there, but because of the unavoidable circumstances wasn't able to be present. So he apologizes to you. Chair, it's true that the conditions must be established for development. However, what we note, as we have seen during the experts meeting, there are many factors that impede development, and they were highlighted during this meeting, and they were also repeated in this morning's speeches. There are other factors, however, which are very important, which were noted and which we must address. So on behalf of my delegation, I'd like to draw the attention of this August Assembly to the fact that Burkina Faso, as well as other Sahel countries, face security challenges and leadership challenges which compromise development in this part of Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in every development action, we think that peace is an important element that must be put at the forefront. We cannot talk about development without having, without having at least a big percentage of the country in peace. When we talk of development, we must make sure that a big part of the population is not internally displaced, with people being refugees, with all the accompanying social needs. So these are some of the issues that we must address.
Is it possible to talk about investment with all these challenges? I think sustainable development must start with peace. Reduction of inequalities and other challenges starts with the establishment of peace, Chair. So we suggest, Chair, that this issue of terrorism should be tackled so that we can ensure that these countries are supported and establish recommendations during this session to help these countries which are suffering. Thank you.
Very much, sir, from Burkina Faso. Also reminding us the importance of durable and lasting peace in development. Yes, ma'am, from Guinea.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup à tous.
Many thanks, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Ministers, the Executive Secretary of the ECA, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of development partners, dear invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to take the floor during this session, And of course, this is one of the areas of dialogue and exchange between the African ministers responsible for finance, planning, and economic development, as well as the governors of central banks. And we have the theme of ensuring that there is recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. So in this regard, I'd like to extend the greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Transition, Mamadi Doumbouya, and the entire Guinea, thanking you for organizing this very important meeting. Permit me also to express the gratitude of this delegation for the warm welcome and the hospitality of the authorities of the Sister Republic of Ethiopia. Allow me to indicate to His Excellency Antonio, the Executive Secretary of the ECA, the feelings of happiness of the people of Guinea and acknowledgement. My country is at the crossroads in its history since the assembly of the meeting that was organized earlier. The Republic of Guinea is in an area of action, and given the development projects which we have in place, Guinea, through its development management instruments, has been able to establish the macroeconomic situation in the country despite the different shocks that they are faced with, especially the Ukrainian crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and other emerging diseases. On top of that, there have been considerable achievements that we have seen over the past years in the area of the development in the area of security, in the area of inequalities, poverty, and the economic, different areas of the economy. These areas are priority among the 5 pillars of the internal development program 2022-2027, which has references where the state is coming in together with the development partners. The program that is coherent with the 2040 vision of the emerging Guinea, prosperous Guinea, is aligned to the objective of the Sustainable Development Goals, to which our country has subscribed in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, as we achieve the SDGs and promote the economic transformation and reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities, our country has chosen an inclusive approach and a participatory one with all the actors of the socioeconomic area of our country, like the civil society or the partners and administrations. The establishment of projects and initiatives aimed at reforming the country have enabled us to continue with our process of growth up to 5% and reduce the proportion of people living and the poverty rate in 2012 to 40.8% in 2019. That is SDG 1. The rate of food insecurity fell from 27 to 22. SDG 2. The mortality rate to 127 to 111 between 2012 and 2019. And we were able to improve the proportion of households that have access to water from 67% to 68%, the rate of access to energy from 24 to 25%, and the rate of agricultural action, which has also increased. Despite all these figures in which we see in Guinea, we are still struggling to achieve some of the most important objectives, which would ensure that our country stands at the high level of ensuring that we reduce the poverty scale. So we continue to pay high prices to be able to achieve these objectives. And we're happy to be part of this conference, and we'll be able to discuss these challenges so that we find solutions together. So generally, on SDGs, Guinea has achieved progress on a number of objectives, but we seem to continue to work together as we struggle within the framework of the international challenges. So we need to rethink our paradigm so that we can build a more diversified economy which is more resilient. That's why we would like to ensure that we work towards a better life and have a better future. So I'd like to end by reiterating the commitment of the new authorities to ensure there is harmonious development in Guinea and ensure and put in place international mutual cooperation, which is of advantage to us. We have made a play of the International Institute for South-South Cooperation, which is triangular in nature. We have brought in our contribution 2019 and in Doha still recently, and we were supported. That's why we want to, during this meeting, to bring in the same voice so that we have an institution which is aimed at creating research, training, which is initially, of course, within the framework of AFCFTA and reflect on the different aspects of cooperation, especially South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation between our countries. We thank all the development partners for their continuous support, especially the UN systems for their technical support. I'd like to end by taking this opportunity to announce to you and invite you to the round table for funding for the which has been organized in the third quarter of this year, 2023. So I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam. Reminding us why multilateralism works and the triage of domestic, Pan-African and international interventions. And thank you for telling us a bit about Vision 2040 in Guinea. Libya. Yes, sir. May we hear from you, Minister from Libya?
السيد رئيس المؤتمر، السادة فخامة ومعالي وزراء المالية والتخطيط بدول الاتحاد الأفريقي، السادة الخبراء والمستشارين بدول الاتحاد الأفريقي، السلام عليكم جميعا. باسمي محمد يوسف الزيداني وزير التخطيط بحكومة ليبيا، وباسم دولة ليبيا حكومة وشعبا نتوجه بوافر الشكر والامتنان لجمهورية أثيوبيا شعبا وحكومة لاستضافتها للدورة الخامسة والخمسون.
And its people for hosting this very important meeting, the meeting that's organized by the ECA. Allow me to express our gratitude to the ECA for making efforts to set up and establish strategies for a better future and a better prosperity of the African people. We would like to share with you our experiences in this session, and we welcome all the efforts made to reduce poverty, inequalities, and vulnerabilities, and ensure that there is transformation and recovery following COVID-19, all this aimed at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We are with you to fast-track the dealing with of different problems and achieve our objectives. We want to be able to move forward together in the development of policies which are linked to the theme that we are discussing right now. We are ready to bring in our assistance and our contribution and support where needed. the recommendations, and the speeches and all the contributions we have had point to the fact that we must establish all that's necessary to use the resources that we have on our continent and develop the industrial sector, which would be an added advantage in stabilizing the economies of the countries of the continent, to reduce poverty and achieve equality and mitigate the impacts of climate change and be able to achieve prosperity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, esteemed guests, Honorable Delegates, it's my honor to actually attend this important session, 55th session of Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on behalf of Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning and Economic Development of Somalia. I think the paper issues that has been presented by Hannah and my brother has highlighted a very, very important issues, including the challenges and the opportunities and the recommendations that are possible in front of us to ensure that we take action or steps that we are necessary at the moment. What I wanted to actually highlight is 2 points. Reducing inequality and vulnerability in Africa, as mentioned in the paper issue, is a multifaceted approach, and it requires collaboration among ourselves, governments, international organizations, development partners, and the civil society, and above all, the private sector players, partners. I think, as mentioned, we need to try to reduce our focus on a reachable, achievable sectors, including education, infrastructure, and the technology to support sustainable and inclusive growth. It is important to address issues of corruption in Africa. If we want to progress, if we want to achieve a meaningful results in our efforts. The conflict has been also a common characteristic reflecting across the African countries. We need to address the issues causing the root causes participating by the conflict and the issues of governance to ensure the resources are actually raised and mobilized to progress the economy. Finally, I would like also to mention about the climate change. Climate change is being as a center, as mentioned by the report, for our problem. It has been, caused the lives and the livelihoods of our people. It has caused conflict. It has caused migration, and it has impacted also the agriculture sector and different cultures. Yet again, despite Africa is issuing or producing the least carbon emissions, we are experiencing the loss and the damage here in Africa. So what I would like to hear from the panel of the experts, we need to actually find out a creative solutions to access to the green climate finance, which has been difficult for us across Africa.
Right.
And to that end, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. May I also just remind honourable ministers that there are going to be 3 roundtables after lunch, which are designed to address some of these very, very issues: the macroeconomic environment, climate change, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. But thank you for pointing us to the 5 Cs, the things we haven't spoken about: corruption, conflict, climate change, and on the positive cooperation and civil society involvement. Namibia. Could we hear from the Honorable Minister and representative from Namibia? Okay, perhaps they have left the room. Uganda. May we hear from the Honorable Minister of Uganda?
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the two presenters, Mosi and Albert. Thank you so much for your in-depth analysis of the issues we have at hand. In order to build resilience for the future shocks, Uganda is looking at the following policy reforms. One is the provision of agricultural insurance and risking livelihoods to buffer agricultural households against shocks such as drought, floods, pests, and diseases. The agriculture sector is vital in supporting economic recovery in two significant ways. Firstly, in supporting livelihoods through ensuring food security, and secondly, in generating more of farm jobs arising from agro-processing and increased exports. We are also focused on improvement of public finance management to strengthen government's potential to deepen equitable service delivery and enhance systems for resource mobilization. This includes strengthening institutions and enabling environment that are preconditions for investments to deliver value for money and sustainable economic transformation. Number three, we are looking at increased focus on industrialization through increasing investments to grow the manufacturing sector as an important vehicle for expanding local production and employment opportunities. And lastly, we are looking at increasing the population's social protection coverage with particular focus on the poor and the vulnerable. I thank you so much.
We thank you, Chair. May I just remind honourable ministers, just in the interest of time, that we keep our submissions very brief. And if you'll allow me to use the little bit of authority given to me, we're going to take two last comments from our member states, Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo, after which we will ask our presenters to react, and then we can adjourn for lunch. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the host and the high table, as well as the moderator. For Africa to meet number 2 SDG, we need to produce our own food. The food that we can produce in Africa. Most of us import food from abroad. And this is creating us problems, and this problem manifested in the war in Ukraine and event. So I think we need to think of eating the cereals that we produce rather than imitating others. We also need to buy the agricultural inputs as well as the cereals together, collectively. By doing that, we will have the power to negotiate and to have the right prices. For Africa to increase its trade, we need to think of adopting rail and road network that can connect Africa and facilitate trade. Now, to trade between East and West and North and South, there's a lot of difficulty of doing that. So one way of doing it is we need to think of the infrastructure. And I don't hear much of talk about infrastructure in Africa, while the people talk about trade. we have the experience of trying to reduce inequalities by getting rid of blanket subsidies and moving towards direct subsidies. Those who lose the right to subsidies will resist, and this has its political cost. So we need to find a way to do this in a way that it won't have that political cost, and we need to also find a way to finance the most vulnerable and reach them out without losing production. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Food security, and reminded that women actually make up 60% of the agricultural production lines. So thank you for that intervention. And a final intervention, Honorable Minister from the DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord présenter les
Thank you very much. I'd like to communicate the apologies of the Minister for Finance, would have liked to be with us, but he had other commitments. In relation to what has been presented, the DRC would like to insist on the question of inter-African cooperation, which is very important, as one of the factors to promote economic transformation of Africa. Why is this very important? As you know, among the storm of crises that have been tabled here, external crisis, COVID pandemic, the Ukraine war, climate shocks, we haven't insisted on internal shocks that countries are faced with. And I think our colleague Burkina Faso did underscore the importance of peace and security. And if in the thematic note, it was noted and indicated that poverty and inequality are a challenge to peace and security. This is a double-edged sword. The call for peace and security also is important when you think of reducing poverty and inequality. And for us in DRC, this problem is crucial. Peace and security. Here, we're not just talking about terrorism. As you know, it's between African states. As you all know, all of you, that DRC is being aggressed by Rwanda, our neighbor. And therefore, the question of regional cooperation between states in an economic win-win dimension is very important, because war does not get you anything anywhere. It is important that in our process for transformation following the COVID pandemic, we tripled our external resources to a large extent, but instead of those resources being invested in social sectors, as health, education, and so on, these resources are being devoted to diplomatic and war efforts to actually counter the aggression from our neighbor. This is a perversion. This is use of resources which could have been used for economic development. And as long as this aggression is there, this results in displacing people, and it makes it difficult to attain sustainable development in the eastern part of our country. In the roundtable this morning, the cost of the debt was shown to be higher than the funds that we invest in education and health. The absence of peace, the absence of resources which could have been used for peace, and the economy being diverted to the war effort. we want this to be included in the recommendations. That is the importance of regional cooperation, and this so as to actually limit problems. Thank you.
How do we cooperate more regionally? At this juncture, I'm going to
Alors,
ask.
avec la dette qui s'aggrave, comment est-ce que nous pouvons coopérer dans cette région? Je vais repasser la parole à Anna Morsi et Albert Muchanga pour qu'ils puissent répondre aux questions qui ont été posées et ajouter des choses le cas échéant. Merci beaucoup.
Really great engagement and insights. I think there are many issues that will still be tackled through the panels and roundtables that we will have for the rest of the day. So let me just...
Alors, il y a beaucoup de questions qui ont été posées. Je vais me focaliser sur juste quelques-uns des points. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec ce qui a été dit en ce qui concerne l'importance de la sécurité alimentaire et le lien avec la sécurité alimentaire et le thème de cette conférence, à savoir la réduction de la pauvreté et des inégalités. La sécurité alimentaire est une question très importante. Tout d'abord, parce que les dépenses en ce qui concerne les aliments sont les plus élevées dans le monde, presque 50% du panier. Ce qui crée donc une inflation en ce qui concerne les dépenses en aliments, la moyenne sur le continent étant de 21%.
To address these concerns.
Il faudrait donc régler ce problème pour aborder ces préoccupations. À la CEA, il y a un certain nombre de choses sur lesquelles nous travaillons qui sont liées à élargir le travail qui a été fait au cours de la pandémie et en ce qui concerne également l'accès aux produits pharmaceutiques
of the war in Ukraine. So this will continue to be a very important issue for the continent to tackle, but also because of the relation with the agricultural sector, where the majority of employment in the continent is concentrated there. And we all know, I mean, to really reduce poverty and inequality, we need to raise wages and incomes. And to do that, we have to raise productivity. And since we have the concentration of the population in that sector, that means raising the productivity of agriculture, building the value chains around it and agribusiness, and that would be key. We cannot, this will be key to progress forward on that agenda and really moving up the value chain. The other issue that is really important is the opportunities that are posed by the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I believe we have once in a lifetime opportunity in the timing actually that this has progressed and what is happening globally to really fully utilize this to build regional value chains within the continent and to actually work and reform the cross-border payment system, because this will increasingly be critical for businesses to be able to actually benefit from the agreement, but also to address some of the issues that we face. It cannot be that we have to trade in foreign exchange. We have to trade in dollars or euros to be able to trade among each other. If we actually fix these payment systems, it provides an opportunity for us to actually trade in our currencies without the need to go through that. So I think this will be key to really advance the work going forward in that area, and it will help a lot with inclusion and access issues. Then there was also a very important point that has been raised by a few of the delegates, the issue of the security and development nexus. This is an issue that is increasingly coming up, and there is really an increasing focus within the United Nations to really, work closer and have closer work between this security and development. Because over the last, decades, we've always focused on humanitarian solutions to security issues. But to actually really tackle them, we need to tackle the root causes, which is really development issues. So without tackling these root causes at the same time, not much will be achieved. And that's really the direction that we're, moving toward. Finally, I think we all heard you loud and clear about concerns and issues related to credit rating agencies. ECA is currently working on a report for the high-level working group, Africa high-level working group on global financial architecture, that have a chapter that we will be sharing with the ministers soon on credit rating agencies and what need to be fixed and how. So definitely there are the issues of the regulation and oversight. Like any entities, banks have to be regulated. Credit agencies will need to do the same. And we've seen that actually happen, for example, within the European Union. After the crisis, they managed to establish oversight bodies to make sure on how these are being done and to ensure fairness in process and transparency in methodology and then accountability at the end of the day. So that would be important. But I also want to emphasize that we have a role to play. And by that, we need to make sure that we have the data, like reliable and frequent data on things that matters, that actually can influence these credit ratings. Because in a lot of time, the excuse that is being used is information asymmetry. The fact that they don't have that data while they have it in other countries. So we need to close that. We need to make sure that we have the relevant data for these ratings are being produced and accessible at regular basis. And that would be, very important to tackle these issues. And of course, the other issue is the continued advocacy at a global level to tackle these matters. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. And just to fill the knowledge gaps before, if you're aware, at the back of the screens, there is a QR code, a barcode. And it says if you scan the code, you'll be able to access all the documents and the presentations here. So please make sure that you scan the code so that a lot of the interventions, the research that's coming up, the data is available to you digitally as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm going to be very brief, address three key issues: one process, two program. The first process issue is that at the end of this meeting, we are going to request our colleagues, UNECA, to avail us the report of this meeting, especially this segment. And we are going to circulate that report to the authors on our start on achieving inclusive growth and sustainable development across Africa, so that we incorporate your very valuable inputs into the study. Because at the end of the day, that study is going to be implemented by each and every African country. It's your study. The first program issue is on payments. Working with the African Development Bank, the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have what we call the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. That facilitates cross-border trade using local currencies. It was initially piloted in West Africa and it rolled out very well. Now it's going to the rest of Africa. Zambia is among the countries that have expressed interest to join the Pan-African Payments and the Settlement System. So we encourage finance ministers and the central bank governors from across Africa to really accede to that system, because it's going to resolve the issues of foreign exchange shortages in transacting across Africa. Because like I indicated, it will facilitate trade in the local currencies with net settlements in foreign exchange. So that has been resolved. And this one caters for relatively big enterprises. We are not going to leave out the micro cross-border trade, is small-scale cross-border trade. I've been advised by the Africa E-Trade Group that they are also trying to come up with a cross-border payments and settlements system focused on the micro and the small-scale cross-border traders. The issue of peace and security is very, very important. What we have at the level of the African Union is a program on the nexus among peace, security, regional integration, and sustainable development. We are implementing this program in partnership with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, as well as the Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission. So the delegates that have really raised these issues, all I can say is that we hear you and we are ready to collaborate with you in developing or implementing that program on the nexus among peace, security, regional integration, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Commissioner. Thank you very much to you, Deputy Executive Secretary. And just a reminder, when we come back from lunch, we're going to be having comprehensive discussions on governance when we listen to the Adebayo Adedeji lecture, after which there will be roundtables on policy for this era of crises, climate change, green financing, and opportunities that can be leveraged in the African continental free trade area. Chair, may I have your permission to adjourn the meeting for lunch? And then ushers will also be able to guide you where you need to have lunch. I've been told that lunch is an hour long. We will reconvene at 2:30.
Thank you so much, Ms. Loretta Mbele. Let's appreciate her with a round of applause for steering us very well. I would like also to thank our panelists for the very rich discussions on these issues. Let's appreciate them with a round of applause. This now brings us to lunch break. We'll break for 1 hour and 15 minutes. If you may realize we are not doing well on the program, I will try as much as possible to find ways of recovering time. May I now invite Mr. George to make administrative announcements about lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Loreto, for that very engaging discussion. Lunch will be served in 4 locations, and we have a group of protocol officers and ushers standing in the corridors as you step out of the door, who will lead the various delegations to their respective locations for lunch. Once again, I really urge you to be back in the room at exactly 2:45 p.m. So 1 hour, 15 minutes for lunch. 2:30. So it will be 3 p.m. Thank you.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when you look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly do we depend and why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government's fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development for Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a healthy population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicines, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent, but not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average Africans. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability and affordability.
We are talking about access to quality medicines and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of a product that you are getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trade in commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework. With these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with the African Union Commission to see what components of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, you want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is meant to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. It's supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market, and assuring the standards within the market.
We got initial interest from those 10 countries that today we're doing our project in, but the countries said, for example, Seychelles. Started with Seychelles. Seychelles told us, we're done. Not only we import 100% of our pharmaceutical products, and at a price that's maybe 5 times more than the average bigger, larger country in Africa. And we said, what if we had a grouped demand to our suppliers? What if we identified the suppliers? Where are we importing them? At what price? And we found out, and you'll see some of the feasibility results, that actually, should you negotiate with the suppliers together and add all of those volumes of demand, you can negotiate a price maybe a third less.
Well, Seychelles is one of the 10 pilot countries of the Pharma Initiative, and the objectives of Seychelles being a key member as one of the pilot countries is that we are a very small state with a population of 100,000 thrown in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So we depend on importation of our products, and being a small country, the quantities that we require are not interesting for most of the manufacturing pharma companies worldwide. So we depend a lot on third parties, traders mostly, so that they basically put a profit margin on the goods, and which we have to pay for in addition to the direct manufacturing costs. Joining the pooled procurement initiative gave us the possibility of being able to procure good quality, safe, efficacious medicines for our nation at good prices. And this was one of the main reasons why we wanted to be part of the Pharma Initiative.
COVID validated our thinking that, we need to make sure that there is some adequate local production on the continent to ensure that our population is healthy, because it's a matter of now a health security and economic security, because everything stands still during COVID. So that addresses all these issues that we're talking about: quality assurance, job creation on the continent, and then supply chains. All those things will be addressed with this kind of framework within an initiative like ours.
A recent workshop in Nairobi brought together key stakeholders of the Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative, comprising of 10 pilot countries' representatives, pillar and national consultants, and analysts and partners to engage on policy recommendations and to set concrete actions for the next stage of the initiative. The 3-day workshop also examined key results of phase 2 of the initiative and the current efforts to harmonize medicine regulation, assess manufacturing capacities in pilot countries, and proposed action plans for phase 3 of the initiative.
Well, overall, the meeting, as you are well aware, was intended to kind of bring to closure the first 2 phases of this AFCFTA anchored initiative, and to begin to map out the way forward in terms of what we describe as phase 3. And when you talk of recommendations, the overall recommendation is that we need to move. The third phase needs to focus on doing some concrete, tangible deliverables that would make a difference in the lives and livelihoods of the average Africans.
The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative represents a watershed for the pharmaceutical industry in Africa to utilize the newly integrated continental market framework while building capacity, supply of pharmaceutical products, and ensuring provisions of quality pharmaceuticals for Africa's specific medical needs, which in turn contribute to the continent's development goals, predicated on the foundation of healthy and thus productive citizens in all African member states.
Given the huge disease burden on the continent, it meant that the continent, the health, even as we have this youth dividend, a large population, but if that youth population continues to be sick, it cannot produce. It becomes a liability. So those are the considerations that informed this initiative.
We need to make sure that we produce medicines on the continent. I think that's what we are talking about. We are talking of free movement of goods and services. We are talking of a healthy and productive population, and we can all achieve this using frameworks like the AFCFTA and African Medicine Agency.
Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. In Tanzania, for example, more than 40% of companies complain of an inadequately skilled workforce. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA-anchored pharmaceutical initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when you look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly do we depend and why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government's fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development for Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a healthy population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicines, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent. But not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average Africans. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability and affordability.
We are talking about access to quality medicines and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of a product that you are getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trade in commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework, with these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with the African Union Commission to see what components of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, you want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is meant to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. Is supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market, and assuring standards within the market.
We got initial interest from those 10 countries that today we're doing our project in, but the countries said, for example, Seychelles. Started with Seychelles. Seychelles told us, we're done. Not only that, we import 100% of our pharmaceutical products, and at a price that's maybe 5 times more than the average bigger, larger country in Africa. We said, what if we had a grouped demand to our suppliers? What if we identified the suppliers? Where are we importing them? At what price? And we found out, and you'll see some of the feasibility results, that actually, should you negotiate with the suppliers together and add all of those volumes of demand, you can negotiate a price maybe a third less.
Well, Seychelles is one of the 10 pilot countries of the Pharma Initiative, and the objectives of Seychelles being a key member as one of the pilot countries is that we are a very small state with a population of 100,000 thrown in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So we depend on importation of our products, and being a small country, the quantities that we require are not interesting for most of the manufacturing pharma companies worldwide. So we depend a lot on third parties, traders mostly, so that they basically put a profit margin on the goods, and which we have to pay for in addition to the direct manufacturing costs. Joining the pooled procurement initiative gave us the possibility of being able to procure good quality, safe, efficacious medicines for our nation at good prices. And this was one of the main reasons why we wanted to be part of the Pharma Initiative.
COVID validated our thinking that, we need to make sure that there is some adequate local production on the continent to ensure that our operation is healthy, because it's a matter of now health security and economic security, because everything stands still during COVID. So that addresses all these issues that we're talking about: quality assurance, job creation on the continent, and supply chains. All those things will be addressed with this kind of framework within an initiative like ours.
A recent workshop in Nairobi brought together key stakeholders of the Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative, comprising of 10 pilot countries' representatives, pillar and national consultants, and analysts and partners to engage on policy recommendations and to set concrete actions for the next stage of the initiative. The 3-day workshop also examined key results of phase 2 of the initiative and the current efforts to harmonize medicine regulation, assess manufacturing capacities in pilot countries, and propose action plans for phase 3 of the initiative.
Well, overall, the meeting, as you are well aware, was intended to kind of bring to closure the first 2 phases of this AFCFTA Anchored initiative, and to begin to map out the way forward in terms of what we describe as phase 3. And when you talk of recommendations, the overall recommendation is that we need to move, but the third phase needs to focus on doing some concrete, tangible deliverables that would make a difference in the lives and livelihoods of the average Africans.
The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative represents a watershed for the pharmaceutical industry in Africa to utilize the newly integrated continental market framework while building capacity, supply of pharmaceutical products, and ensuring provisions of quality pharmaceuticals for Africa's specific medical needs, which in turn contribute to the continent's development goals, predicated on the foundation of healthy and thus productive citizens in all African member states.
Given the huge disease burden on the continent, it meant that the continent, the health, even as we have this youth dividend, a large population, but if that youth population continues to be sick, it cannot produce. It becomes a liability. So those are the considerations that informed this initiative.
We need to make sure that we produce medicines on the continent. I think that's what we're talking about. We're talking of free movement of goods and services. We're talking of a healthy and productive population, and we can all achieve this using frameworks like AFCFTA and African Medicine Agency.
Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. In Tanzania, for example, more than 40% of companies complain of an inadequately skilled workforce. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent. By mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential medical products and strengthening the supply of essential pharmaceutical products through pooled procurement and promoting a harmonized regulatory and quality framework for pharmaceuticals in Africa.
So the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative was meant to prove the concept that the AFCFTA can deliver on its promises by addressing important sustainable development goals. In this case, sustainable development goals related to maternal mortality issues and neonatal and child mortality issues.
So when we started the project in 2019, we initially started with a report. We said, you know what, there's significant correlation between health and economy, especially when you look at Africa and how today we import, still today, more than 95% of our pharmaceutical needs into the continent, and why constantly do we depend and why don't we have an industry that creates jobs for our population, women, and makes sure we access medicine and others, and we can actually improve government fiscal space.
As you know, that our mandate within ECA is to promote economic and social development for Africa. And we also do this through translating our ideas into action. And we talk of the Africa we want, leaving no one behind. We cannot do that without a healthy population. And we're also looking at, when you're importing your medicines, you can't control things like quality. There are stockouts because of long time frames in between. So we wanted to showcase to member countries how they can address these challenges in health sector, leveraging on the AFCFTA, which had been just ratified.
In concrete terms, what we would want to see in the medium and long term is bringing down the costs of medication, broadly defined on the continent. But not just bringing down the cost, but also ensuring that we get the medicines or medication are available to the average Africans. And then lastly, that the quality is there. So there are three things. There's cost, there's availability and affordability.
We are talking about access to quality medicines and at a cost-effective price. Because if you're buying a product in Nairobi and sending it to Tanzania, for example, the only nominal cost of transport. If you buy a product in India, for example, there is the air, the freight costs, which are ordered into. So, and the other issue is quality. You are not sure what quality of a product that you are getting. Therefore, this is the best initiative for Africa.
Leveraging on implementation of the AFCFTA and AMA for enhanced harmonization of trade in commodities and building capacity in pharmaceutical provisions, quality, and supply are key tenets of the AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative. Furthermore, the initiative is built on three key interlinked pillars: local production, pooled procurement, and harmonized regulatory standards and quality framework, with these objectives that are already being rolled out in 10 pilot countries.
So the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area was also an opportunity for us to say, okay, we can work together. And that time, UNECA reached out to us as AUD and NEPAD, but also in partnership with the African Union Commission to see what components of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa can be used to expand the market, to facilitate trade among the countries on the continent. Since that time, we've been working with UNECA to elaborate what needs to happen.
So the first thing, you want to have local production. So this pillar of local production is going to be that for building resilience in the health systems within the continent. The second pillar relates to driving the market. So anybody who wants to produce within the continent must also know he or she has a buyer. So the second pillar relates to pooled procurement. So the two pillars are interconnected. One shapes the market, the other one produces for the market. And thirdly, the third pillar relates to regulation. Is supposed to deal with this issue of ensuring that we have one regulation for the pharmaceuticals. So those are the three main pillars, and they are all interrelated, both for market shaping, for producing for the market, and assuring the standards within the market.
We got initial interest from those 10 countries that today we're doing our project in, but the countries said, for example, Seychelles, started with Seychelles. Seychelles told us, we're done. Not only that, we import 100% of our pharmaceutical products, and at a price that's maybe 5 times more than the average bigger, larger country in Africa. We said, what if we had a grouped demand to our suppliers? What if we identified the suppliers? Where are we importing them? At what price? And we found out, and you'll see some of the feasibility results, that actually, should you negotiate with the suppliers together and add all of those volumes of demand, you can negotiate a price maybe a third less.
Well, Seychelles is one of the 10 pilot countries of the Pharma Initiative, and the objectives of Seychelles being a key member as one of the pilot countries is that we are a very small state with a population of 100,000 thrown in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So we depend on importation of our products, and being a small country, the quantities that we require are not interesting for most of the manufacturing pharma companies worldwide. So we depend a lot on third parties, traders mostly, so that they basically put a profit margin on the goods, and which we have to pay for in addition to the direct manufacturing costs. Joining the pooled procurement initiative gave us the possibility of being able to procure good quality, safe, efficacious medicines for our nation at good prices. And this was one of the main reasons why we wanted to be part of the Pharma Initiative.
COVID validated our thinking that, we need to make sure that there is some adequate local production on the continent to ensure that our operation is healthy, because it's a matter of now a health security and economic security, because everything stands still during COVID. So that addresses all these issues that we're talking about: quality assurance, job creation on the continent, and supply chains. All those things that will be addressed with this kind of framework within an initiative like ours.
A recent workshop in Nairobi brought together key stakeholders of the Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative, comprising of 10 pilot countries' representatives, pillar and national consultants, and analysts and partners to engage on policy recommendations and to set concrete actions for the next stage of the initiative. The 3-day workshop also examined key results of phase 2 of the initiative and the current efforts to harmonize medicine regulation, assess manufacturing capacities in pilot countries, and proposed action plans for phase 3 of the initiative.
Well, overall, the meeting, as you are well aware, was intended to kind of bring to closure the first 2 phases of this AFCFTA anchored initiative, and to begin to map out the way forward in terms of what we describe as phase 3. And when you talk of recommendations, the overall recommendation is that we need to move, but the third phase needs to focus on doing some concrete, tangible deliverables that would make a difference in the lives and livelihoods of the average Africans.
The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative represents a watershed for the pharmaceutical industry in Africa to utilize the newly integrated continental market framework while building capacity, supply of pharmaceutical products, and ensuring provisions of quality pharmaceuticals for Africa's specific medical needs, which in turn contribute to the continent's development goals, predicated on the foundation of healthy and thus productive citizens in all African member states.
Given the huge disease burden on the continent, it meant that the continent, the health, even as we have this youth dividend, a large population, but if that youth population continues to be sick, it cannot produce. It becomes a liability. So those are the considerations that informed this initiative.
We need to make sure that we produce medicines on the continent. I think that's what we're talking about. We're talking of free movement of goods and services. We're talking of a healthy and productive population, and we can all achieve this using frameworks like the AFCFTA and African Medicine Agency.
Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. In Tanzania, for example, more than 40% of companies complain of an inadequately skilled workforce. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities.
Africa has a profound need to expand its capacity to manufacture pharmaceuticals that are required to meet both urgent and routine health needs. Furthermore, it's clear that this is one area where the continent should be more self-reliant in order to provide sustained healthcare for its citizens and alleviate large burdens on Africa's healthcare budget and in preparedness for combating new health emergencies or even pandemics. The AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative aims to provide a blueprint for the local production of medicines and medical equipment across the continent by mobilizing investment and capital to develop domestic production of essential.
Yeah, we should start. We shouldn't waste time.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I beg your indulgence and ask you to please take your seats so that we can continue with the program. You're aware that we are running quite late and we need to recover time. So please may I ask of you to humbly take your seats, or may I humbly ask that you take your seats so that we can resume our program for the afternoon. So they always say you should do things in threes. So for the second time, I'm going to request that you humbly take your seats. It's a humble request from me that you take your seats. I recognize that many of you honorable ministers are still coming back from lunch and meetings that would have been convened during lunch. We understand. But for everybody who's in the room, delegates, heads of mission, ambassadors, observers, and the honorable ministers who've made your way back, please may I request that you take your seats. You go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my final request that you take your seats so that we continue with the program for this afternoon. As we said, we have 3 round tables and an important lecture on governance. And we will be affording you an opportunity to engage with our esteemed speakers during each roundtable session, where you can present your comments, questions, and observations. If you would like to make a statement, again, I'm requesting that you just approach members of the Secretariat if you have a prepared text, so that we're aware of it. But for our member states, you're most welcome to engage the issues as they pertain to you, and to also share with us your insights from your own national context and remind us of international best practice. And so with those words, and with a few of our honorable ministers and delegates making their way back from lunch, let me thank you all for being here and allowing us to resume with the agenda for the afternoon. I want to quote from a great Chinese philosopher, strategist, and leader known as Lao Tzu. And Lao Tzu once said that a leader is best when people barely know he exists, when his work is done and his aims are fulfilled, and the people that the leader has served and helped to develop, they turn around and say, "We did it ourselves." I will quote this again. Lao Tzu once said, "A leader is best when people barely know he exists, when his work is done, his aim is fulfilled, and the people say, 'We did it ourselves.'" And for ordinary citizens, we might not have an appreciation of what it takes to get the numbers right in Treasury, what it takes to make decisions about budget allocations, what it takes to account for revenues or source new avenues for revenues. But when that capital is deployed and it builds social housing and it builds clinics and schools, and it supports entrepreneurs, and it addresses multiple crises from energy to COVID to debt, we might not see you as citizens. We might not appreciate that you exist. But when we see our economies transform, we are aware that it was done. And we claim the credit as citizens, saying we did it ourselves. But we thank you for laying the foundations and for being the bedrock of an Africa on the precipice of its greatness. So the AU Commissioner, when he spoke to us this morning, he also referred to a series of metrics that enhance development. He gave us a list of the technical information, and he also spoke to values such as integrity, self-respect, and discipline, saying these also matter in the art of governance. It cannot just be the technical, there has to be the moral imperative as well. And in a world of polycrises, as the World Economic Forum has coined it, where we are managing COVID, debt, inflation, crisis, conflict, competition, it's also very important for African nations to handle ourselves with integrity, self-respect, and discipline, whilst also getting the fundamentals right. And I'm saying this by way of introducing to you a topic on governance, the Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture, titled Governance, the Social Contract and Economic Development in Africa, Looking Back and Projecting into the Future. So as we take this retrospective look at where Africa comes from and where Africa is going. We are focusing on governance. And may we be reminded of the fact that when the aim is fulfilled, may our nation say, we did it ourselves, because you did it well and you handled yourselves with integrity, dignity, and self-discipline. Moderating this session is Saeed Adejamobi, who's the Director for Strategic Planning, Oversight, and Results at the UNECA. So basically the man who makes sure that the data is accurate and it makes sense to all of you as you pursue your obligations and development agenda. And he's in conversation with the former Special Representative for the Secretary General for West Africa and the head of the United Nations Office for West Africa, Mohammed Ibn Jambas. So please, can you lend them an ear? Saeed, over to you.
Thank you very much, Larato. Your Excellencies, dear delegates, all protocols observed. I would like to welcome you to the 2023 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture. And in doing so, I will invite you to watch a very brief video on this.
The mistake was on our part that at independence, we did not cut that umbilical cord between us and the former colonial past.
The Adebayo Adedeji Lecture was instituted by the ECA in recognition of the contributions and legacy of Professor Adebayo Adedeji to the socio-economic development of the African continent.
He truly represented one of the best in the class of great economists across the globe.
Men who are thinking ahead of all of us. It's just to go and look at Lagos Plan of Action, it's Adedeji.
The intellectual with clear analytic capacity.
Professor Adedeji served as the Executive Secretary of ECA from 1975 to 1991. He remains the longest serving Executive Secretary of ECA. Professor Adebayo Adedeji made tremendous contributions to the socio-economic development of the African continent. Most of the development blueprints that the African continent had Adebayo Adedeji's footprints. For example, the Lagos Plan of Action and the Final Act of Lagos of 1980 and 1981, which remains a very remarkable blueprint for the continent. The Abuja Treaty of 1991, establishing the African Economic Community, in developing also alternative development paradigms for the continent, especially in period of economic crisis. You will recall that in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Africa was confronted with deep economic crisis. The path to recovery and development for the continent was a very contested issue. And Adebayo Adedeji, on the platform of the ECA, provided alternative paradigm to the development of the African continent in the African alternative to the Structural Adjustment Program. Professor Adebayo Adedeji also contributed to the revival of democracy on the African continent. The Arusha Declaration of 1990 of popular participation in development was to advocate for the return of democracy and governance building on the African continent. Professor Adedeji played a major role in that process. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which we're celebrating today, had its pedigree in the efforts made by people like Professor Adedeji in laying the foundation for regional economic integration on the African continent. Professor Adedeji also had its footprints in the establishment of regional economic communities on the African continent. Quite a number of the regional economic communities had their background work done at ECA under the leadership of Professor Adebayo Adedeji. In recognition of his contributions to the development of the continent, the lecture was instituted by ECA. Distinguished personalities are invited to deliver the lecture who have also made significant contributions to the socio-economic development of the continent. Last year, the guest lecturer was Professor Paul Tiyambe Zaleza, who delivered a lecture on the theme of the role of higher education and human capital development in Africa's transformation. This year, the guest lecturer is a distinguished African personality and a Pan-Africanist by excellence, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. Like Adebayo Adedeji, Dr. Ibn Chambers has made tremendous contributions to the socio-economic development of the continent. He has served in different capacities from the national, sub-regional, regional, continental, and the global levels. He served as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and also Deputy Minister of Tertiary Education in Ghana. He also served as Executive Secretary and President of the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, Nigeria. He served as the Special Representative of the Secretary General and also head of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. Furthermore, he served as the Secretary General of the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of countries. Is currently serving as the High Representative of the African Union on silencing the guns. He's a very distinguished personality who has been involved in the project of democracy building, ensuring the promotion of good governance on the African continent, promotion of peace, security, and development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to join me in welcoming our guest speaker for the 2023 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture, Dr. Muhammad Ibn Chambers. My name is Said Adejimobi. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight, and Results at ECA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Said, for those warm words of welcome. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be with you today to deliver a lecture in honor of the late Professor Adebayo Adedeji, one of the founding executive secretaries of the UNECA. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and commitment from various stakeholders involved in putting this session together, which aims at preserving the legacies of Professor Adedeji. I hope that through these memorial lectures, we'll be able to animate his deeply pro-humanity and Pan-African ideas and provide a foundation for us to continue to interrogate the African story. Permit me to also acknowledge all the past speakers who have graced this pulpit. And it's indeed an honor to join this list. As you all know, we're here because of a man who gave his all in service to our beloved continent. Let me thank Acting Executive Secretary Antonio Pedro and all staff of the ECA who have worked tirelessly in putting this lecture series together and sustaining it since 2014. Professor Adedeji's legacy as a consummate public intellectual and developmental activist is one that should be preserved in creating role models for younger and future generations of Africans. Even though I myself was not a direct student of Professor Adedeji, nor did I particularly work with him, as many of my contemporaries, certainly from West Africa and indeed across the continent. He was always available to support me, especially while I was at ECOWAS on economic, social, political, and cultural issues. He was, without doubt, the intellectual force behind the establishment of the ECOWAS, being the one who authored the concept note for the organization. For those of you who may not be familiar with this, he was at the time Finance Minister of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Finance Minister to then Head of State General Gowon, and it was he who brought this concept of the ECOWAS to the General, and the General took it on, and the first person he approached was then Head of State of Togo, General Eyadema, and as the history of ECOWAS goes, it is the two who then mobilized their colleagues. And I must say that as General Gowon had Professor Adedeji on his side, General Eyadema also had Dr. Edem Kojo, who later became even OAU at that time, Secretary General. So these two intellectuals were the brains behind their heads of state who mobilized the rest of the region to establish the ECOWAS in 1975. You can therefore imagine my elation when, as the president of the ECOWAS Commission, I received him as the special guest of honor on the occasion of the 30th anniversary celebrations of the organization he had conceived, and this was in 2005. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this lecture is an attempt to look back on what our collective experience has been as Africans in governance and economic development, as well as how we have managed the social contract between the various governments in Africa and the people of our continent. I do not intend to spend a lot of time on definitions and conceptual issues. Suffice it to suggest that governance is about the management of the state towards the optimal good of citizens, achieving the greatest good for the greatest number of people in society. Whereas whenever we talk about governance, we mean that governance is desirable. Good governance is a desirable public good, while bad governance is undesirable. Governance is a form of social pact between the state and citizens, between leaders and the led. When that dynamic interaction is fractured, weakens, or breaks down, governance moves onto the lower scale, and that is what we refer to as poor or bad governance. Governance is central to the development and transformation of our continent. To fix the continent, we must first and foremost fix the governance challenge. It is at the foundation of promoting rapid economic growth, reducing poverty and inequality, achieving social cohesion, and promoting political and economic stability. No country can develop in the context of instability and bad governance. Governance is at the heart of the linkages of peace, security, development, humanitarianism, and human rights. The emphasis on governance in this instance requires that we build visionary leadership that eschews corruption, nepotism, sectarianism, and other forms of discriminatory practices, and also to have strong and capable state institutions that serve the people and protect society. The African Union, through the Constitutive Act, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the African Governance Architecture, as well as the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, has emphasized the importance of governance. Different indices and reports have been developed to measure governance performance, which includes the Africa Governance Report, the AGR, that ECA was producing before, but is now being produced by the APRM. Our experience in Africa has been mixed and often sloppy in the governance landscape. With your indulgence, I take the liberty to undertake a little historical tour to refresh our minds on our journey so far. I take my departure point from the colonial encounter. It was an alien rule which perpetuated oppression, inequality, social division, and tension, and the governance of our people for benefit of others outside our continent. The anti-colonial struggles were therefore to regain the dignity of the African people and their right to self-determination and self-rule. The independence period in the 1960s was a beacon of hope for improved and inclusive governance in Africa. The immediate post-colonial leaders were mostly committed to the transformation of the continent. Indeed, the urgency of rapid economic growth and transformation took precedence over anything else, over self-aggrandizement and accumulation of wealth for person and self-wealth. Development assumed an overarching mantra. Regrettably, political inclusion, voice and participation, human rights, and pluralism were gradually eroded and compromised. In the process, multi-party democracy began to be seen as a distraction, and opposition parties seen as obstructing or standing in the way of the new nation states, the reconstruction of the new nation states. To be sure, Africa recorded modest economic growth in the period between 1960 and 1970 and was one of the fastest growing regions in the world. However, the contracting political space and deteriorating governance, coupled with the emergent economic challenges and external influences from foreign powers who were not happy with certain developments, laid the basis for the next phase of governance development in the African continent, the era of the soldiers. Perhaps the most dramatic manifestation of the decline of governance in Africa was the advent of the soldiers, who initiated a wave of successive coups d'etat against the independence era political leaders. There were 25 coups from 1960 to 1969 in just one decade. This continued throughout the next few decades as the rule of the military spread across the continent. Unfortunately, the governance defects that characterized the previous regimes also bedeviled the military regimes that succeeded them. In some cases, they indeed were worse, with corruption, state capture, and patronage becoming the order of the day, while the people had little or no say, as freedom of speech was one of the main casualties. While worsening governance, with worsening governance came deteriorating economic conditions and more coups and counter coups. This period has often been referred to as the lost decades of Africa. Against this background, we went on to the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, for assistance. Sooner, Africa was to enter the throes of economic crisis following this. The path to take in Africa's economic recovery in the 1980s and early 1990s was a highly contested one. The Washington Consensus, with a neoliberal approach, advocated for a market-oriented reform process. An unnecessary dichotomy was created between the state and the market, which gave primacy to the latter. Liberalization, commercialization, privatization, and subsidy removal on food and agricultural products and public services assumed the new lexicon of economic reforms. Indeed, lending from multilateral institutions was tied to market reforms. In many cases, state assets were sold with low net worth. Public and social services were increasingly privatized, and consequential increase in poverty and inequality in Africa became the order of the day. Indeed, in those decades, Africa was pejoratively described as the hopeless continent. Adebayo Adedeji, through ECA, became an alternative voice to this neoliberal thinking. The ECA authored and produced the African Alternative Framework to Structural Adjustment Programs for Socio-Economic Recovery and Transformation, AAF-SAP. ECA and other Pan-African institutions like the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, CODISERIA, were at the fore in the intellectual battle against the SAP, the wholesale policy package of one-size-fits-all imposed on African countries based on the Washington Consensus. I'm pleased to know that the ECA has continued in the path of Adedeji in advocating for a balance between the state and the market. Without a functional state and effective governance, development is dead on arrival. With a relatively weak and undeveloped private sector, the state must be strong, capable, supportive, and stimulate the private sector to grow and develop in order to play its role in the developmental process in Africa. During the 1990s, we began a new trajectory that saw a slow adoption of reform in our governance architecture. A lot of initiatives were started to rekindle good governance in the African state, with emphasis on a return to multi-party elections, constitutional guarantees of human rights, term limits, and freedom of the press. The momentum continued into the 2000s when we came up with NEPAD and the Africa Peer Review Mechanism that I've already referred to, as well as numerous civil society initiatives to promote good governance and economic development. There was talk of an African Renaissance. Data shows that these yielded some positive results as progress was recorded on many governance indicators measured by many governance assessment agencies, including the Mo Ibrahim Index of African Governance, published by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. Opening up of civic spaces, commitment to rule of law, and constitutionalism improved remarkably on the continent. That decade also saw the global campaign for debt forgiveness, through which the debt of many third world countries, including African countries, were forgiven. We all remember the advent of the HIPIC, the Highly Indebted Poor Countries Initiative. Sadly, 2 decades later, we seem to have gone full cycle and are back to the same situation, if not worse. The total African debt that was forgiven and the multilateral debt relief initiative was in the region of $300 billion. In 2023, as we speak, we are once again in debt to the tune of more than $600 billion. And once again, we're asking for debt relief. Additionally, millions of our people face food insecurity and poverty, while our burgeoning youth population is unable to find decent livelihoods due to unemployment. It is estimated that 10 to 12 million young people enter the workforce every year, but only 3 million formal jobs are created. We have become too familiar with the bodies of our youngsters being washed up on the shores and oceans in far-flung areas, trying to flee, or perhaps more appropriately, escape the continent. I was sad to find out in the wake of the Russian-Ukraine war that we were so dependent on food imports from Russia and Ukraine that the conflict threatened the food security of the whole continent. At the same time, And I think this morning we're reminded about this particular statistic. Africa is home to 65% of the world's remaining arable land. When it comes to other resources, it is open knowledge that we are similarly well endowed. There are many questions that need answers, but one key point is that in the intervening 20 years, we have failed to put in place the necessary reforms of the systems and structures and to correct the behavior patterns that got us to HIPC status in the first place. All indications show that the progress that was made over the last 2 decades is now under threat. In just 3 years between 2019 and 2022, we have seen 8 successful unconstitutional changes in government. According to the 2022 Ibrahim Index of African Governance, key aspects of good governance have either stalled or declined over the period. For example, the report notes that security and rule of law has declined significantly over the last decade, with almost 70% of the African population living in a country where security and rule of law were worse in 2021 than they were in 2012. The judiciary is instrumentalized against opponents, and constitutions are manipulated to prolong the tenure of governments. Additionally, I'm sure we all know the challenges of violent conflicts in different parts of the continent. We have not been able to silence the guns as planned, and crises remain in many regions across the continent. In the Sahel, for example, and as we were very eloquently reminded today, I believe, by the delegations of Burkina Faso, and I think Mali and Guinea, thousands have lost their lives. At least 2.7 million are displaced, and more than 13 million are facing humanitarian crisis, according to UNHCR. At the same time, we must keep an eye on what is happening in Lake Chad Basin, in the Great Lakes region, and the Horn of Africa. In addition to the above, we have different contemporary issues to deal with. The climate change crisis is devastating communities in many parts of the continent. It is true that Africa is responsible for the least carbon emissions, but we are the hardest hit by the effects of climate change. We are seeing increased adverse weather events, droughts, flooding, which are exacerbating vulnerabilities of communities around the continent. This morning, before starting, our chairman asked us to observe a minute of silence in memory of those who have just lost their lives in a number of weather conditions in the southern part of our continent. I cannot recount the drawbacks in the economy of African countries without briefly highlighting the negative or regressive impact of the 2020 global COVID-19 pandemic. The retrogression brought by COVID-19 pandemic is enormous, from drawbacks in demographic gain to increasing levels of poverty and economic crisis. According to ECA Daily Bulletin 2022, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed 2 decades of development in Africa. In the same manner, the ECA Economic Report for Africa 2021 observed that the COVID-19 pandemic pushed 55 million Africans into poverty in 2020 and reversed more than 2 decades of progress in poverty reduction on the continent. It is reported that 15 African countries were at the risk of death distress, while government policies in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic were accentuating gender inequalities while pushing more women into poverty. Given all the multiple issues outlined, I would now like to ask, how would Professor Adedeji have responded to these challenges? I ask this question knowing full well that the Adedeji I knew would certainly have had a response to this combination of historical and contemporary challenges. He was not one to take things lying down when it came to the development and future of Africa. And he would have led the search for a uniquely African response to the needs of the vulnerable African populations. The political and philosophical concept of social contract resonates with the principles of governance and transparency and accountability to the people. This was something that Professor Adedeji stood very strongly for. Thus, the absence of the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability erodes the social contract and potentially inhibits the government's ability to embark on sustained economic development. Recent events in West and Central Africa, just to mention a few, clearly indicate the ramifications and consequences of an eroded social contract. In recent times, there have been a plethora of exogenous pressures, such as the attack on Libya, COVID-19 that I just talked about, climate change, the war in Ukraine, the security situation posed by international terrorism and extremist groups that have further eroded our vulnerabilities and demonstrated really our exposures to external shocks. The need to curb illicit financial flows is quite pertinent in contemporary African development. Addressing this, together with corruption, at least to my mind, is an international issue, given the transboundary nature of illicit capital flows, transcending boundaries and jurisdictions. From the African context, recognizing the need for strong transboundary institutions within the continent and a collective framework for redressing these should be taken up very seriously. Because sometimes, as separate states, we feel weak to take on the big companies that are guilty of these illicit financial flows. But if we can work together and stand together, I think we may be able to make some headways there. Recent events point to the need for Africa's leadership in developing its own institutions that resonate with African concepts and matrices. The recent downgrade of most African countries by Moody's and a number of rating agencies based in Europe and North Africa severely impacts Africa's quest to engage in global institutions and has serious consequences for economic growth and development. This is a clarion call on Africa, following the legacy of Adedeji and ECA, to establish its own institutional frameworks, potent enough to draw the line on engagements, to advance reforms for a more just and inclusive global financial architecture, outlined this morning by Dr. Morsi, Chief Economist of ECA. And when you see that on our continent, countries with a certain level of debt to GDP ratios, not even close to what other countries have, having their ratings reduced arbitrarily by outsiders, they begin to ask, where is the justice and where is the transparency in this process? As I conclude, I will leave you with a number of issues that I believe need consideration if we are to successfully deal with the complexities of the 21st century governance, social contract, and economic development. 1, mass participation in governance and promoting accountability. New systems must be developed, leveraging technology and other means to allow broad participation of the people in governance at all levels. In addition to national level governance, regional and continental bodies must encourage participation by the peoples, including in processes of policy formulation and accountability. Our governance system must be inclusive, participatory, and empowering. Elections must be transparent, credible, and generally acceptable to the citizens as a mechanism for political succession and leadership change. Elections must reflect the wishes of the people, and term limits must be taken seriously and discussed at the national, sub-regional, and continental level. They have become a source of political instability on our continent, and we can no longer wish them away. We have a very youthful and vibrant population who want to see change. We have multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural countries which want to see inclusiveness in governments. And so this issue is not a phantom, it's a reality and needs to be addressed seriously. We need to empower youth and women and give them space to express themselves. Africa's population is predominantly youth and women. Many studies have shown how this could be a boon or a bane. Significant investments must be made to empower the youth and women and give them space in the development process. This way, we can harness their tremendous energies, skills, and capacities for the rapid transformation of Africa. Unfortunately, there's a greater disaster that may yet hit Africa in the future if the current specter of migration of some of its best hands and brains is allowed to continue. The brain drain should not be allowed to continue. African youth must be given a rightful place in the leadership of our respective countries. They reflect a large chunk of our demography. They must therefore be allowed to lead as well. We must do everything to retain them at home. They are truly the future of our continent. We must promote Pan-Africanism and create a positive mindset and attitude. There is an African saying that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. In this case, going alone does not even help us go that far. We have seen it over the last decades, over the past decades. We must accelerate the ideals of Pan-Africanism and break the barriers that separate us and make us weak individually and collectively. A united Africa is our best chance to weather the storms and create a prosperous Africa for the future. This requires that free movement of persons, goods, and services must accompany our Pan-African initiatives of integration, and we should strengthen our regional economic communities and make them functional, not just meetings of high-level functionaries, ministers, or heads of state. As we say in West Africa, we want an ECOWAS of peoples, not an ECOWAS of the states. And that should be the mantra in all the other regions, that we should create an open space for our people to harness the tremendous resources of our respective regions, and then collectively, as Africa, we can begin to make headways. We should make friends, keep allies that pursue Africa's interests always. While acting together, we should not shy away from making new friends or allies outside the continent, but we should always act in our own interest as Africans first and foremost. This is our social contract to our people. While external dynamics theoretically need not be totally negative, there's hardly any example in Africa in which external efforts have successfully aided or nurtured any of our African Union member states into shared prosperity. So yes, external support is required, and I think Commissioner Muchanda said it best, that we must understand that we have to do it ourselves. External support, indeed, yes, but it can only support our own efforts. The world is evolving and is becoming a multipolar world with emergent economic powers, and we cannot ignore that. But in this emerging world, we must always keep the interests of Africa over and above any other interest. At all times, Africa must be pro-Africa. We must also leverage the energy transition. Experts continue to warn of the dangerous trajectory in which the world is going. We seem to be at the brink of a climate catastrophe. This has necessitated a new transition to renewable energy. And here we are very well endowed. We can leverage this to produce clean energy for millions of our people across the continent and beyond. And this can leapfrog us to adopt new technology and create or make much needed jobs. And I think it was a Somali minister or representative this morning who added a caveat and said, but please, can somebody just tell us how to get involved in this carbon trading business? And I say that seriously because this has been on the tables for a long time. And I recall going back to my days as ECOWAS. So there's a lot of carbon credit and Africa can use that. And I always used to engage partners and say, but look, what is this all about? Can we build some capacities to really harness this? So I think that the moment is now for us to really see if this is another pipe dream or some reality. We need nationally, within our sub-regions and continentally, to engage and see how concretely we can begin to harness these billions of resources that are supposed to be there, carbon credits to use for the renewable energy projects that other projects to mitigate and to adapt that we are committed to. Lastly, one of the pieces of work towards achieving Agenda 2063 is the African Continental Free Trade Area. And Rob Davis, in his 2021 Professor Adedeji lecture, reminds us of the expected benefits of AFTA, which is best appreciated by comparing volumes of trade within Africa with that in the European Union and the ASEAN region. AFTA is expected to cause an increase in intra-regional trade from the mere 17% of total trade it is now to a level approaching that of other successful regions. 31% in North America with NAFTA, 59% in Asia with ASEAN, and 59% in Asia with ASEAN, and 69% in Europe with the EU. However, it is important to state unequivocally that our goals on trading among ourselves will not be realized if we do not build our productive capacities for goods and services that are necessary for the desired exchanges. To scale up trade among ourselves, we must equally step up the production of goods and services. And here, I'm reminded of what our sister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said when she took her oath as DG of WTO. When she said, okay, I see a lot of celebration there in Africa, that finally an African has ascended to this post. He said, that is well and good, but please, 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 let us go home and produce. Right now, the volume of global trade for Africa is hovering around 3%. So he says, my sitting here will mean nothing if we do not scale up on our production to take advantage of global trade. That's when an African being a DG will have meaning. And that is true also of our current effort to build on the AFTA. In fact, I was interacting with a group of young people who have come together to form what they call Africans Rising. Young people through social media and other modern technologies have dedicated themselves to improve on the ratification of the AU Protocol on Free Movement. And guess how many countries have ratified this essential protocol to AFTA? 4. 4 member states of the AU. So, Honorable Excellencies, Ministers of Trade, this is right in your alley. If we mean to make AFTA a reality, we cannot have a continent where our people cannot move around and do business with each other. So it's important that we put our money where our mouths are. I have recently accepted the responsibility of the African Union to be the High Representative on silencing the guns. I hope to strategically build partnerships with member states, with regional economic communities, with African civil society to see what we can do to ensure that indeed we address the deficits of insecurity, of governance, of peace, because I firmly believe that if we were truly to silence the guns, we will make your work as African ministers of finance and of planning easier, and we'll begin to see the dividends of development on our continent. Our people really just want water, food, shelter, education, healthcare, and jobs. You have a binding contract to provide these. You must keep your side of the bargain. In leading the fight to attain the SDGs, but also Agenda 2063, that is to build an Africa, a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous Africa, the Africa we want. And I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellencies, dear delegates, we've listened to the lecture by Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. I'm sure he's raised quite a number of issues which we may want to
react to. I would also like to inform that we have the family members of Professor Adebayo Adedeji online. The eldest son of Professor Adedeji, Adoyin Adedeji, is online, and he will be giving the vote of thanks. We'll open the floor for questions and comments only for 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So if there are pressing questions or comments or clarification that you would like to seek, please can you let's see your name tag up for us to take a few questions. Questions, comments, observations that we may have on the lecture. I guess we are probably still digesting the content of the lecture. Okay. USD Parfait, you have the floor, please.
I said, what a treat to listen to my dear brother and high representative of the AU chairperson on silencing the guns, and a former dearest colleague. Thank you so much, Mohamed, for your service, for your passion for our beloved continent, and for being so generous in giving us such an outstanding lecture, filled with hope and indeed a very clear vision on the way forward. So time is short. I will not elaborate much, but you ended your presentation with mentioning partnerships, understanding that we have to do it first and foremost, stand on our own feet, and indeed a rousing call for integration, Pan-Africanism, if you want to call it like that. But you ended with partnerships. And here I want to ponder a little bit to indeed appreciate that under the current circumstances, it might not be easy to work alone. And you still remember the SG's Antonio Guterres' strong message during the 36th Assembly of Member States here in February, when he said, we cannot ask Africa to climb a mountain with one hand tied in his back. And that's extremely powerful. And it tells the story of indeed what we need to do on our own. And there is no excuse whatsoever. Mohamed, I meet you, I'm with you on making sure that governance is indeed at the core of our efforts to transform this continent. And as you know, the SG is now engaging in indeed asking really daring questions about a future that will look into a post-Washington consensus, as you have so well articulated it. So, Mohamed, I would stop here just to ask if you have a message to trying to unlock one of these, Africa's quadruple burdens. We still have the burden of slavery, the burden of colonization, and the burden that on which we sit ourselves, indeed, the deficit of governance. This is us doing it. But the burden of an international financial economic system that is still mirrored against the 16th century triangular trade. So, Mohamed, again, thank you so much, and for your generous, really, lecture this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parfait. Okay. I can't really see the country, but at the back, please, you have the floor. Go ahead. You have the mic.
Thank you for allowing me the second time to make my statement be known. Ada Daji was my favorite individual for many, many years, including when I was a student and a professor of economics, particularly development and international economics. Unfortunately, we have limited time on earth. We lost him. But as the speaker underscored in many areas of Africa's dilemmas, now we have a third pressure coming from China. How many of us are really believing that Europe has been with us for over a century? Americans came in, and now China. Is it possible that we will have our own resources for our own growth and development? We have to grow before we start investing in developmental projects. Hopefully, we can do both at the same time. Is there any way we can retain much of our resources, control those trading activities, the most powerful? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed. I join my colleagues to actually admit the content of the lecture and the presentation was quite massive. It has demonstrated the broader issues that Africa is generally facing, and more importantly, the interlinkage between these issues or among those prospects. Mine is just a very brief question. You have highlighted briefly about the role of the elections, stability, and the linkage between the peace, stability, elections, democracy, and the economic development, which is, I very much agree. We have seen and we have been experiencing in different countries in Africa, in the African continent, a lot of instability that has been caused by the elections or political leaders who want to overstay power, who want to corrupt the election outcomes and the negative consequence as a result. And that has been, for now, it has been common for the last few decades since the independence, I would say for the last 60 years. So what is it? I mean, what can we do, and what will be your opinion? Is it related to educating the entire societies? Is it because political leaders are not respecting the written constitutions of the government? Is it because the African societies don't understand their rights, their basic rights to defend and respect the constitutions and the policies and the laws that they have set out to govern their countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Badia. Please be brief. Your intervention, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to have a take on this lecture on governance, essentially. My question is more about illicit financial flows out of Africa. I want to have your take of the secret of the banking regulation in some countries, when at some point we realized that with terrorism, that secrecy regulation were blown out. And when it comes to illicit financial flows from Africa, we've been convinced that those flows can be kept silent under the secrecy of banking. I want to have your take on that.
Thank you very much, Badia. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm grateful for the lecture and the many issues that have been raised about how these interlinked issues affect Africa. I'm wondering, though, that if we are on a development curve and we continue to follow the curve, how do we ever hope to get ahead of the curve? I say this because of several issues that have been raised in connection with the meetings here, including the issue of payment systems and the like. I would like us to try and focus on issues to do with how we can leapfrog the development divide. Because if we don't do that, we are always going to be playing catch up. There are ways in which we can do this, and these ways require us, as we've been aptly outlining in this meeting, that we work together. But in addition to doing that, we need to think of strategies and approaches of accelerating development in order for us not to continue to follow the curve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, I'll give the floor to the youth. Would they like to speak? The youth, will you like to say something? Okay. So you can take the floor, then we'll call the youth here. I can't see the tag, but take the floor, then South Africa, then finally the youth, and we'll close it. South Africa, please go ahead.
No, Chair, this is the old youth. Prof, you made a point about, or maybe put differently, why was it possible for the continent to embrace the Berg report as opposed to the Lagos Plan of Action? I think this is an important question, because I'm interested in your assessment of the current political conditions on the continent, whether the political conditions as they are today on the continent are conducive for a different developmental path, which is anchored on industrialization, anchored on the low carbon transition, because as you'll agree that development is not just a technical exercise, it's also a function of the shift in the balance of power, and therefore politics matter. So the first one is your assessment of that experience, which you are critical of, in which the continent, instead of implementing the Lagos Plan of Action, opted for the Berg report And why was it so easy for the continent to jettison the Lagos Plan of Action and embrace the Berg Report, and whether the political conditions as you see them today on the continent, are they conducive for a different developmental path, which many of us here seem to be supporting? Thank you.
Thank you. And at the back, we need to close this. There are other two panels after this. I can now see Ghana, and I can also see at the back. Yes, I think that's Ethiopia, Namibia. So Ghana, then we'll come to the back, and then we'll close it. Oh, the youth, they're waking up now. They would like to speak. Okay. I think they were sleeping before. Ghana.
It's too early to sleep at this age. Thank you very much, and I really would like to thank Dr. Chambers for this. You truly make us proud. But it's really a follow-up to the South African question, and to ask the period of political independence, where therefore the Kenyatas and Nkrumahs, etc. Is that what gave us that critical mass and the moral courage to therefore fight for this political emancipation? And now that we are here, which is really economic emancipation, given all of this poly-crisis and also the challenge of the West and China and Russia, where is that moral force or togetherness as a union to be able to leverage on the AFCFTA so that that economic emancipation will now become a reality? Where should that force come from? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Where should that force come from to galvanize economic emancipation? At the back, then we'll give the floor to the youth, and then we'll close it. Please be quick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Alazar Solomon, and I have the honor to represent the Pan-African Youth Union. We are a continental body coordinating youth and federating national youth councils, and act as a focal agency on youth matters to the African Union. I'd first like to commend the presenter on the very detailed and insightful lecture. Our comment is related to the free movement of young people within the African continent. The AFCFTA has been regarded as the new horizon, which will open new doors to the economic transformation of Africa by ensuring the free movement of goods and services across the continent. As representatives of the youth, it is our firm belief that in all accounts, the free movement of people must precede the free movement of goods and services. When a young person in one African nation cannot move to another neighboring African nation using a universal African passport, then it would be impossible to create integrated and united economies. We reiterate once again that there cannot be the free movement of goods and services without the free movement of people within the continent. So we urge the member states and the ECA to consider this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chambers will return back to you to respond. I guess it will be an ongoing conversation. We can finish the debate here, but you may want to respond to some of the questions.
Yes, there have been very pertinent and relevant issues raised. But as you said, time is not exactly on our side to respond to each and every one of them. I think at the core, though, is the issue around, given our current context, where does one see the driving forces coming from to enable us to attempt some alternative paths which can produce better results than we have seen so far. And it's related to the general topic out there about leadership, and I think my minister from Ghana has alluded to the initial period. You had a certain crop of leaders who were bold enough to take on even the colonial empire. Subsequently, with the democratization wave that we saw later, there was a certain critical mass of leaders. People will openly talk about the Mbekis and the Meleses and Bouteflikas, Obasanjo, Wad, and others who came up with NEPA. And of course, we still had Adelejis around then also to provide intellectual guidance. But so now there's a tendency to say, but we don't see that leadership on the continent. But in my view, I think we should be also looking at a very dynamic African civil society, which is there, but which probably has not been fully unleashed. And sometimes the hesitancy of governments, of establishment of authorities to fully harness this civil society. I'm not unaware of the fact that there's a good number of them also who are accused of external dependence, and that they get most of their funding from outside, but that's probably because the African sources are not there. But I see in a very dynamic, active in technology, alternative technology, a whole base to mobilize there for these alternative perspectives that are advanced. And it also requires, in my view, just going back to basics. And it has been mentioned in previous presentations this morning. So to respond directly to the issue of climbing the mountain with a hand tied behind, or some would say being asked to do it by our own bootstraps, or we don't even have boots. It requires going back to basics. African agriculture. We have the arable land, we have the rivers and waters. If our governments would invest truly in African agriculture and just concentrate, and I mean, we've had so many specialized meetings at AU level and pledges of what percentage of the budget should be put in. I know some countries have exceeded that, but if we were just to do that and scale up production significantly, not for export this time, but also to process it, you can just imagine the chain effect that would trigger, and the linkages that would generate. And I say this remembering, as a young minister, accompanying my president to Malaysia, and this is in the late 80s, and sitting down with President Mahathir and trying to understand what the Malaysian miracle was. And he is saying, look, it's simple. You come from an agricultural country, go back and scale up agriculture. And when you do, there will be so many industries that will spring out of the various crops, both perennial and annual trees that you will be cultivating, that will generate jobs from the processing. And he said, it's as simple as that. That's what we did. Of course, he also added that at that time, that in Africa, we seem to have abandoned planning. And he says, but who doesn't plan? He says, everybody plans, but you seem to have jettisoned planning as a concept because you were told that market will do everything. He says, no, we have our 20-year plans, 5 years, and we do serious monitoring, evaluation of it. And that's how we make sure we achieve our targets. And if we don't, we interrogate what did we do wrong, and we address it. These are some of the things that we need to do. build the value chains, including the regional value chains that are there, can be harnessed. I mean, Ghana has had an aluminum smelter, and finally we had to even shut it down. When next door in Guinea, we like to talk of Ghana, Guinea, but we couldn't just get bauxite from Guinea to come and smelter in Ghana and create some regional industry there. There's talk of Ajaokuta steel in Nigeria. Liberia is exporting iron ore across the world. So what stops Liberian iron ore from going to Nigeria to get the Ajaokuta steel working? These are just little examples. I read recently that Zimbabwe has decided that it will not export raw lithium. Good. If you need the lithium, which is for making batteries, please come and produce it in Zimbabwe. And I think that is what we have to start doing to leverage our power, which is not so weak because we have so much of the raw materials that are available. On the issue about elections and the problems associated with elections, Honorable Minister, I think you had elements of the answer in there. We must work to have credible elections. And we must work to ensure that protocols that we sign, regional protocols, continental protocols, that we respect them. That simply also means respecting our own constitutions. I'm from West Africa, and I had a very difficult and almost embarrassing situation of being asked to go to Guinea to discuss with the new authorities why they staged the coup. But any blind person in West Africa knew that it was not a coup that fell from the sky. When you have a government that was going to do everything to jettison the constitution of the country, to engage in elections that from every aspect of it were not credible, I mean, including the harassment of the Constitutional Court, to the manipulation of the Electoral Commission, which we were observing, of course, at the time. Parfait knows that we were not unconcerned, but despite several missions to say no, this path is a path towards disaster, we were not listened to, not ECOWAS, not the AU, not the UN, and the result is what we have today. So these are some of the realities. And I think going forward, we draw good lessons from these bad experiences. And we realize that it is important to respect the wishes of the people. Afrobarometer surveys show that more than, I believe the number is almost 80% of African people, certainly in West Africa, I can speak for West African people, want term limits and want democratic elections to choose their leaders. So leaders who listen can help us to build that peaceful, democratic Africa that we want. Those who don't only prolong the crisis and the instability, which impede us from addressing the real needs of our people for development and really for catching up with the rest of the world. Where we are today cannot be satisfactory to us. The issue of IFFs and the banking systems, the truth is that most of this don't even go through our banking systems. They find ways of, I mean, I know, for instance, in the mineral producing countries, they find ways to corrupt certain officials and smuggle huge amounts of the minerals they are producing out. And then all the figures that they leave behind are falsified. And so we have to get vigilant. And where we detect those kinds of cases, we pursue them to collect money that is due to our national coffers. But I think maybe in one of the side sessions where there's some more expertise on this issue, you can raise that question again. So, honorable ministers, there's a lot that you can do given the very strategic and critical ministries that you run in your respective countries. But let's start by just implementing some of the protocols that we have adopted, which will go a long way to harnessing this collective strength, which if we have that also, it's a buffer against the external forces that we have to deal with. But also, the African agency can come through knowing that in a multi-polar world, we have, different partners that we should deal with, as I said, but always being pro-Africa, put our interests first and foremost. So, yeah, Brazil is the one that we can deal with. If it's India, if it's China, it's our traditional partners have a role. There's no question about that, because of historical reasons, language reasons, etc. But they are diversifying. When I was in Brussels, often in my discussions with colleagues at the EU, they say, so ACP, what do you think about the rise of China? And I often will reply and say, well, we are going to China for the same reason that I read that there's China-EU meetings in Beijing. So China has become, say in French, incontournable. So we have to see what we can get from there. But this time, I think we need to keep our eyes wide open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chambers. Can we give him a round of applause, please? We'll be bringing the session to a close shortly, but let me share with you the key messages that I'm able to take away from this lecture. First is the fact that without good governance, development is dead on arrival. Dr. Chambers made that point. And I think the former Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, alluded to that as well, that without good governance, predictable administration, the rule of law, and legitimate power, no amount of funding, no amount of resources that will transform the African continent. I think that's exactly the point that Dr. Chambers has made to us today. Term limits. It's extremely important that there should be leadership succession and change, because that's a source of tension in many of our countries. And I think this is something we need to look at. Youth and women empowerment. It's extremely important for us to give the younger people a space in the governance of our countries. They're a demographic majority, and that must reflect in the structure of power in our respective countries. Finally, there can never be free trade without free people. It's extremely important for us to break down the borders and allow our citizens to move. It may be true that we may have security challenges, but those are things we must deal with on their own, rather than putting it at the doorstep of opening our borders for people to move around. We cannot have free trade without free people. They go hand in hand. On that note, I'll call on the eldest son of Professor Adebayo Adedeji, to give the closing remarks. Doyin, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Said. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Honorable Ministers of Finance, Economic Development and Planning, Excellencies, the guest lecturer, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. As said by Mr. Said Adejumobi, I am Doyin Adedeji, the eldest child of the late Professor Adebayo Adedeji, speaking for and on behalf of the Adebayo Adedeji family. We continue to appreciate that our father's memory and contributions to the development of Africa are honored and recognized by this annual Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture Series. Dear Dr. Ibn Chambers, thank you for accepting the invitation to be this year's guest lecturer and for the interesting and educative lecture on governance, the social contract, and economic development in Africa. I wish you the very best of luck in your new role and assignment for Africa. We look forward to receiving a transcript of your lecture. Last but not least, a profound thanks to all you who have participated physically or virtually in this year's memorial lecture, as well as to those within the Economic Commission of Africa who worked behind the scenes of making this morning's lecture happen. Once again, good afternoon. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doji. On that note, we bring this session to a close. Thank you very much.
May I request that we give them another round of applause? Truly engaging, truly compelling, and thank you for all your contributions from the floor. It added so much depth to the conversation here. Thank you, Dr. Chambers, and thank you, Said Adejamobi, for moderating this session. We now move on to the roundtables for the afternoon. And the first is titled Policies and Interventions to Foster Resilience and Reduce Poverty and Inequality and Global Shocks, really linked to the theme of this 55th session. Now, for your parts, we know that governments have tried to offer temporary relief, especially from COVID, to ordinary citizens, and it's meant more spending on your parts. And average countries have seen the doubling of your spending by 3.3% to GDP. And because of that, there's been a lot of borrowing and debts have risen. We are cognizant.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a very exciting panel this afternoon where we will actually be discussing country experiences in terms of interventions amid all the global shocks that the continent has faced and learn from each other the type of experiences that, measures and interventions that worked. And we'd like to also hear about ones that haven't worked so that everyone can learn from each other experience. I think the beauty of the panel that we have today is also the diversity of experience. We have a central bank governor from Mauritius. We have our Minister of Finance of Ethiopia, and we have also our Minister of Finance. Sorry, Niger is not here. Our Minister of Finance of the Central African Republic, and we have, of course, our acting Executive Secretary, Antonio Pedro, and we have online also our UNAIDS Winnie, the Under Secretary General and Executive Director of UNAIDS. So I think we will really be fortunate today to listen to a variety of insights and experiences from across the continent, different regions, different perspectives, whether central banking, health, or ministers of finance. And what we are discussing today is really very much at the heart of the theme. The continent has faced a tsunami of global shocks that really wiped out more than 2 decades of progress that we had made in terms of reducing poverty, reducing inequality, progressing on SDG. So we ended up almost, worse off than we were before the pandemic and the global shocks. And yet, at the same time, we are faced with fiscal and policy space that have almost completely eroded. And we need to find ways in which we can make these interventions in a sustainable way and avail the resources needed to act. At the heart of all this is really, the citizens, the people, the African citizens who need, to have a better life, better living standard. And what they have been facing is rather an erosion of middle class and worsening of living conditions because of these shocks. So how can we as policymakers and as institutions, what can we do? How can we help? And how do we really carve the way forward is what we want to get out of this panel today. So I'm very excited with the lineup that we have. And I would like perhaps to start the first round of questions with our virtual participation of the Central Bank Governor of Mauritius. And of course, as we know, Mauritius is an island economy that was really hit by the pandemic because it highly relies on tourism revenue. And as a result, the government had to really think of ways of how to stabilize the economy, conventional, unconventional measures. And we'd like to hear from the governor the type of measures that the government considered and the central bank, and in particular, the very interesting intervention that was done with the Mauritius Investment Corporation. To you, Governor.
Hello, can I be heard?
Can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hanan, first of all, a big thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel on such a very relevant topic that we are discussing that matters, I think, for all of us across the continent. I must say that this exercise that the ECA is doing is very timely. And it is timely because I think we're all at crossroads today when you look at the African continent altogether. And we need to be able to learn from each other better so that we can forge ahead and chart our way into the future for a better Africa going forward. You've rightly put the context, basically. Mauritius, small island developing state, heavily relying on the tourism industry. Certainly, we've got a very well diversified economic base, but tourism accounts for a large chunk of our economy. In 2020, when the world came to know about the pandemic, basically, the tourism sector came to a halt here in Mauritius also. And overnight, we saw that zero tourists were coming to Mauritius. The country was closed, and that had incidents basically on FX inflows also into the country. More importantly, the tourism industry is such an important component of our economic architecture that we had at the level of the central bank to deploy a number of initiatives and measures so as to mitigate at all costs the impact that the slowdown and the halt in the tourism industry would have had in terms of financial stability into the country. The economic setup of Mauritius, as I said, is very particular, given the fact that we are an island state. And it was important for us to come up with very prompt and timely measures. So certainly what we did was to roll out a number of conventional as well as unconventional measures. And all of that was part of what I call the Bank of Mauritius support program that we rolled out. Now, in addition to what we were doing on the monetary side, I must say that on the fiscal side also, a number of key measures were rolled out, looking into the same direction. I think an important point to put into context at this point in time is, back in the time, at the peak of the pandemic, one important point that kept on coming was about the independence of central banks. And this is something that I regularly speak with many of other central bank governors within the continent and beyond the continent, and it kept on coming. I think what was important for us was to look into the same direction, make sure that we are trying to achieve the same objective, but at the same time maintaining our independence, basically. Independence was in decision-making, but doesn't mean that if we were looking into the same direction and we were working for the common good of the country, that we are not independent. So let me just come back very quickly on what are the measures that we rolled out, basically, under the Bank of Mauritius support program. Well, certainly it included a number of prudential measures as well as non-conventional measures. So, for example, we went into certainly very quickly, we readjusted our policy rates in the country in view of supporting the business community and households to face better the COVID-19 pandemic. But going beyond just this, we also introduced a number of other measures, including moratoriums that were helping households to juggle with the challenges that we were facing, as well as helping key targeted sectors in the economy. You can imagine 5-star hotels, 4-star hotels coming completely to a halt without any business. So that made them, put them in very difficult positions when it came to continuously serving and servicing their loan and financial engagements. So we rolled out these measures to accompany them better. In addition to this, we also introduced a number of special foreign currency line of credits, basically targeting operators having foreign exchange earnings. But very importantly, Hannon, what we did was to introduce a very innovative tool. And the innovative tool, you mentioned about this, was the Mauritius Investment Corporation. Now, what is the Mauritius Investment Corporation? And I must say, I would like to spend the next couple of minutes just to detail here what we created at the level of the bank in 2020. But the background is very important. As I said, the tourism industry came to a halt. the manufacturing and export-oriented industries in Mauritius, which account for more than 10% of the GDP directly, again, we found that they were coming to a halt also, with order books shrinking very quickly. And that was having a major incidence on the banking sector, with the risk of contagion happening. And for me, what was important was to prevent at all cost a contagion from these economic sectors' risk translating into a financial sector risk now. And therefore, at the level of the bank, we took the decision to set up the Mauritius Investment Corporation out of some of the reserves money for the country, basically. So basically what we decided to do was at that point in time in 2020, returns on our reserves were in negative territory or near zero, basically. So we decided to take an amount of $2 billion and seed the Mauritius Investment Corporation. The Mauritius Investment Corporation was to be acting as a domestic investment portfolio for the Bank of Mauritius, while helping the key sectors juggle through the difficulties that they were facing. So they had a couple of clearly defined mandates, and all those mandates were set in such a way that the Mauritius Investment Corporation was to operate independently from the central bank, with its own governing board, with its own governance structure, with independently appointed analysts and investment committees, basically. And it is independently audited also on all decision-making that happens. The board itself was appointed in such a way that independent and respected professionals were part of it. And this was very important, because it was important to ensure that, money that was being invested by the bank into the Mauritius Investment Corporation would reap ultimately benefits for the bank and therefore for the population going forward. The clear mandate of the Mauritius Investment Corporation was set to be like an engine that would help the bank create more wealth for future generations of the country, and therefore consolidate further the ultimate reserves of the country. So the MIC, as we call it, was set up with a couple of clearly defined objectives. One of the first objectives was certainly to accompany all those systemically important companies in Mauritius which were viable before the COVID-19 pandemic, and which would be viable again once the situation is back to normal. And here we focused on certainly the tourism industry, as well as we focused on the export-oriented industries, which were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to this, basically, the MIC was to continuously, and this is directly in line with the mandate of the central bank legislative framework, was to continuously invest in future-oriented enterprises, which would help further diversify the economic base of the country while creating future wealth for our future generations. And it was also looking into investing in return-producing but strategic assets of the country. So these were the three clearly defined mandates for the MIC. And I must tell you today, when I look back, basically, out of the $2 billion of seed capital that we had given to the MIC, around nearly half of it went into assisting those COVID-impacted but systemically important and viable companies in the country. And as a result of that, we managed to keep those companies afloat. We ensured that jobs were not lost. Basically, the government on its side basically were helping through various other initiatives on the fiscal side. They came up with wage assistance programs, which further helped those companies to ensure that people were not fired, so jobs were conserved in the country. And after that, the importance of it was seen once we were back to normal. Once we were back to normal, all these key important operators in the country were able to overnight get back into business. And I must tell you today, I mean, many of you have visited Mauritius, I'm sure in the recent past, you would have seen that we got back on track very quickly. And this was only possible because of the certainly panoply of both conventional as well as unconventional measures that we rolled out. I think I will stop here and then I'll be happy to hear other members also.
Thank you very much for sharing this very interesting and unconventional list of measures that Mauritius considered, which is basically trying to do two tasks at the same time: tackle a bridge, a short-term shock that the economy is facing with an eye to the future and the impact on future generations. So that's a very really useful. I think there's something you didn't mention, but maybe I can mention, because you've said it before, that actually all these interventions became profitable. This was a great testimony. I'm not sure if maybe you want to just mention that in numbers before we move on.
Now, certainly, thank you, Hanan. I mean, I would have come back to that under the second round, but now that you're mentioning about it, I must tell you that, I mean, today when I look at the portfolio, I mean, we all know how international markets are doing currently, but when I look at our, we've got two portfolios now. We've got the foreign portfolio of investments, and then we've got a domestic portfolio, which we've created out of, from the MIC, as I call it, the Mauritius Investment Corporation. When I look at the return, basically, it is very encouraging. It is one of the most profitable. It's contributing significantly to the well-being and the solidity and strength of the central bank, because it is a baby of the central bank. Whatever return it is producing is getting into a reserve, a special reserve, and that special reserve will ultimately come to the central bank. I must say that, so far, we haven't yet touched those reserves because we're keeping it in a reserve which is being generated by the MIC, but I'm very confident about it, and it is producing returns that are in the positive territory, very much in the positive territory, when the international markets are currently producing negative returns. So I think it was important to diversify from a diversification perspective. Also, it was important as a diversification tool of the returns and the income for the central bank also.
Thank you very much. I think it shows that, there are actually returns to thinking outside of the box. Thanks. Now, if I may move to His Excellency Minister Shede. We all know that, earlier, before the crisis, Ethiopia had actually achieved one of the highest growth rates for many years before. What I wanted to hear from you, perhaps, is with the impact of the series of global shocks, from the pandemic to the war in Ukraine, what type of measures the government has taken, what has worked, and also we know that currently Ethiopia is putting together a reform plan in discussions with the IMF. Maybe if you can help showcase really the key elements of the recovery and how it will contribute to increasing the resilience of the Ethiopian economy going forward. To you.
Thank you very much. Much like the rest of the world, Ethiopia has been also affected by successive and overlapping global shocks over the last 3 years, including the COVID pandemic, the war on Ukraine, and on top of that, our country has faced many internal shocks, including the conflict in the north and severe drought, particularly in the lowland pastoral areas. Focusing on the COVID pandemic, our response have combined fiscal, monetary, and health measures. As soon as the pandemic was clear and its impact was visible globally, our Prime Minister has set up a high-level committee chaired by himself, and alternative scenarios has been developed. The choice we made was we didn't shut down. There was no any policy of shutdown in Ethiopia. whether economic activities or mobility of the society. The reason we did that choice was because Africa is different from the rest of Europe and others, because we are still poverty is very high, and most of the people's livelihood depend on daily activities, economic activities. And if you shut down daily economic activities, the capacity of the states to sustain is very minimal. Therefore, you cannot fight corona by killing the economy, which ultimately you are sure that it kills the people. Therefore, that was the general approach we have took. And so precautionary measures was the most important thing, messaging that we have been telling our society, whether how to operate in daily economic activities and also in daily social and economic and political interactions. So a lot of educational activities has been done, championed and pioneered by the Prime Minister himself. In terms of the various interventions we have made, we passed temporary policy measures and directives to support the sustenance and recovery of private businesses, which was particularly affected, particularly hospitality industries were very much affected. We also postponed personal income tax payments. We extended paid leave for quarantined wage employees. We rescheduled bank loan repayments, particularly those economic sectors which has been severely affected by impact of corona through our central bank and macroeconomic committee interventions. We have rescheduled bank loan repayments. We have also freezed some of the tax payments, and we gave some tax amnesty for accumulated areas, particularly across the different sectors. So we also made expedite VAT reimbursement and the freezing of tax payment for some businesses for some time. So that is how we have protected businesses. We also supported the repurposing of the production of firms toward this production of COVID-19 supplies, such as face masks, sanitizers, gloves. Ethiopia has a lot of industrial parks. We have a lot of investment in our industrial parks. Some of those industrial production capacity has been transformed into producing face masks, sanitizers, and medical supplies. We have also significantly boosted local food production. Particularly, Prime Minister has championed that more land should be cultivated, particularly to produce wheat. We have been doing this now for the last 4 years. Our capacity to produce wheat has been significantly boosted. We have now, as a government, we have completely stopped importing wheat the last year, and we are now working on potential wheat export, both for local consumption through international partners, as well as also to our neighboring countries. And as well, the production of maize and the more introduction of more irrigation activities, more agricultural technology activities has significantly boosted our local food production. In addition to that, for example, Ethiopian Airline, which is a massive carrier, not only in Africa, but globally, there was a lot of call to shut down some services, but there was a slowdown in passenger activities. And Ethiopian Airline has been innovative enough to expand its cargo businesses. It has transformed the passenger planes into cargo planes, and the cargo businesses has significantly and massively been expanded in a very short period of time. That's why the profitability of Ethiopian Airline has been expanding even during Corona periods. That's why all these big assets has been created the last few years by Ethiopian Airline. We also scaled up our safety net to support households and individuals impacted by the crisis. We also expanded and promoted the application of digital innovations such as use of cashless payment, online working and learning. And the central bank also injected funding into commercial banks, which had been experiencing liquidity challenges since the outbreak of the pandemic. Our digitalization effort has expanded during the Corona period. For example, Telebirr has been introduced during the Corona period, which now began one of the biggest online banking platform operated by Ethio Telecom. So all other commercial banks have also introduced online banking as well, which has been growing. Regarding our response to the impact of Ukraine, Ukraine war on food prices. Most significantly, steps we took was to curb price of wheat by significantly boosting local food production through prioritized development of irrigation infrastructure and the cluster farming approach. With this approach, we have been successful in expanding our food production locally, particularly wheat, maize, and other vegetables. We also scaled up our safety net rich and program to support households individually impacted by food shortages. We have also subsidized heavily fertilizer, particularly the last year we have subsidized a significant amount, and this year also we are subsidizing because of the significant increase in terms of fertilizer price. Our smallholder agriculture could have been affected without the government subsidizing it. So currently we are working, as you said, we are currently working to put together a recovery plan with a number of reforms. So as some of you may know, the government has launched the homegrown economic reform in 2018 to ensure macroeconomic stability, sustaining growth, easing of doing business, and addressing the institutional constraint for private sector-led growth. Unfortunately, right after the launching, the reform faced unanticipated challenges due to internal and external shocks. Amidst these shocks, we have been moving forward with the reform, and the challenge didn't stop the reform. We have been achieving also remarkable results, including growth. We have very strong positive growth, more than 6%. We had also better debt management, improved our export performance. We have also liberalized some selected sectors, and we have also rolled back on wasteful subsidies to state a few examples. For example, through our telecom liberalization, we have been able to attract one major investment, Safaricom, which is now fully operational in Ethiopian market. And this has happened during Corona period. And this is also paving way for additional investment into the digital development as well as the ICT sector in general. Despite these positive gains, forex distortions, fiscal deficit, and rising inflation remain major economic setback to our economy. We have therefore continued working on the second homegrown economic reform to consolidate our gains and to address the current and emerging macroeconomic imbalances. These reforms will broadly focus on the removal of distortions contributing to Ethiopia's macroeconomic imbalances, the acceleration of private sector-led growth and the job creation, and also the strengthening of resilience through safety net reform to minimize the impact of adjustment costs on the poor and ensure sustainable and people-centered recovery. The new homegrown economic reform will be the basis for our reform dialogue with our development partners, exchange rate reform, monetary reform, fiscal reform, domestic resource mobilizations, while sustaining growth is important. Also, the deficit, the way we have been running our fiscal deficit has to be also, we have to make sure that our deficit management will be non-inflationary in the way ahead. So we have a very bold reform, which has been organized as part of the new homegrown economic reform 2. That is going to be the basis for our discussion with our development partners. And with these reforms, we believe that Ethiopia will sustain in terms of its growth potential and growth outcome, while also correcting the macroeconomic imbalances, which is very much instrumental to attract many more investment. And Ethiopia has, with a population of 120 million, with a massive working population and the investment on infrastructure, on human development, the ongoing reform on institutional development, with all this combined together with this reform package, we believe that Ethiopia will unleash its potential for development and attract many more investment, both domestic and abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think you've given us an excellent comprehensive overview of the type of measures that you've taken, and including some hard trade-offs to decide whether or not to do a shutdown, to consider what type of measures to take precautionary in the pandemic, but also both in terms of the delaying taxes, the rescheduling of loan payment, and also the use of digitalization. I think that's a very interesting area, and a number of African countries really utilize this in terms of improving the targeting of their interventions, but also enabling access to whether it's education services and so on in the time of the lockdown. I think you've also mentioned a very important issue that we've been discussing earlier, which is the importance of tackling agriculture productivity and food security issues, particularly at this time in the continent when we have, the highest food inflation that we had ever, on average about 21%. So really tackling, improving the productivity of the sector and, enhancing or tackling food security issues are very important. And I think one of the areas that I'm very glad that you brought up is the importance and the role of the private sector as an engine to growth, because there is, with all the challenges that African countries are facing, we have to acknowledge that there is a limit to what the state can do. So to drive the type of growth that is needed for the continent, we need to enable the private sector to become the engine of growth going forward. So I'm very glad that this is a core element of the recovery plan going forward. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to His Excellency, Minister Hervé. For Central African Republic. Yes, we, as a landlocked country that is post-conflict and has been also hit by the number of the global shocks from the pandemic to the war in Ukraine, which of course, weighed on the socioeconomic situation in the country. Which targeted measures have you adopted to make sure that these shocks are not exacerbating inequalities and vulnerabilities? And are there any lessons that can be drawn from this situation on the prominent role of public finance in addressing inequalities and vulnerabilities in Central Africa? To you, Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Anna. Prenant la parole pour la première fois en plénière, je souhaitais...
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. Since I'm taking the floor for the very first time, may I express my sincere and very warm thanks to the authorities and the people of Ethiopia for the very warm welcome extended to myself and my delegation since our arrival here in Addis Ababa to participate in this major conference. May I begin with an important point? I did say a few words about this very quickly during the breakfast meeting that we had this morning. The private session we had over breakfast. I said that when we publish documents, we really must go beyond the triple cycle, the traditional shocks that we keep repeating. We are familiar with them: COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, climate change. I say this because, and here I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Chambers for having told us in such an eloquent manner what the data really was. He told us about the figures behind the security shocks that we have in Africa from north to south, from east to west. I think this really should be the kind of thing we take on board, because when we talk about terrorist groups, armies, the different rebellions that the various African countries are facing, then we realize we have to take on board this data, these facts, when we're talking about shocks. That's why we talk about a multiplicity of shocks, because mention was also made of shocks that emanate from all those other shocks, the debt crisis, etc., etc. So I really wanted to say that as I start my statement. You said, Dr. Hanna, that the Central African Republic is one of the countries in the group of countries that is denominated as the least advanced, because beyond the various shocks that we have been talking about, there's a geographical situation which is not contagious because we're a landlocked country. We have no access to coastlines, but we're also a country which, a huge country, the Central African Republic, is 623,000 square kilometers for 6 million inhabitants. So you can imagine it's about 6 to 7 inhabitants per square kilometer. So the authority of the state is not that heavy-handed. When we look at the various shocks that we're talking about, there are measures that we have taken. And the first I'd like to mention here is we have been combating the scarcity of fuel and basic commodities. What we must point out is that the Central African Republic has experienced some 3 decades of cyclical crises. By this I mean recurring. And ever since Professor Faustin Ouattara, our President of the Republic, came into power, we found for the very first time that we're experiencing a certain degree of stability because of the instauration of democracy. But unfortunately, 2020 brought yet another shock, a political military crisis, in fact, which exacerbated the various shocks that we had faced up until then. But so COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, and all these other elements have come to worsen the fragile state that we have been, that we had found ourselves in the Central African Republic. So what we had to address first and foremost was the scarcity of fuel and basic commodities. What did we do? Simple solutions. We put in place a zone to store goods that were at the port, a dry port, where we created these warehousing facilities so that we could encourage importers of produce without forcing the various importers to systematically have to pay customs duties and tariffs. And then we looked at the customs levies that we imposed to limit inflation, imported inflation, because of course we were risking being caught up in this spiral of a multiplier effect of 2.5 times because of the fact that we had to import goods by road. Douala to Bangui is a road access, and because fuel prices were rising, security costs would have an effect, of course, on the prices, making them extremely expensive. So what we did was have a tax base, customs base, so that this would give us some kind of leverage over the production costs. Another thing that we have found, and this is something relating to substitutes for imports. We've been talking about this ever since this morning. We've had some people who have made comments on this. It's a community strategy in Central Africa. In the CIMAC region, the ICSAC region, we have found that we have identified surplus products in neighboring countries, looking within our countries so that we can organize transport flows for those goods amongst ourselves within the region. But what does this lead to? It leads to a question about infrastructure, because of course we have to speed up everything relating to infrastructure that's related to integration, the regional impact, so that we can truly gain from the measures I've just referred to. Of course, there are what we call illegal barriers. Let me give you a figure, it's scary. Out on the Douala-Bangui axis, what we have counted is 108 illegal barriers. Of course, each barrier means a sort of levy affecting the cost of the product once it reaches the consumer. So we've tried to look at recommendations which go along with the Central African Community's recommendations to address this factor. There's a phenomenon also that I would like to refer to related to oil scarcity, that we talked about increasing prices of the barrel, but it has affected 20% of our domestic product, because 56% or thereabouts of our domestic income comes from these taxes. So for 7 months, we tried to freeze prices at the pump, but this tightened our fiscal space. So we had to readjust pump prices in order to give ourselves room for maneuver, introduce a margin within which we could negotiate with transporters and the unions, because we know that when there's an increase in prices of transport, of course, the product at the pump becomes more expensive. Now, all these measures I'm referring to were trying to constrain inflation in the Central African Republic. But what we also had to look at was our agricultural strategy. Look at it yet again. And what we did at a conference organized by the African Development Bank was to present to our partners what we call the Central African Republic Pact. This is our vision, which I must tell you, we have 15 million arable land, hectares, 15 million hectares of arable land in our country. So this is considerable. So we appealed to the donors. We said we wanted $377 million was the call for funds, and this was a considerable contribution to helping Central Africans not have to suffer from famine. But we're talking about a very fragile context and further reducing fiscal space, which meant we needed to increase domestic product, income from our domestic product. In the South African Republic, let me tell you that we have imposed about 7% domestic tax, whereas in the community it's 15%. So this shows that we are about half the rate of what the community levies. But our strategy is not one to increase fiscal pressure, because of course, when we talk about fiscal pressure, it has to be in alignment with the quality of services that we need to offer our population. So what we decided was to broaden the tax base. This is really what we were achieving through digital technology. In other words, the Ministry of Finance and Budget automated all its systems, and we got financial assistance, $30 million from the World Bank, and that's the Minister of Finance. We were able to put in place a certain number of tools that made it possible to widen this fiscal base. Well, I've talked about an increase in domestic resources, but I must talk about how we optimize expenditure, otherwise the picture will not be complete. And on that side, what we did within the ministry, look at the scale of spending to try and address the outputs, look at our expenditure portfolio and see how we could have a better impact on this portfolio. Let me take the health sector as an example. Usually we spend about $4 million on health for some of having to send people abroad. Some 30,000 people have gone abroad for health emergencies. What we've been able to do is bring in medical teams to Bangui so that we are able to treat a lot more people in the country. We've also, in looking at our expenditures allocation, we've looked at our priorities again, and we now say it is health, education, and agriculture. These are the three pillars on which we base the entire national strategy. Financial diversification. This is another measure we adopted. Now we are working on this matter. We have gone looking for leveraging new sources of financing. We've heard great things today about green funding, blue economy, and we're trying to access those types of financing because, as you are aware, the Central African Republic is an integral part of the Congo Basin, the forest basin, the second largest lung of the world, and this means CO2 emissions that are very high and should be able to help us leverage this type of financing. Finally, business, the debt policy. We've created measures which are very strong measures that give us access to better funding conditions. This means that we've had to implement a certain number of reforms, improve on financial communication, so that investors are much more at ease when we're talking about the cost of doing business. And they have to come into the country. And the business climate, in fact, is the role of the private sector. And we work very closely with them, increasingly closely with them, so that they too can contribute to the development of our infrastructure, the social infrastructure that we've been referring to within the country. I wouldn't like to dwell too long on all these points. I just, in conclusion, would like to say what we have been doing within the AFCFTA, which is a major agreement, a project that we do support. But you see, we are a landlocked country. There's so many areas of fragility. And when we hear about 113 tariff positions that are going to be abolished when AFCFTA, this is 50% of the fiscal revenue that we get from our port trade, from incoming trade. Yes, it's something that will need to be done, but we need to accompany this with measures that can help mitigate the effects that this might have on countries like the Central African Republic. I'll stop there, and I'd really be delighted to say anything further should questions be asked on those matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Harvey. I think you've given us really great insights in terms of the type of challenges that a landlocked country faces. You've shared your experience about measures to contain inflation, your agriculture strategy, and how your efforts in increasing domestic resource mobilization and focusing on health, education, and agriculture, which is really maps very well to the type of issues we're talking about here in the conference in terms of addressing poverty and inequality. Thank you very much. If I can now call on Winnie, the UNAIDS Executive Director, I'd like to ask her, with the COVID crisis and the subsequent impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa is left now with, in a worse position. What are the, kind of economic and financial proposals for recovery and transformation and how do they relate really to issues of increasing resilience of the health sector and resilience to future pandemics? To you, Winnie.
Thank you, Hanan. And it's such a pleasure to join you virtually for this very important discussion about the future of our continent. Excellencies, thank you for sharing. What I heard you speak, when I heard you speak, I felt proud as an African. I felt that our continent our country is often projected as victims. What I heard were countries, governments taking charge, making tough choices and with smart solutions in this tough environment. I thank you also for having young people in the room. This is about their futures. Congratulations for having young people here in this important discussion. We need a human-centered economic recovery and transformation, one that values global public goods such as health, education, and social protection. But the big challenge we have is that of accessing affordable and sufficient financing in our region. To me, that's the big challenge we have today. And I want to talk a little bit about that and a proposition coming from the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Let's be clear that even before the COVID crisis, before the war in Ukraine, that our countries, low-income countries particularly, but even the middle-income countries of Africa, were borrowing money from international markets, paying rates as high as 5 to 8%, while the developed countries were paying about 1%. This is the injustice in the international financial system. Well, of course, more recently, with more of a risk aversion by investors, we saw the cost of borrowing going further and further up. This high cost of borrowing is taking away, evaporating away our prospects for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, our opportunity to recover from COVID, our opportunity to address climate impacts. All that is just evaporating because of this inability to access financing. And this is not just about the interest rates. This is also about being able to borrow in our own currencies. The fact that we borrow in foreign currencies means that this limits our macroeconomic fiscal space, policy space, and also exposes us to the risks of foreign exchange fluctuations. So this is really about Africa being punished in a global financial system. This is about a system where inequalities are wired in inside the system itself, and where we need to unwire those inequalities in the system for us to be able to drive our own development. Today, because we are trying to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals in this multiple crisis world, this focus on financing is important as we approach the SDG Summit in September. The Secretary General has proposed what he calls the SDG stimulus, which has 3 elements to it, all achievable if we can work together. Working together meaning governments working together, international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, G20 in its forum, all of us coming together, it is possible. But let me take you back a bit to how we got here now. When COVID hit 2020, after the pandemic was declared, the G20, seeing the situation of our countries and the inability to respond to a health emergency, they created what they called the Debt Suspension Initiative. It was a temporary suspension to end in 2020, but it was extended 2021. 73 countries were eligible, most of them from this continent. But this suspension referred only to one in 3 debt categories, that of bilateral government debt. Interestingly, private creditors were invited to join on a voluntary basis. None of the governments of the G20 used their power to push them, to put those companies who are registered in their countries to the table to provide even temporary relief. The IMF president, Kristalina Georgieva, invited the private sector to chip in. I mean, that's not serious. So what we got was a temporary relief of under 10 billion over those 2 years. In that same period, private creditors alone were paid by African countries $65.7 billion, more than 6 times the debt relief, the suspension. So what we see, and you see, we have to contrast this with what happened just last week. I'm sitting now in Washington, DC. The Silicon Valley Bank went down in a crisis. The US government put forward an emergency rescue operation for the deposits that were at risk in that just one bank within hours for a value of $20 billion. $20 billion. That is the kind of access that they have, and that is a limitation that we have. So we cannot make it, we cannot recover unless we also have access to financing the way others have in times of crisis. So here is some of the elements of this package that could help us. One is to tackle the high cost of debt and the rising risks of debt distress. You know all about it. You are sitting here, you are experts, you know what's going on in your countries. But what are the key actions there? We want to move away from a situation where governments, your governments, are making the choice between repaying debt and closing schools and closing clinics. That is the fundamental question there. Here, the stimulus proposes immediate actions, including evaluating that debt service suspension initiative and the common framework that has, after 1.5 years, delivered almost nothing, so that then we can work out something that can deliver in a timely way and accessible by more countries, not just the low income, but also the middle income countries. The immediate actions include, yes, as I mentioned, opening it to more countries and not just the low-income countries. It includes other creditors, private creditors, also coming to the table to participate in official debt restructuring and being given incentives that can bring them to the table to enforce so that they can also deliver in this initiative. And these are also they have been discussed in other forums already. It's not new or rocket science. Then at the same time, taking concrete steps to address debt distress, including creditor coordination, pooling. I mean, we cannot accept that it is impossible to bring all the types of creditors round a table to coordinate and ensure this debt relief. It is possible. It needs a political will. The second part is to have massive scale up of affordable and long-term financing for development, for the SDGs, to connect the financing with the SDG achievement. This can include, of course, strengthening the multilateral development banks, increasing their capital. It includes rechanneling the special drawing rights through the multilateral development banks, which are already prescribed shareholders of these SDRs. And this is so important because the special drawing rights that were issued, Africa got really the crumbs of it. There was a promise at the G20 to rechannel the special drawing rights that the richer countries didn't really need to Africa, but then it is coming too slowly. At the same time, it is in a way that creates more debt. So looking at this, and there is a call in this stimulus package for reissuance of more SDRs and having a faster way and a better way of distributing them for the benefit of the low-income and middle-income countries. These are some of the elements of this package. As you can hear, there isn't anything in it that is actually not having been recommended before, for example, in the Addis Ababa plan, or promised by the G20 but not delivered. So this is about gathering the political will to do what we know will open the way for an international financial architecture that's reformed and that delivers to our countries. we will not achieve. We will sleepwalk into the next pandemic if Africa remains unable to access financing like other countries. We will sleepwalk, we will lose a whole generation of children who should be in school today because of our inability to finance education, particularly of girls who are intergenerational transmitters of poverty or prosperity, depending on if we can invest them in them or not. So I wanted to focus my first reply, I hope I'll get a second round, on this question of financing and what is possible. And the Secretary General's SDG stimulus package invites our countries to come to the table. Let me say lastly to the excellencies ministers here, to push harder for Africa to have a seat in key forums like G20. I heard of the promise, I don't know where it is, but having our voice in those forums, not just one country, South Africa, to be able to insist on the reform of the international financial architecture is critical. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Thank you for, you passionately, arguing the case for the injustice in the global financial system and what needs to be done, and highlighting the elements of the SDG stimulus, which actually many of which, has been already advocated and put forward by African ministers in various meetings and forums. So it's great that is now being put forward by the Secretary General as, an ask for the G20 to act on. And we are all thrilled that actually, finally, Africa will have a G20 seat soon and represented by the African Union. And we look forward to this really driving the agenda and increasing the advocacy for what is needed at the global financial system level. Thank you. I would like now to turn to our acting executive secretary, Antonio Pedro, and to ask him to basically tell us what ECA has done to support African countries amid, the tsunami of global shocks that we have seen. To you, Pedro.
Thank you, Hannah. I think this was one of the busiest periods for ECA. Where we've utilized the three of our core functions, the think tanking, the convening, and the operational functions, to try and find innovative solutions to the crisis that befell the continent. And some of you, honorable ministers, were part and parcel of that process. I'm looking here at the Minister of Finance with whom we've worked to try and articulate the responses to vaccine inequality. At that time, you organized almost weekly meetings, first to try and understand the magnitude of the problem. That's where our think tanking function became important. All of our different divisions and sub-regional offices were asked to evaluate the impact of the pandemic on their respective sectors or countries. And that was important because then it became clear to everyone that that was a double jeopardy, in the sense that the revenue streams were short because supply routes were cut, export routes were not accessible, and of course, because of that, fiscal space was reduced, and the ability to respond, therefore, to the health crisis was not there. So that was our think tanking function. And the convening function was indeed to bring the ministers of finance, other ministers, the ministers of health, to try and find the solutions. And you would recall that we established the AVAT as one platform, one of the platforms with a view to facilitating Africa's access to those vaccines by using pool procurement to create necessary levels of scale, because individually, if any of our countries would go to the market, would be last in the queue. will not even be heard because, of course, a small country with a small order would not compete with other larger countries. So that exercise of bringing Africans together was absolutely important for us to be able to supply our citizens with vaccines. Operationally, was all the tools that we deployed with the view to indeed then reducing the impacts of the pandemic. And ATAX that was referred to earlier is one of the examples where initially was a platform to try and facilitate access to vaccines. Then it became a platform that then, when the second crisis, the Ukraine crisis, felt, we used to have access to grains and fertilizers. So this is what ECA does. And let me, with your permission, go back to other crises that, I think during the discussions with the expert group I referred to. This was the crisis in Central Africa, when the region, because of the fall of commodity prices, again, revealing some of the structural problems that compound our economies, the excessive dependence on the raw materials and the exports of raw materials. At that time, of course, commodity prices fell, the super cycle that was triggered by excessive needs of natural resources from China. China, where the infrastructure intensive growth pattern, but then when they changed their own growth pattern to one that was more balanced with a consumer-driven growth, then of course the situation for Africa became complicated because indeed China triggered the super cycle. When the super cycle ended, prices fell down and countries like the ones in Central Africa faced serious revenue shortages. We, as ECA, in the form of the office in Central Africa, then addressed this problem from its structural sort of entry point. What is it that those countries in the region needed? Economic diversification, the subject of our discussion today. We formulated together with our member states the so-called Douala Consensus on Economic Diversification, resource-driven and trade-induced industrialization. Resource, because of course that region is very rich in natural resources, and that could be the basis on which industrialization, economic diversification, creating jobs, manufacturing, is changing the pattern of the tissue of the economic tissue in the sub-region, reducing their dependence on raw materials and increasing the role of manufacturing their exports. That became the alternative to exporting raw materials. And trade-induced, because indeed we were, discussing at that time the African Continental Free Trade Area, and all of the catalytic factors that would be triggered by that access to that larger market. So the trade-induced industrialization then became part of the Douala Consensus. But earlier you were asking during Dr. Chambers' lecture about the importance of paradigms, whether paradigms matter. Why is it that during the days of the Structural Adjustment Program, the Lagos Plan of Action didn't have a lot of traction? It's because indeed at that time, the narrative was about Structural Adjustment Program, and nobody had the appetite at that time to entertain a much more forward-looking and structural agenda, such as the Lagos Plan of Action. Now I would argue we have a much better paradigm. One, notwithstanding all of the problems that we're discussing today of fiscal space, of the global financial architecture that needs reform, I would argue that now we have a much more, let's say, competitive global environment with different multipolar centers of gravity. And that is where Africa needs to perhaps utilize its bargaining power to get the most out of the current circumstances. So the Douala Consensus required a movement, and for which then we developed, and here what I'm going back to some of the fundamentals that we need to spend a little more time, invest more as a collective if we want to trigger change on the continent. During the expert segment, I said one thing leads to another. I did argue that it's not because we don't have visions and strategies that things are not happening on the continent. It's our inability sometimes to move from those visions and strategies to then articulating things, implementing the strategies on the ground. Implementation, implementation, and implementation. So therefore, for the Douala Consensus on economic diversification, we developed a coherent theory of change on economic diversification. What were the fundamentals? One of the things, of course, and then we engaged in a campaign approach, basically to control the narrative on economic diversification in the region. Yesterday, we had a very interesting discussion with Lerato about what is the narrative that we want out of this particular Conference of Ministers. And indeed, we need to control the narrative. We need to bring all of these things together with a view to ensuring that we reach our destination. So in the particular case of the Douala Consensus, we, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, developed a campaign approach, basically based on a theory of change of economic diversification. What is it that will take that particular region to move from that excessive dependence on the export of raw materials to becoming a much more diversified economy with greater intra-sub-regional trade. Central Africa trades at around 3%, much lower than the overall average, the continental average of 17, 19%. So, and that is because indeed the product complementarity between all of those countries is very low. So when I, for example, in my opening remarks, I made reference to the need for us to invest into identifying what is the national value proposition of each of our countries. Those are the things that we need to do. That's part of that suite of actions that we've identified as part of our theory of change. For fundamentals, indeed, macro needs to be right, but also we need to identify what are the entry points. Tools are important. I had mentioned earlier about GIS-enabled hotspot analysis. We've done that in the context of Central Africa because we've seen that many of the infrastructure that we had there were not linking the infrastructure with economic opportunities. In other words, we had roads to nowhere. This is a luxury that we cannot afford. I mean, especially in the context when we have very, very little resources to spend, then every dollar that we spend must generate the ultimate and the most outcomes, positive outcomes for that matter. So those kinds of tools, that's what ECA provides. The analytical tools, the tools that enable us to target better, the profiling of the opportunities at the country level, and we've done that consistently across different sub-regions. So, we've succeeded in the context of finding solutions to COVID because of partnerships. So one key message also that I would like to convey here, that all of us here and other stakeholders play an important role for the change that we want on the continent. With Afreximbank, with the African Development Bank and other partners, and with the African Union Commission utilizing their political power, we've managed to move lots of things forward, including, of course, all the conversation about the ATEX. I mean, ATEX we managed to, and the AVAT, we managed to access this because Afreximbank stepped in to provide that $1 billion that they managed us to go to the facilitated and enable us to go to the market and buy the vaccines for the rest of Africa. Ecosystems are therefore important, and ecosystems are not are not a business of one institution. So that's why I'm not talking here only about what ECA is doing, but I'm insisting that this is a business that involves all of us here together, and I've acknowledged and recognized the role that the Minister of Finance played in that particular moment to develop that common voice. I think we've talked about the impacts, because this is a discussion of vulnerabilities. I think we've discussed also the problematic of climate change as a magnifier of the vulnerabilities that we have. I think for COP27, we were very, very clear. All of our work on on the need for Africa to increase the appetite for nature conservation, the value proposition of nature conservation, by putting together into the projects for nature conservation the outcomes such as increased resources for sustainable livelihoods. The Great Blue Wall Initiative that we presented in COP27 is one example where coastal conservation is associated with the blue economy. And for example, for island states in the West Indian Ocean, this is important because otherwise they will continue to cut the mangals there because they need it as a source of energy and so on and so forth. So that's part of understanding indeed what it needs for us to create those movements. So I don't need, I guess, to continue to explain the narratives that we need to do together, the actions that we need to identify for us to be able to change the outcomes of Africa. ECA is here. I think we've invited you to visit some of our knowledge fair, and there you'll see some of the things that we'll be doing. But this requires more action, coordinated action at all levels. That's why we're really very happy that Africa will have this G20 position seat, but we need to make that good use of that seat with providing credible analytics so that when we intervene on a position of strength. I mean, one other typical case where we've managed to change the narrative on DRC and Zambia was indeed the case that we are celebrating on the development of the battery and electric vehicle value chain. In this particular case, we've commissioned a study by Bloomberg Nerve that has demonstrated that DRC was much more cost-wise competitive than other destinations like China, the United States, and Poland, and that the emissions profile was equally much better, 25% less emissions than producing battery precursors in China. With those numbers, the conversation then became much easier. Conversations about some of the perceptions about DRC not being an investment destination where you want to sink your money. So the conversation then with our potential investors became, well, indeed, our numbers are very positive, are very strong. Can we discuss governance? Can we discuss the rule of law? All of those ingredients, the soft infrastructure that makes investments possible from a win-win sort of partnership where it's not being imposed, is something that we're building organically together. So these are the arguments and the platforms that we are creating. We are very, very pleased, and I did indicate that on the 28th, we are signing this framework agreement, ECA, Afreximbank, to start the pre-feasibility study that will announce the development of this battery and electric value chain on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. I think you've already highlighted the different interventions we've done on the 3 levels of mandate, whether analytical convening or technical assistance. But also, I think you gave like really a couple of very powerful and interesting examples, which is the intervention with the ATIX platform and what happened with it during the pandemic and how it was used, and then how now we are using it to tackle the issues of food and fertilizers, as well as the very interesting example of the batteries studies, and overall the message that partnerships matter and that we need to really shape the narrative going forward. Thank you. I would like now to open the floor to the ministers and the delegations for questions for the panelists. Okay, I see Morocco. I can't, okay, let's start with Morocco. I can't see the name tag.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Many thanks, Chair. Now, concerning this thing, which is very important, the sustainability of the development process, the resilience that we are looking at is important, and we are looking at performances which must be definitive in nature. At each level development, there are certain rights which must be satisfied, and those that are emerging. It's necessary to use different long-term strategies to be able to support the different spaces where the vulnerable people can be assisted, not to be left behind. We should adopt this strategic approach. In Morocco, this is what we are following. We use social data and other actions. So we need to have the investment wheel. This is translated in different ways where we mobilize the GDP and other economic areas. And this gives transition towards the green economy and the allocation of the government budgets in that specific area and long-term strategies for human development. His Majesty launched this so that we can be able to achieve our objectives, and this contributes to the putting into concrete terms the objectives of the UN. Now, in the same way, we have programs for clean water, electrification. These have been put in place with the support of the state to aid the vulnerable people. We're also supporting women and the elderly. We involve the private sector and the climate of business and local and international investment. So we try to look at data which is going to help in the eradication of poverty. So Morocco is one of the countries that is in line with achieving the objectives which have been set along the continent, and we're moving towards this to achieve the results. So we have satisfactory results, and we will be able to even raise the bar higher and reduce inequalities. This performance, of course, was perturbed by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as inflation and other shocks. New strategies have been put in place to increase the purchasing power of households and consolidate resilience for these households, and making sure that we technically and financially support these people to be able to relaunch their economies. And we're looking at all these areas so that we can be able to support the vulnerable and poor people to come out of the situation that they find themselves in, which is quite difficult. So these are some of the strategic choices that we have made in Morocco, and we are aimed at achieving them. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Somalia, and can someone just read in the back? Okay. Guinea-Bissau, can you read for me the back sign? I can't read from here the name, the country name.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On behalf of my honourable minister, who is occupied with sideline events, I would like to thank the panelists for their informative presentations. My question is just a follow-up with what we discussed last week as a committee of experts regarding the need to diversify our economies. I think that was a very common theme, and I believe we passed a resolution on that. But following the keynote speaker, Dr. Cambas, earlier today, he mentioned that most of our economies haven't reached their full potentials in terms of their traditional sectors, including agriculture or pastoral. So I just wanted to ask the panelists if they can further elaborate on the nexus between diversifying our economies, but at the same time, allowing us to reach our full potentials in our traditional sectors, which I believe we haven't done so. I thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I submit.
Thank you. In the back, the sign I cannot read, so if maybe the representative can say the country name and make the intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joab Okanda. I represent the civil society. I come from an organization called Christian Aid. And just want to make an intervention in relation to remarks made by Minister Shide in the morning, where he said we need a social state. And he spoke about the power of public finance invested in public services as an effective instrument of fighting inequality and poverty. My intervention is related to the policy choices that we are making, and COVID-19 actually has shown us that the power of public services, everyone turned to the government in response to the pandemic. The government provided healthcare, the government provided water. And so COVID-19 has shown us the power of government and the role government plays in protecting people, and therefore the power that the government can play in fighting inequality when it makes the right political choices. And I'm just wondering why from morning at the DJ's lecture, we were told about what actually has happened and what has led to the inequality, to the rise in inequality on the continent, cuts in public spending, privatization, deregulation. But yet, these are the same policies that we continue to implement. Now we are seeing cuts in public spending, cuts in education, cuts in healthcare. And we know that education in itself is the greatest equalizer in society. And I just want to give an example of Ethiopia, where we are gathered today, where Ethiopia has been the 5th topmost spend on education based on the proportion of its budget in the world. And we saw that between 2005 and 2015, Ethiopia was able to actually bring about 15 million children, additional children into school. And we've seen the impact of that. And so my plea is that as we're experiencing the unsustainable debt situation, that public services such as healthcare, education, and social safety nets should not be the first casualties of austerity whenever we're in hard times. Let's protect people, and let us also bail out people and not corporations. Our own study together with the Financial Transparency Coalition has shown that that in 21 countries where we've investigated how governments are spending COVID recovery funds, that 38% of this is actually going to large corporations at the expense of small, medium enterprises. And we know that these are the greatest employers in our economies. Thank you.
Thank you. Guinea-Bissau?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam. Before saying anything further, I'd like to congratulate the people who have spoken, and I'd like to address a question to our colleague, the Minister of the Central African Republic, who shared with us the experiences of his country in the area of reform, in the area of customs and digitalization in the area of economic growth. These are some of the challenges that we also face. That's why I would like to know how they were able to overcome them and be able to mitigate the energy challenges which most of the African countries are facing. I thank you, Madam.
Very much. Now, I think, okay, I don't see, okay, the last, okay, to Ghana. Let's start with Ghana and then in the back. Ghana, please, Minister Ken.
Thank you very much indeed. I think this is really a very powerful interaction that we have had because clearly, yes, we got ravaged by COVID, but we also stood up to fight it, and various strategies were deployed to do that. So, for example, I think Mr. Okana just mentioned the issue of protecting education and health and the way in which resources were distributed. I think in Ghana, we went into a program in which over 353,000 individuals and small businesses were supported to be able to go through those difficult periods. But I think what's exciting about this is the potential for peer learning and encouragement, and whether really Pedro and Hanan, the ECA could team up with the AU to look at these sort of peer learning experiences on sustainable industrialization, economic development, inclusive growth, etc., so that it will shape the way in which we are going forward. It's really a chance to move forward, and with the rich experiences that we have seen from the MIC and Mauritius, what Ethiopia has done, what Sierra has done, I think it would be good if we could put a program like that together to do. And Ghana will be prepared to work with you to begin that type of process going around. It will be very encouraging. And also to get the regional groupings to work together a lot more. The AU, UNECA, AFDB, AfriExim, we saw what came out of the AVAT and the VASIN program, which was really very positive. There was no way we could have funded that if not for that collaboration and intervention. And then the UN talked about the debt issue, so sustainability of debt, and the way in which we should approach it going forward, so that we manage it a lot better. So it is time to reimagine, to relearn, to refocus, and also be sure that we will certainly recover and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mozambique has the other countries. They have taken a lot of measures related to the COVID, more related with the macroeconomic policies related to the monetary policies, some incentives for the private sector, more for medium and small and medium enterprise, some measures related to the enterprise with commercial banks in order to contain the obligations with the enterprise. But there is a question, looking for the experience that they have been presented. There are some key questions that I would like to raise. On looking for all the discussion that we had, how we can diversify our economy in the context where the countries like Mozambique, which they are vulnerable of climate change, they are recovering on the COVID-19, and then we have all those discussion on debt sustainability, how we can move in terms of practical actions for diversify the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sudan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and many thanks for the panelists who have really made in-depth contributions. It is important for us to work together to reform the international financial architecture. But what's more important, and according to our own experience, is to mobilize more resources locally. And to do that, digital transformation is key. Many of us are still far behind in digital transformation. I think we need two things from ECA or ECA. One is to bring us together, to find the best ways of digitalizing the economies at the best cost, at the cheapest cost. And the other thing is to help us also mobilize resources for digital transformation, because even if we know that digital transformation is important, we don't have the money to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would like to ask our colleague from Mauritius. I don't know whether he's still online, but I was very much impressive with the investment cooperation that he presented, and I wanted to know whether the nature of projects that were financed under that facility were maybe targeting the poor people, or they were also maybe looking on only those who had developed good projects, maybe with a high return. And I wanted also to know whether those projects were able to refund all the money that they were lended to them. But on the other hand, I wanted to also congratulate other presenters, and was on the view of looking the challenges we have during this recovery. I understand that most of the government have been striving to allocate more resources just to get out of this challenge. And I can recall even for our case in Tanzania, where we saw, despite all other challenges, but the government was able to allocate in the budget a substantial amount of resources just to subsidize most of the activities, including the issue of fuel prices, where the government also allocated around 500 billion Tanzanian shillings, which is equivalent to around 250 million USD, just to protect the interest, profit of business operators and to curb inflation. And now I was looking just at the issue of inflation, which is actually being hit. Most of our countries have seen on the statistics, there are countries whose interest has gone very high. Because for us, we thank God that we have contained the inflation. Currently, it's around 4.8, but it's because the government has invested a lot to provide some a number of subsidy, but at the same time, continue with other monetary issues. So I was looking, for example, in this challenge of inflation, where sometimes we just suffering from the imported inflation, which also erode profit of business operators, and finally affects also the issue of revenue for some items. Now you can find that even the government, by doing so, means even the ability of continue to finance these developed projects is get worse. And in that regard means we continue to remain in such a kind of vicious cycle. So maybe the uptake in that regard, you can see probably it's continued to affect the poor population and the widening the issue of inequality among those who have and haven't. So maybe the government in this regard needs to sometimes put in place various policies that can enable maybe to reduce such a gap between maybe those who have resources and others who don't have. So I would appeal maybe to our government to continue mobilizing resources and look on the ways where we can strategically invest to support some areas where the marginalized population can actually be supported and get a relief. But otherwise, the gap between the rich and poor can continue be widened, and now some other people or some other countries can find themselves getting more poor and poorer. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
If I may ask for the coming interventions, because we are running behind schedule, if I can ask for the coming interventions to be brief, would appreciate that. Let's start with Cote d'Ivoire, then Chad, then we end with Rwanda. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you, moderator. I represent the Minister of Planning and Development in Cote d'Ivoire, who hasn't been able to travel to this place and requested me to represent her. I'd like to thank the different presenters and speakers that have walked us through the problems of Africa, which I wouldn't repeat. I thank them for the quality of recommendations as well as the actions proposed to pull Africa out of poverty. I would like to share some concerns on this debate on poverty, which has been underway since morning. This is a debate which remains something that must be addressed. We need increased growth over a long period to combat poverty, and we need a high investment rate over a long period of time. And the experience of emerging countries shows that there's need for a growth rate of over 7% for at least 10 years. The same is true with the investment rate, which must be at least 7% over a period of at least 10 years. Of course, we find ourselves in a difficult situation to satisfy these requirements, and we are in a vicious circle. Whenever we have development, we are faced with a shock immediately, which is either internal or external. A case in point is Cote d'Ivoire, my country, with a high rate of growth of 8% in 2019. But there came COVID-19, as well as other conflicts such as the war between Ukraine and Russia. These ones came in and interrupted the growth of our growth, which fell down to 2%, 4%, and 2.5% respectively over the following years. So the challenges increase in quantity and in quality, and they pose the problem of structural transformation, which we must put across the board. So in my humble opinion, we need to lay emphasis on development of human capital to deal with the challenge of structural transformation. And in this regard, we should follow the China development process. We can look at the Japanese development process as well as that of South Korea. These are glaring examples that from which Africa can borrow a leaf. We need to encourage our scientists by supporting them. That's why I would like to recommend the establishment of a special ECA prize to be able to encourage the best scientists in Africa. We have them, but I think these two institutions can set up a special prize for technological innovation. This would enable to sort of motivate these best scientists and promote science as well as technology and the technical aspects. These would enable us to promote structural transformation of our countries. I'd like to also say that our countries should encourage investments in specific human capital. We have investments in this area, but it is general human capital. When we look at the development process of China, South Korea, and other countries I mentioned, you will notice that they use the specific human capital to be able to develop. This is what we see in these countries. They've been able to go into industrial development using this specific human capital. So we could be able to resist internal and external shocks through this, through a social and economic transformation. That's how we will be able to stand resilient to internal and external shocks, because these shocks will continue to face us. And we are now, facing the COVID-19 shock as well as that of the war between Russia and Ukraine. But we don't know what tomorrow is bringing. So there should be a strong structural base that will enable us to be able to stand the resilience against such shocks. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. If we can please go to chat. And if I can appeal to you to keep it brief, because we still have other roundtables. So if we can have the interventions, please to be, or comments and questions to be brief. Chad.
Merci, Madame la.
Many thanks, Chair. Allow me, Chair, to thank the panelists for their enriching contributions to this debate, and all these ideas are of interest to our countries because they point at resilience. Now, let me be brief. I want to talk about the informal sector, which has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And the question is this: which policy can we put in place to guide us and to support us in this area? That's the first question. Then the second thing is this. This is a comment on the mentality and the mindsets of our young people and population with regard to employment in our countries. These mindsets do not enable us or our young people to be able to adapt themselves to different kind of employment. They end up migrating to other countries. And of course, sometimes you see employment as not convenient to what their interests are. So don't you think that we should change the narrative, shift the narrative, and work on the mindsets of young people so that we can be able to change the attitude of our people to employment? Then the other thing is that we haven't heard about innovation and entrepreneurship. I think that these aspects are very important, and we should look at ways and means of developing practical kits that can be used in our countries. This is a recommendation, and I would like to talk about this kind of innovation and entrepreneurship. Maybe the ECA can develop such kits and give them to our countries so that we can use them. I thank you.
If we can go next to Rwanda.
Thank you, Hanan. Thank you, moderator. We want to first of all join colleagues in appreciating the panelists. And quickly, I'm trying to think aloud with everyone in the house, especially in line with what Edie, Winnie, and ES Pedro said regarding access to finance. and where they emphasize that it's important to reinforce financing health systems and pandemic preparedness in Africa. And considering the impact of the COVID pandemic and of course likely future epidemics, I wanted to propose that probably in our resolutions, we add something to emphasize expanding the health financing as a means to enable resilience for future African economy. Yes, African member states are trying to look into how best to mobilize domestic health financing and investing better in health. But I think it's very important that we consider a resolution to do with expanding health financing, just as the presenter said. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Last, and I'm really sorry because we are running late for statutory meetings, so we'll just give the floor to Congo, last comment, and we will have opportunities with the next 2 roundtables to also still raise questions and bring discussions. So just to try to make sure that we stick to our program. So if we can please go to Congo, and then I'll give the floor to the panelists to give their comments and answers. Congo.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres,
ladies and gentlemen, ministers, for my part, I would like to thank the ECA for the invitation that was sent to us to participate in this meeting. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate the various persons who took the floor on the theme that was under discussion to deal with the major challenges that our respective countries are faced with. My country, Congo, which is a member of the Central African Economic Community, was not without its share of challenges from the health shock, economic shock, and climate shock. Thus, we notably had to put in place a resilience plan on the food crisis in order to preserve the purchasing power of the households, the most vulnerable ones, and also to relaunch agricultural production. On the sub-regional level, we drew up a strategy for import substitution, which should make it possible to increase trade, intra-community trade, and to reduce the position of imports on our forex situation. The theme of innovative approaches to respond to climate change issues is a major challenge. We must mobilize all the international community to come up with adequate solutions to all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been a very engaging and interactive session with brilliant interventions. I would like now to give the floor to the speakers for, if I can please, for 2 minutes each to give us their final thoughts and responses to the issues that have been raised. To you, Minister Sheda.
Thank you very much. I think the issue that has been raised by by those who made the intervention were all relevant, and particularly the issue of resilience, diversification of our economy, the power of public finance are all very important. Particularly, I have said this morning that public finance is very fundamental because domestic resource mobilization, as well as improving the quality of spending so that the budget should be proper and the needs of the most vulnerable should be the most important criteria for allocating public spending. And particularly when it comes to infrastructure as well, infrastructure that supports the development of the rural sector in terms of road, electrification are very fundamental, as well as in terms of social safety net program, reaching out to the most in need, both in urban and rural areas, are very fundamental. That's why we are saying the power of public finances is very, very important. Regarding debt issue, indeed, Ethiopia requested assistance under the G20 Common Framework in February 2021, with a firm belief that our development partners and creditors will deliver on this timely initiative to help us attain a sustainable debt level. Discussions around the debt restructuring with our bilateral creditors facilitated by this common framework have been extremely useful and helpful, although the progress pace has not been in par with the urgency and the need of addressing our debt restructuring. Therefore, there is a slow process which needs to be proactively activated. In the meanwhile, we are not just waiting for debt relief under this framework. Though bold reforms in accordance with our homegrown economic reform agenda, we have established a stringent budget constraint on non-concessional borrowing that have not been breached since 2019, both for the budgetary project as well as through state-owned enterprises. There has not been a single non-concessional borrowing that has been made for the last 4 years. Secondly, our SOE debt, which has been a key source of our vulnerabilities, has nearly halved as a share of GDP in just 4 years as a result of this reform. So new borrowing, both domestic and international, has been critically constrained for our public enterprises as part of our reform measures. We know that much more needs to be done on debt management, and we are ready to take bold actions as part of our most transformative reforms, which is now under development. But we cannot do this alone, and we count on our development partners to support us with this agenda. We are confident that the common framework process will deliver on its promise to facilitate a structured, well-coordinated and transparent debt reprofiling for Ethiopia, as well as for other African countries that are taking part in this process. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Shede. I'd like to turn to Minister Hervé.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis tenté de faire des associations.
Thank you very much. I'm tempted to take the 2 minutes that you have allocated to associate what Morocco said on strategic choices for the long term, what Somali said on economic diversification and inclusion of traditional sectors, on Uganda, on the budget for the social sector, and for Cote d'Ivoire, notably, on the need for long-term growth and the rate of investment for the long term, and the need for human development, and Chad, which raised the issue of the informal sector, which needs to be accompanied. From these different comments, it is clear that the strategic choices to make must be for the long term. We've heard from various speakers for this morning that resource mobilization is essential. And on this, I think the best way to face this subject is what we are trying to do, which is to imperatively make the state efforts move towards the social sector and to increase the participation of the private sector. And this is what we are trying to do. All the national development programs that we have today in African countries are trying to make sure that we draw the lessons of those who went before us in African countries on this area of working as governments to improve the economic environment, the investment environment, by mobilizing the resources we have to devote this to the social sector specifically. There's also a question on education. Unfortunately, we will not be able to delve into this. It's a question of the perception that we have on education in general, technical and professional. I think, as far as I'm concerned, there's a certain review that needs to be done in Africa so that today we don't continue to train students who go into the job market without the skills, without being equipped for the areas that require their services. There are also other areas of training that are going to disappear in time. So we need to review our education system and also to improve on technical education. We have a lot of general education, but in Africa, we know that when students go through the technical and professional sectors, it's pretty often because they may not have done very well for general education. I think for this, we need to realize that we will not be able to train people for tomorrow's jobs, for tomorrow's future, especially for the SMEs. I would also like to make a second association between what Guinea-Bissau said on digitization and the energy problems. I'd also like to add another challenge regarding the acquiring of equipment. When we finish our digitization process, we realized that we needed to invest more to acquire the necessary computer equipment for the whole country. I would like also to link what Guinea-Bissau said to what was said by Ghana on digitization, which is indispensable to mobilize more funding. He said that we need to mobilize more resources for digitization. Tanzania also said we need to allocate more resources to the most vulnerable and to mobilize a lot more resources to avoid social issues, social problems. Now, to not forget my colleague from Guinea, without an answer, in Central African Republic, we have very serious challenges. The country is very vast, and we've tried to transform a problem as an opportunity. For instance, today we have access on products for which we import 90%, and we need to diversify. And we will be having a diversification with the support of the African Development Bank. Today, what's happening is that with the development of our customs system, we are speaking with our colleagues in Cameroon to facilitate the work of ensuring ability to trace the goods, the importers and exporters, whereas actually now we didn't have the tools to ensure appropriate management of those movements. So this will make it possible to have a better control for the whole country, not just within the capital, but throughout the country. There are challenges on which we are working to mobilize the resources to fund that approach. Now, regarding digitization, it's actually a key approach. We don't always have the resources for what you'd like to do. For instance, digitization of tax collection, and also regarding services, or rather to capture the payments for services. We are trying to finalize the system, and I can assure you that the difference is very significant, and realize that if you can actually capture such resources, there's a lot that can be gained. I thank you.
Thank you. If we can go to Winnie, and if I can please plead with you to stick to the 2 minutes to wrap up. Over to you, Winnie.
This has been such an interesting discussion. 2 points that I would have wanted to add in this discussion. One is that in terms of scaling up long-term financing to achieve our sustainable development goals, all streams of financing are important to take into account. These days, increasingly, we talk about blended financing, Blended financing has a potential to crowd in private resources that would not have been invested if the public didn't come in with resources to reduce risks, for example. But however, what we are seeing increasingly, and us especially in the health sector, is the public absorbing the risk and the private sector, the companies, privatizing the profits and running away. We need blended financing that is focused on the development impact. In the health sector, we are seeing shocking results where even a donor puts what would have been aid through a private company, supported by the scarce resources of taxes of a country, resulting in a type of health service delivery that is hurting the poorest. I know, I've seen reports of clinics where women who have had their babies are held hostage because they haven't paid the user fees for giving birth in a hospital. A woman being asked to come to breastfeed her baby in the hospital for months because the baby is being held hostage until the mother pays. These kinds of situations where the private sector is in a hurry to make its profits while it has benefited from public funds. We want to see development results, impacts in people's lives from blended finance. A new approach is important. Secondly, every stream matters. ODA is not just charity, it's international solidarity, and it is paying back for historical injustices. ODA increased a bit during the pandemic, but it has never reached the levels it's committed to be, 0.7%. If it did, we would have another like 150 billion in terms of stimulus for the SDGs. So we want to see ODA reaching the levels it should reach and also being used for the purposes it should serve, not being diverted. We are seeing many countries now, many donors who are using the ODA to pay for refugees in their countries, reaching quite a point where a donor is now the highest recipient of their own donor money. This is a diversion of aid that is meant for eradicating poverty. So we want to see aid, quality of aid and quantity of aid and additionality of aid is so important. And this is not charity, it's global solidarity for the eradication of poverty. I make those points and agree very much with the minister from Ethiopia about how we spend. We haven't even been able to talk about taxation, but there are huge opportunities for taxation policies shifting towards reducing inequalities in Africa and increasing the amounts available for addressing our SDG agenda. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Now, if we can move, Pedro, please. With you, we'll enforce the 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I couldn't agree more with Minister Ken from Ghana. Yes, we certainly will facilitate the establishment of this peer learning group on sustained industrialization, economic diversification, and inclusive growth, as well as one, I guess, on peer learning group on macro frameworks for structural transformation, debt management, and sustainable financing. As you've quite rightly indicated, there's so many interesting things that our countries are doing, which are worth sharing so that we can learn together. And internally at the level of ECA, we are developing, we're sort of starting our own efforts to develop our own school of thought and practice on these issues. So we will be able to provide support to these peer learning groups. Second, on the toolkits, yes, indeed, I think toolkits facilitate policy implementation, but they are not, we have to always be aware that no one size fits all. that those toolkits need to be contextualized and domesticated, and all of that process is absolutely important. So it's not something that you plug and then everything starts. Then on diversification, I mean, we've, as part of this theory that I've mentioned, we are talking about horizontal and vertical economic diversification. Horizontal is to diversify from your initial sets of key products, export products, and so on. And vertical is to add value to your existing export base, for example. In the case of Cameroon, we're supporting the government to promote vertical integration in the timber sector. As you know, CEMAC has imposed a ban on the export of logs. And as part of that effort now, together with the government, we're establishing a special economic zone with a view to processing those logs internally, going towards the manufacturing of furniture in Cameroon, as Gabon is doing already. So that's vertical diversification. Now, whether I mean, of course, I know it's easy to say that it's in times of crisis that you have to pursue counter-cyclical measures. But indeed, I think we need to look at that. I do recall that in 2018, we organized a caucus as part of our Conference of Ministers. We organized a caucus meeting of the governors of central banks, and that the conversation there was whether our central banks could explore the possibility of using and expanding monetary policy. And I think the example of Mauritius is a little bit of that, where, of course, instead of distributing cash, they invested into productive sectors that can enable the retake when the conditions improved. I think that could be part of the conversation within that peer learning group, where are the opportunities for us to do these counter-cyclical measures, even in periods of crisis. And this is where all of this, the exercising about targeting can enable us. And when for example, as in the case of DRC, with localizing the investments in those special economic zones, where we'll be sort of providing the best of what DRC can do. So it is possible, but of course it will require choices. Sometimes if the dividends are higher than your initial investments, then perhaps it's worth doing that. Now, on the informal sector, I think we've argued that industrial policy, if well used, can help us to not only promote small and medium enterprise, but also bring informal sector as part of the group of companies that can provide goods and services to those mega projects. So that's part of the options. Again, as we establish those peer learning groups, we're providing opportunities for all of us to learn how we can do these things better. I like this comment about bail out people, not corporations. I think this should be at the center of our people-centered agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it will, first let me just say that unfortunately, Governor Harbish had to leave because of prior engagement, so he's not online, but it has been a brilliant discussion. It's very hard to give it justice or to summarize. I think we've heard it all. I think the key, if there are a few key messages, is really having a people-centric approach to addressing and mitigating the crisis, helping the vulnerable, the households, the firms, and paying attention to the sectors that have social implication, whether it's health, education, or agriculture, as well as focusing on domestic resource mobilization and enhancing the quality of spending. I'd like you to please join me in giving a round of applause to our fantastic panel. Thank you very much for all the speakers and for the engagement from the floor. Thanks. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that engaging panel and to also our contributors virtually. We move on to the second panel, and may I urge the moderator to be very sensitive and conscious of time. The title is Socioeconomic Implications of Climate Change and Opportunities for Leveraging Green Finance. It's an issue that has come up during our earlier sessions. So what we heard was the importance of people, a people-centered approach. And now I'm going to remind you of the importance of planet and shared prosperity. Up to 118 million extremely poor Africans could be exposed to droughts, to flooding, and to extreme heat. And all of this could seriously decimate productivity in the agricultural sector, of which many African societies rely. COP27 has just taken place in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and there quite a few issues were addressed, from the commitments to net zero emissions by 2060 to the issue of just transitions for mineral-rich countries, decarbonization as well, and a loss and damage fund was set up. They've also looked at mechanisms such as swapping debts for climate mitigation programs, and then of course, green financing. And so we're gonna ask Jean-Paul Adam, the Director for Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management at the ECA, to lead a conversation on this very important issue of how to leverage opportunities that exist for Africa in green financing. The panel is made up of His Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Maït, Minister of Finance for the Arab Republic of Egypt. We're also joined by Her Excellency Arlette Sudan Nonot, the Minister of Tourism and Environment from the Republic of Congo, although I've been told she's got serious time constraints. There's also Ms. Hassatu Diop Nsele, the Vice President for Finance and the Chief Financial Officer at the African Development Bank. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. We have Dr. Adalgisa Barbosa Vaz, the Secretary of State for Business Development in Cabo Verde, and then Hanan Morsi, the Chief Economist and Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNECA, will join this panel too. If you can welcome them warmly.
Thank you very much, Lerato, and Your Excellencies, ministers, heads of delegation, dear friends. Thank you very much for joining this panel today on the socio-economic implications of climate change and opportunities for leveraging green finance. I think we are all aware the time constraints that we currently face, and I'm delighted that I have a very dynamic set of panelists who I think are up for the challenge of trying to convey the key messages, but remaining within the limited time that we have. So, Your Excellencies and dear friends, you may have noted that the United Nations is in the process of issuing its latest IPCC report on climate change, which shows how dire the current situation is. But maybe even more significant are the citizens who currently are facing building back after Cyclone Freddy in various parts of our continent. And this is where what we really want to try and address in this panel is not only just how we raise finance, but how we deliver that finance to those people who are the most marginalized. And how do we make sure that this finance is effective in terms of addressing climate resilience? We want to make sure that we can implement Agenda 2063 of the African Union and also the Paris Agreement, and of course, get back on track in terms of the SDGs. This requires a big push in terms of finance. I would like to inform everyone that we had planned to have a video from Mr. Djuka Pateri-Talas, the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, but in view of time, this recording will be available online for everyone to consult, and we will go directly to our panelists. I will ask each panelist to address one question and cover some key points, after which we will go to the floor to get some feedback, and we will try to cover as much ground in the limited time that we have. I'm very pleased to be joined first. I will go to His Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Maïd, the Minister of Finance of the Arab Republic of Egypt, who has really led the charge in terms of climate resilience, notably at COP27, where the Finance Day aimed to address some of the biggest challenges that are faced by African countries. We had this event in the context of an African COP and a COP around implementation. And we note that it's a very difficult financial environment globally at present. So Minister Maïd, as Africa's debt has continued to rise, how can we create the fiscal space needed to urgently invest in climate resilience? And how can the Sustainable Debt Coalition, which was launched at COP27, help to address this? If I could ask you to cover this in about 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Let me say 2 points here. Point number one, how to create physical space. We have to say that mobilizing domestic resources is not that the big challenge, but the biggest challenge is to get external funding, because this is one which all of us are facing. Given 3-4 shocks together over the last 3 years, from COVID-19, which result in reduction in revenue, excessive funding or excessive expenditure on health and social measures, it made the fiscal space limited, and many of us have to borrow money. In addition to that, we found that with the process of, let me say, after the COVID-19, we find that there is a disruption in the trade and supply chain disruption. And we found that inflation started to go high, which resulted in very high cost for energy and food, which means that we need to double spending from hard currencies to get these essential needs. So this is a second burden on us. The third one is when the inflation hit all developed and developing countries, we found that many had to tighten the monetary policy, which means that additional cost for financing. This is a third. The fourth is the war started, and with the war started, we started to see more and more difficulties, high cost, no accessibility to the international financial market, and all of that. As a result, there is no more physical space. It is the opposite. I've got some data which says that African countries used to allocate around 5% of their revenue to serve their external debt in 2010. Now it is more than 17% of their internal of their revenue for only external debt. If you add the debt service for domestic debt, it means that on average between 30 to 50% of revenue has to go only for debt service. So
the space for physical, the physical space to serve other purpose, particularly for health, for education, for social protection, you are under stress. Now, we talk about global warming, we talk about climate change threat, we talk about heat waves and droughts and floods. All of these threats mean that we need to invest more on protecting our people, our continent, our earth from such threats. But you need to have a space, physical space. You need to have financing, particularly external financing. Okay, now there is no access, or it is very expensive to do that. So unless you will find some sort of availability of concessional or blended financing, and also some mechanism to like what we called debt for nature, what we called debt swap for climate change, what we called reducing cost of financing. And I started to see some who are talking about some initiatives like to buy from your bond in secondary market at a discount rate and use the proceeds to lower the cost, and also to invest in climate purpose or some of the climate investment. I've seen that. I've seen now some of the investors coming and say, okay, we are willing to provide some sort of financing to use it to buy your Eurobond in the secondary market, which is now at a discount rate, and use the difference in order to make some climate investment, which is okay. But let me say, unless the whole world come together and find a mechanism to ensure that countries like Africa, African continent, or African countries who are buying or getting finance from the international financial market at a higher cost by an average of 100 to 260 basis point, which is, they call it Africa premium, just because the perceived risk on the African countries. So it should be the opposite. You want to help me? Look, some statistics say that Africa is responsible only for 4% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So why I should pay all the cost of the transition? We need to find a way. For us, the two initiatives which we have initiated on the side of the COP27, one is debt sustainability coalition, and we want to together sit down as a debitor, creditors, even private sector, and to come up with a framework in order to ensure that we will end up with some sort of agreement on how to finance climate change threat, particularly that it needs a lot of investment. Also, how to get some sort of green financing, sustainable financing at a cheap cost. Our experience in Egypt when we issued green bonds wasn't good. Why? Because we paid even more than what we paid for the Eurobond. Because yes, it was cheaper, 15 to 20 basis points, but after that, you have to allocate a lot of resources for building capacity, for reports, for auditors who will come and say, and you have to pay for all of that. So you end up with a cost higher than the traditional Eurobond. It is the opposite. You should encourage me and offer me, I have to say, lower 100 basis point, 150 basis point, so I can pay for the additional cost. Because when you say, for example, it is a green, and show me the project, and you come to audit the project and see the report, all of these are costing. So this is another initiative in how to come up with a standard, with a criteria, with measures, with a mechanism to ensure that when we go for green bonds, green loans, green financing, we will get it at a favorable concessional or a cheap cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I think the message is very clear. We must reward those countries that are committing resources into climate resilience, into renewables. And why should the citizens be paying this Africa premium that you have been mentioning? And we applaud the measures that you have been taking to address this. Je crois que nous avons aussi, je suis pas sûr qu'elle est connectée, Son Excellence Madame la Ministre Arlette Soudan-Nono, la Ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable et pour le bassin du Congo. Je ne suis pas sûr qu'elle est connectée. Je crois que peut-être que non. Et alors, je vais passer au prochain panéliste. Madame la Ministre, si vous êtes connectée, merci de nous faire un signe et je vais vous donner la parole très rapidement après. So I will go directly now to Ms. Hassatu Diop Nsele, the Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer of the African Development Bank. Thank you very much for being with us. And we've heard lots of recommendations already on what we want to see the AFDB do. But from your perspective, how can multilateral development banks and regional banks like the African Development Bank help in increasing the resources available for green finance? What are the innovations? And maybe you can tell us a little bit on how you want to see the SDRs being deployed in the AFDB.
Okay, so thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So as you know, Africa is the least resilient in terms of climate, and we are the continent that receives the brunt of the impact of climate financing, on top of all the challenges that we have. So we cannot wait. We have to act and we have to innovate. And the Commissioner Muchanga had the words, development is a do-it-yourself affair. So we need to do it while we wait for others to provide the resources. We are still waiting for the 100 billion per year. So while they make their way, I think that we need to move forward. So and obviously public finance is not sufficient. We need private sector. And but in bringing the private sector, we need to give the private sector confidence in investing in Africa. Why? Because it's something that we've discussed this morning, and that you also alluded to, is because of that perception of risk on the continent, which is a major deterrent for capital inflows from the private sector, and it results in lack of interest or even very high funding costs. So basically, and what's troubling about that is that, factual data, Moody's report 2019, infrastructure, Africa, in terms of default, we are the lowest. Yeah. We are lower than Asia. We are lower than the Americas. We are lower than South America. So, and this is not something that is well known, and something that we need to socialize at one point in time. So basically, a few things. In order to mobilize private capital, we need to de-risk. So there are instruments that are available for the African Development Bank. For example, we have partial credit guarantee and partial risk guarantee. And so basically, a partial risk guarantee, it covers the risk of a government not meeting its commitments. So these are, guarantees or commitments that are under the government's control. It can be convertibility, expropriation, confiscation. It can be also political force majeure or breach of contract. So that's a partial risk guarantee, and does provide a certain level of confidence when it comes into a transaction. We also have the partial credit guarantee, which basically covers the debt service on scheduled payment on commercial debts. So there are also risk transfer approach, and the African Development Bank was a pioneer. We were the first multilateral development bank to ever do a synthetic securitization. It was very interesting because basically we had investors that had never bought Africa risk and that came into our portfolio, because these are the investors that didn't want to take construction risk, and they wanted to see seasoned projects. So that was the first port of entry. So there are various mechanisms that are available, and obviously the climate funds. But the problem is that there are billions of dollars available on climate funds, and Africa is only able to access 3%. So we need to put mechanism in places in order to help unlock this. And at the African Development Bank, we are thinking of we have established a climate action window. And one of the purposes is to help Africa, unlock access to climate financing. But also there are the governments, the regulators and the governments, which need to play their part. We need to have the right regulatory environment. We need to have, enforceability of court decisions. This is important, when you're a private sector. We need to make sure that the cost of transaction is taken into account in terms of taxation, the cost of doing business, the exit risks. So these are issues. And also there is benchmarking. So we have countries that are extremely successful in bringing in the private sector. So we should benchmark against these countries. So, and also when we talk about private capital, we default to international, but there is the local markets as well. So we need to develop our local currency capital markets. And last, SDRs. So basically, SDR is a very, very powerful tool that can be used by a multilateral development bank, leveraging it 3 to 4 times in order to fund, among others, climate. And the African Development Bank has developed a solution which has been deemed by the IMF staff to meet the reserve asset status, which was a clear ask. So let me stop here.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so Okay. Thank you so much. And I think we have really heard what AFDB is doing, but also what you could do with the right resources. And we have to go beyond the 3%. When we look at what Africa is facing, we really need to address this as a priority. And thank you so much for those issues that you have presented. I now have the great honor and privilege to go to Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director at the United Nations Environment Programme. So from a fellow colleague from the UN, we'd love to hear from you how ministers of finance, from your perspective, and ministers of environment, these are two ministries that don't always talk to each other. And how can we support them? How can they deliver sustainable budgets that actively contribute to reduce poverty and inequality from your perspective?
Thank you very much. And indeed, I appreciate this specific question. Here, ministers of finance and economic development probably are the majority. And that's the mistake number one we are making, because the ministers are talking to themselves. The ministers are not failing to make the connections between finance and other issues, without which then their discussion is in a vacuum. I'm saying so because for a long time, the world has focused, and Africa in particular, focused on climate action, climate change. And this is even the discussion here, we seem to focus on climate resilience, climate emergence. But let's just think, when we talk of climate change, or when we refer to floods, drought, wildfires, heat waves, where are they happening? Are they happening in the air? They all happen on the ecosystem, on the ground, on Earth, on the planet. It is, in other words, therefore, unless we take care of that ecosystem, the climate emergence we are talking will continue to increase, irrespective of what measures are put in place today. Scientists have clearly told us that 30% or 27% of climate mitigation and adaptation will come from preservation, conservation, sustainable use, restoration of biodiversity or nature. 30%. So how can we talk of all measures on climate and not connecting with other environmental challenges, or what UNEP we refer as triple crisis: climate change, nature loss, pollution, and waste. The world just in December adopted a Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework.
a framework for all, including ministries of environment, a framework to be implemented, executed on a whole of society, whole of government approach, not Ministry of Environment, not Ministry of Agriculture or Forest alone. You cannot deal with pollution in the ocean, saying the fish are toxic with plastics, or agriculture without looking at pesticides and chemicals which go on the soil. And we have the central bank governors with us here. Loans, grants, all these funds are given to businesses and institutions whose operations have adverse impacts on that ecosystem, exacerbating the climate change. Are we looking at those impacts? And even the global biodiversity framework I'm talking about, it is targeted specifically finance sector. There's a target which literally call now on the finance governments, and this is the ministries of finance, to ensure that businesses and financial sector do not only assess the risks and impacts of their operations, but also disclose what goes into that ecosystem. It talks specific target looking at increasing financial flows, both from the public sector and the private sector. That recognition is there. It's looking at raising resources for nature conservation, which cannot be done without looking at climate, which is also a target on that framework, and looking at raising over $200 billion per year by 2030, and therefore $30 billion per year. So basically what I'm saying, yes, finance is important. We can look at debt, dealing with debt burden, but debt is also increasing because we are not taking care of what is on the ecosystem, which affects the entire economic, socio-economic aspect. We are talking of post-COVID recovery. We have not mentioned that we need to prevent a possible emergence of yet another COVID. And scientists are already telling us the next COVID will be serious than what we have seen. And if COVID had emanated probably from deforestation or animals, these are the issues also we need to talk about, because that's where the resources are going, increasing, dealing with health sector. And this is where then poverty, inequality has continued to increase. And my last point, poverty, inequality in this continent, our continent, since the 90s, we are talking of poverty reduction, poverty elevation. So the issues coming in now are not new. They are new in terms of magnitude, different issues. We talked of Ebola, HIV, all this led to poverty, inequality, and the issues continue. Let us make connection. Business as usual is no longer an option. It's a whole of government and not finance on their own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mrema. And break the silos. We need to get the ministries working together. And I'd like to call the attention to all ministers here that there is a resolution on improving finance, which includes a reference to bringing finance ministers and environment ministers together. So I now have the pleasure to go to Dr. Adalgisa Babo-Savas. Madame la Ministre, qui est la secrétaire.
Excellency the Minister, the Secretary of State for Development of Business in the Cabo Verde Republic. Madam, thank you for being with us today. You represent a country, a small island developing country. So we want to ask you, how do we ensure that the small island states, the small island developing states can have access to the appropriate funding for climate resilience? Maybe you can share with us some examples of what you've done in Cabo Verde. Many thanks. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate you for associating us with this work. And also, bring in a theme which is very important, especially the one that is to do with the small island developing nations. I had the chair of the AU, which had a process in small island states, and you continue to maintain the agenda, the issue relating to these countries. Now, to answer the question on mobilizing resources in this regard, I think that the first question which we must ask ourselves is that the promised resources, where are they? These promised resources, how do we mobilize them? What are the eligibility criteria? How does the AU, how do the development partners, how can they help us to identify these resources? Because for the small island states, this is a matter which is an existential one, with the rise of waters, with the heating up of climates. We are talking about existential issues, and with that, the other countries which are in a better place fulfill their promises to help countries which are non-pollutants, like the small island states, to benefit from these resources. And with that, we have started to do our job back home. We're doing our homework, and as we wait to ensure that these funds are available, then the eligibility criteria should be made flexible, and the countries and the small island developing states can have preferential access to these funds, especially with regard to issues with the existential matters, as I said, the rise of waters and so on. And now in this regard, and concerning the experience of my country, Cabo Verde, we have started, as I said, to do our homework. We have started with mobilizing resources, internal resources, by establishing a fiscal space, and by ensuring that in the budget we have a leverage in this area with the instruments which I will mention later. But we have started with facilitating access of the private sector to funding, with mechanisms of de-risking by the state and the grantee funds, as well as other vehicles which can help the businesses, the municipalities to mobilize resources at the local level. And we also have thought about innovative solutions in a small island state with basket bonds, with basket loans, by creating vehicles which assist in businesses in municipalities to come together in a pool to mobilize themselves jointly in efforts within the area of our bond, within the area of our commercial banks, to ensure liquidity. We have also established board facilities that's built on operating transfer, where the state hasn't mobilized resources for the public work and for infrastructure. However, they facilitate access of enterprises to funding, where this is on the basis of work hand in hand with the states, and anticipate this income from bank and from the this has been done with the help of the state, but on the basis of a contract signed by the state in the area of rule of law. We also have set up an integrated national framework for funding, and the UNDP has supported us with a platform to ensure that there are certain blue bonds, social bonds, and green bonds. However, the state had already set up what we used to call an ecosystem for funding to the economy, and we set up a grantee fund, a partial grantee fund for small and medium enterprises, and the capital risk funds for small and medium enterprises, as well as a sovereign fund for grantees of big structuring projects and big enterprises with a big impact, as well as other instruments like technical assistance funds. So all this is aimed at facilitating access of private businesses to funding and ensuring that the state can can work hand in hand with the state to create a space to be able to address issues of climate change, which we cannot transfer to the private sector. Now, with all these instruments, of course, I don't want to list all these. We have seen direct outcomes with this framework that we have set up, that is funding integration. There's the NPL, which came down by 50%. The credit rate to the economy almost doubled and moved from 3.5% to 7.5% in 2022. And we were able to move from the recession from 15% in 2022. And this points to the fact that, just as Madam Sayed said, as well as the president of the ADB, who keeps repeating that in Africa, we have a problem of risk perception. We can easily recycle the SDR with DTS with the instruments of de-risking to facilitate access and lower the costs of our states in the area of mobilizing funding. So in this regard, before I end, I would like to take this opportunity in this forum to inform us that Cabo Verde, for the first time, we are going to host the Africa Group meeting of the World Bank, as well as that for the IMF, that the governors of the World Bank and the IMF. We would like to, reiterate our invitation that we have already made to invite you to participate from 6th to 8th July in our country. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You've been very clear, first of all, on what Cabo Verde has done. It is quite impressive, and we have seen the results. You have also laid emphasis on the issue of de-risking, of supporting African countries in their projects, recognizing that the real risk is that that we face on a day-to-day basis. That's the problem. We don't have enough investment in the appropriate projects. I think that Madam Her Excellency, the Minister, is now there. I would like to confirm for those who are online to see whether she's online. I think that she isn't yet there. So let me give the floor to Madam Hanan Mosi.
Hanan Mosi, Dr. Hanan Mosi, who's also the chief economist of ECA. We are delighted to have you as the last speaker on the panel. And if you can tell us, is the current global financial architecture adapted for the financing needs of a climate resilient development in Africa, and what needs to change?
Thank you very much. I think the answer is simply no. And as we've heard, no, because currently we have a system where we contribute the least to climate change problems and less than 4% of the global emissions, yet we suffer the most in terms of being the most vulnerable region to the consequences of climate change. And countries on average have to spend between 3 to 5% of GDP to deal with the implication of cost of climate change, and in some countries even up to 15%. And yet there is currently these countries have not been compensated for the damage and losses that they suffer. And at the same time, ironically, the continent is also a huge part of the solution, because the continent has the potential to sequester a third of global needs. So not only that we are suffering and not compensated, but we're actually part of the the solution that we need to be properly compensated for. And we know, for example, that the estimates for the financing needs to meet the nationally determined contributions is about $3 trillion by 2030. So I think all that illustrates that the current system, especially on climate finance issue, is not, just an inclusive in terms of handling countries, African countries. What can be done to fix that? So we've already heard of part of these solutions. We need to make sure that in actually addressing the needs of the continent, needs for adaptation finance, that this finance actually is available at affordable rates. It cannot be that we are, we are double penalized. It cannot be that yet, we are suffering from problems that we haven't caused, and we have to even pay higher than everyone else, in part because of that Africa premium that we talked about, and because of the lack of the mechanism that enable a fair and just system, enables solutions to de-risking instruments by which we can access a lower cost of finance, enables blending options by which actually we can crowd in the private sector. In Africa, the private sector represent less than 14% of climate finance. If you compare that in other regions, it's about 50%. In the US, it's about 94%. So that tells us that there is a huge way to go. And we need to have these instruments like blending finance to actually be able to crowd in more the private sector in addressing that solution. Of course, we also talked about things like debt for nature and debt for climate swaps, which can be a way to refinance existing debt at cheaper rates with some climate action commitments. That can be also a very useful area in which we'll be able to handle that. But also in that area, what we have seen is most of the transactions that has happened for small, many cases island economies, and mostly supported by philanthropy. Now, philanthropy have done their share in showing demonstration effect that this can work. Now we need the large countries and donors to actually come in to fund that, for us to move from the millions to billions, to actually do come to scale. So that's very important. And also another very important area to enable more of green finance is official support and guarantees, like Brady bonds type of facilities by which this can lower the cost of accessing markets. So all these things are quite important. And of course, there are the issues of carbon credit markets, and through which we can actually get compensated for being part of the solution, but that requires more work in terms of raising the integrity of the market to get higher prices. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, B.S. Hanan. And I think that the last point that you've ended on is appropriate because on carbon markets, because Minister Arlette was going to also speak to us on that. And I would invite anyone who's interested to also see the reports that ECA has published on this subject, including after the recent hosting of a Africa Business Forum on the subject. So I would like everyone, please give a round of applause again to the panelists, because they have been mostly within time. And I'd also like to recognize that Minister Mait and myself are very privileged because we have a very strong women representation on this panel. And I think this also shows that climate leadership and finance leadership are coming from women across the continent. So thank you so much. And I really appreciate the contributions of our panelists. We now have a very short period to take a few questions from the floor. I would like to limit it to 3 interventions of 2 minutes each. So raise hands, because I will take only 3. There is one on the far right. And if there are others, please raise your hands, because we will go quite fast. Lesotho, a second. So please go ahead at the far right. And Tanzania.
Honorable Chair, Excellence, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Bizoy Tadasa, and I have the honor to represent the Pan-African Youth Union. We are a continental body.
Unfortunately, I think the sound, certainly on the stage, the sound is not so great. Maybe you could, maybe someone could help you with put the mic in the right position. Can try again. Please don't forget to introduce yourself as well.
Okay.
And where you're from.
Honorable Chairman, Excellence, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Bezoy Tadasa, and I have the honor to represent the Pan-African Youth Union. We are a continental body coordinating youth and federating nation youth councils and acts as a focal agency on a youth matter to the African Union. As we have seen by the fact that climate finance is one of the prerequisites to attaining a climate resilient development and for immediate adaptation to the adverse impact of climate change that continue. We've just seen the recent flooding in Malawi and many other examples. Number one concern, which is already on the table, is the issue of adequate climate finance inclusion broadly and the other concern of climate finance for youth in this respect. What would be the immediate and long-term strategies to fortify youth finance inclusion with respect to climate finance? I thank you for the kind attention.
Thank you very much. I think an excellent point and within time as well. I would like to go to Lesotho and then Tanzania. Or if the mic is nearer to Tanzania, we go Tanzania first.
Yes.
Lesotho is over here, if someone has the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. And thank you for the panel that you brought before us, very informative. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, we thank you very much. We wish to thank you for this opportunity, and it is timely to discuss how to finance climate change and environmental management. Importantly, we are going to look at how to increase green financing. Green makes me identify a specific area of Africa's environment that has been missing from this discussion today, and that is the flora and fauna of our environment, the grass, the water, the soils, the animals that walk our continent. In the context of African free continental free trade agreement, the most ancient and enduring pioneers of free movement of goods and individuals have been our animals. The migrations of elephants and wildebeest and rhino and other wild species to Africa attract tourism and ecological interest more than anything else globally. The problem is the lack of dialogue to discuss the welfare and management of our wildlife as an economic resource for communities that own them. This delegation revisits our call to reflect on the
Lesotho, just to let you know, the 2 minutes are up. If you could wrap up in 30 seconds, and if you have a longer statement, it can be submitted to be taken up by the record. I'll give you another 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Our ivory and its sources, its origin, its value, isn't ivory valuable? And the environment from which it comes up means that when they die, we compose huge heaps of ivory and it goes up in flames. But we can see in this forum that if it has value, there can be a value chain market for it. And Pedro spoke of analytic tools to identify wealth in Africa. And we still call on Africans to see the value chain of ivory, that it can make communities want to look after the animals and the animals can want to look after us. And that is part of caring for our environment in that buffer strategy. And the people of Africa will then say, we did ourselves. We would like to know from Dr. Mrema why there seems to be a drift between environmental and climate change interventions in the days we are in. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we can go to Tanzania for the final intervention.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I would like also to congratulate and appreciate all the presenters Just a quick issue. Of course, I have seen the concern of the resources that we have been as African countries receiving, which are actually being very little as compared to the magnitude of the effects that we are suffering. We understand that most of the emitters, those who were put in the list as Annex 1 and Annex 2, they are emitting a lot, and the spillover effects and of course comes to us in Africa. So I was looking on the level of resources that we are actually receiving. However, even the little we are getting as well, they go to themselves who are contributing. When you talk of of course, they use the means of implementation where there is a financing, but they compel each country to have maybe these accredited institutions. But there are so many complications in order to get accredited. And you'll find most of the companies coming from the developed countries. So I was looking, even the case of technology, where we also receive those technology at a very high cost. And even for the case of capacity building, most of the countries are compelled to have internationally recognized institutions, which are international NGOs that are coming from developed countries. So I've been thinking of the way when they meet during the COP, they deliberate and come up with recommendations or commitments, but are not legally binding. I don't know, based on your experience, what can we do as African countries to enable that all those recommendations and the commitments which are being reached during the COP can be legally binding and ensure that African countries access more resources from the climate window.
Thank you very much. I think that's very clear. We have Morocco. I asked for only 3. I can exceptionally allow Morocco to come in if you promise to be less than 1 minute. Le Maroc, si vous pouvez intervenir dans moins d'1 minute. Je suis vraiment désolé, mais j'avais demandé avant. Merci. Vous avez la parole pour 60 secondes.
You have 60 seconds, Morocco, to the floor. Thank you, moderator. My delegation notes with satisfaction the presentations that have dealt with critical issues, funding and climate change. My country and our continent are more heavily impacted by the adverse effects of climate change. African agriculture has suffered from climate change factors. In this regard, from a financial perspective, and within the framework of practical terms, my country has made significant efforts to align the financial sector with the needs for sustainable development. And in spite of all efforts, so my country is highly concerned by the problems caused by climate change. I would like to submit for your appreciation the following recommendations: strengthening investments in the area of agriculture, putting in place initiatives for green financing to fight against climate change, mobilizing resources, and in the same order of ideas to bring together private and public funding in the way of getting adapted funding. And the cooperation South-South is necessary, and to this end, it is essential to encourage African initiatives, the activities of the 3 commissions on the sustainability of debt. Finally, it will be indispensable not to speak about funding without also bringing on board the economic model, development economic models that will be more resilient, more innovative, and which respond to the socioeconomic needs of our continent, which would let us move towards a more greener future. I thank you. Thank you, Morocco. Your comments. I allowed you a few more seconds because of the relevance of your comments.
Including from the floor. And I would ask each of our panelists in 1 minute to just give us one takeaway. What is the most priority action that you would like us to take going forward in terms of leveraging green finance? I will start with Minister Maït.
I believe it is very complicated and very difficult to say what is the priorities, because I would say as a Minister of Finance, what I'm asked every day and every hour is what is needed for my people. Yes, if you are saying prioritize, I would say climate change has to be one of the priority in the coming period by ensuring that public investment with private investment is growing over the coming years at a speed which can address effectively and efficiently with a threat of climate change. But at the same time, you've talked about many issues like financing agriculture, financing health, financing education, financing culture, and all of that. If we can come up with some sort of a framework which all of them can work together and at the same time achieve the SDGs goal 2030, AU 2063, and at the same time, now the most urgent is to address the climate change threat, the global warming, the increasing flood, the increasing heat wave, and all of that. It needs investment. You need to invest more in renewables. You need to invest more in green projects. You need to invest more in water, wastewater, and all of that. But we need to say, we don't have this physical space. We don't have this amount of external funding to achieve that. So if we can come up with a practical something which can be implemented to help all of us to move forward in this direction, it will be a priority according to what we agree for. But otherwise, it will continue as national priorities rather than anything else. Thank you.
Perfect. I think the minister is very clear. We start with people, and we have to have a framework that brings it all together. Can I go directly to Ms. Assatou?
Yes.
One recommendation.
Okay, so it's not easy as well, but I think I would say
I only asked the hard questions.
So the African Development Bank is your bank, and we are your voice. And as the CFO of the African Development Bank, one of my role is to look for resources for the continent. So my ask is that when we have those initiatives that are going to bring more resources to the continent, we need your voice. When you meet with ministers of finance, of counterparts, don't just talk about the World Bank, talk about the African Development Bank. Thank you.
Très clair, merci. More money for FDP. Madame Morema, your takeaway.
Coming from the United Nations Environment Programme, I will insist that yes, we need to take measures or look at accelerating economic growth with environmental objectives within it. And therefore, mainstreaming, harmonization, making the connection between different issues, whole of government, whole of society approach in dealing with the different issues we are dealing with or we are talking about at the moment. And therefore, having ministers of finance and ministers of environment connect the dots will be key. Thank you.
Perfect. No growth without environment. I'll go to Dr. Adalgisa. Votre dernier message, Madame la Ministre.
Tout d'abord, j'enregistre avec.
Mostly, I note with satisfaction, a lot of satisfaction, the regarding the question that had been asked, that all the panelists and all those who have taken the floor have actually emphasized the call to action. We have institutions, financial institutions such as the ADB. We have institutions for technical assistance, such as the African Union. We have tools, we have instruments to mobilize resources. And if we could move forward, we would all be very happy. Thank you very much, Minister.
The last word goes to you. What's your key takeaway?
So for me, I think if it's one thing, I would say it's really the cost of green finance, to focus on tackling that and reducing it through blended finance and de-risking. And on our part, to do that, to also work on having a well-designed and credible key performance indicators that can actually help us unleash that, lower cost financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will not attempt to go in detail to summarize, but simply to say, I think there are some very clear recommendations that have emerged from today's panel, not least of which is de-risking, the use of blended finance, addressing the problem of debt. And I invite everyone to consult the documentation on the Sustainable Debt Coalition and confirm those countries that are interested. We've already received in the course of this morning many countries that have confirmed, and we look forward to welcoming you in a convening that will happen in Egypt at some point, probably towards June, with dates to be confirmed. We also note the other areas of focus. We cannot separate environment and the economy. They have to be dealt with together, and we need to break the silos to address that. We also need to resource our institutions, AFDB and our partners and the institutions in the continent. And we also need to domesticate our resource mobilization. I think we were all very interested to hear on the experience of Cabo Verde. And we must also use frameworks that are innovating, whether it be debt swaps, use of key performance indicators, and deploying finance in a way which addresses the urgency of climate action and addressing the needs of our citizens. And I think that was the first word that that Minister Mait said, so it's appropriate that I end with that: people-centered action. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée à tout le monde. A photograph, all of us together.
Thank you very much to you, Jean-Paul, and your panel. And I think there are so many issues to be tackled here. It's like an iceberg. We can only address the tip of it. And so I hope there'll be many, many other occasions in future to tackle this very important issue of climate change, climate financing, adaptation, mitigation, just transitions, and decarbonization for Africa and a greener future. Our final roundtable, again, I'm going to stress the importance of timekeeping. We are not just over time, we are way, way over time. And so I'm going to really rely on you, the moderator, Stephen Karingi, the Director for Regional Integration and Trade Division at the ECA, to just be circumspect and sensitive to time. So UNECA is where a lot of the data gathering and research takes place. The data that then informs a lot of macroeconomic interventions and parameters that are taken at member state level. And so simply put, I think we can say numbers don't lie. And so here are the numbers. Africa's contribution to global trade is less than 3%. But over the years, African nations have started trading more amongst themselves at a rate of about 32%. And with more trade, it is believed that we can unlock economic growth to be fast-tracked at a pace of 52%. We can bring in $400 billion to regional coffers, and we can lift 30 million Africans out of poverty, mainly women traders. And so our next panel is going to interrogate what the potential for the AFCFTA is in addressing issues of empowerment, economic growth, development, and also job creation for many of Africa's people, particularly the youth who are in a position to innovate around value add. And so Stephen Karengi, Director for Regional Integration and Trade Division, the floor is yours, joined by Your Excellency Claudine Uwera, Minister of State in charge of Economic Planning for Rwanda, Dr. Robert Ocholo, CEO of Africa NENDA, Ms. Treasure Mapanga, the Chief Operating Officer of A-Trade Group, Brigitte Harrington, the President and CEO of Igire Coffee Company, Dr. Michelle Sidibe, the African Union Special Envoy for African Medicines, the African Medicines Agency, and Mr. Yusuf Daye, the Director for AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy at Afrexim Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, good evening. We'll try to do this, and I think we can do it. We talked a lot about the African Continental Free Trade Area. We had from the beginning issues to do with vulnerabilities and inequalities. We have made the case that it is possible to use the platform of the African Continental Free Trade Area to deal with issues of inequality and vulnerability, create resilient economy, include everyone. And so I'm glad to be moderating this panel. So what we are going to do is I'm going to give my panelists a maximum of 4 minutes, so that at least because the concentration rate of the people here is probably not as high as it was in the beginning. So instead of having 2 rounds of questions, we'll have 1 round. So your intervention, I would like you to wrap it into 1, and also use it as an opportunity for your elevator pitch of what it is you would want the ministers of finance who are here to take away. And I'm going to start with Honorable Minister, Her Excellency Claudine Uwera, the Minister of State in charge of Economic Planning, who is joining us virtually. How are you, Minister? I can see you there on the screen. And the question that I was going to pose to you is to say that those of us who have been watching the countries that are implementing, that are moving ahead with the implementation of the AFCFTA, we have seen Rwanda building a clear ecosystem that positions it to take advantage of the AFCFTA. I have in mind here the emergence of Kigali as a transport and logistics hub. And we have also seen a lot of activity around the pharmaceutical sector. So what lessons would you like to share with the other ministers who are present here? And how is Rwanda ensuring that there is inclusion of everybody, and those that are most vulnerable are not left behind in terms of benefiting from the AFCFTA? Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. And first of all, allow me just on behalf of the government of Rwanda, just to thank the UNECA for just organizing this 55th session of African Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And within the main team fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequality and the vulnerability. And it's a big pleasure to me also just to take part of this panel on African Continental Free Trade Area for Economic Resilience and Inclusion. Yes, from the background side, all of us, we know that when it comes to CFTA, it was signed in Kigali in March 2018 from the background perspective. And since then, 54 countries have signed the agreement and 46 have ratified the agreement, demonstrating a significant level of political commitment to regional integration. This was the starting point. And we all of us know that the CFTA creates a single African market for goods and services. It brings together 1.2 billion people into one market with a combined GDP of 1.4 trillion USD. For a country like Rwanda, the single market increased the consumer base from 13 million people and our national GDP from 13 billion USD, making economies of scale a game changer for existing business exporters and potential investors on the African continent. COVID-19 has demonstrated the need to develop regional value chains that are closer to home, enabling trading among regional players to mitigate supply chain disruption for essential commodities and products. Indeed, Rwanda is leading the charge on this track with the recent establishment of a vaccine manufacturing plant in Kigali, capable of producing vaccines that meet the required ruler of origin to be traded on the continent under preferential terms. This will not only ensure availability of critical medicines and therapeutic in Africa, but also create jobs, transfer knowledge, and ultimately improve balance of payments and economic development. Notably, pharmaceutical, agro-processing, textiles, and automobile are priority sectors identified under CFTA, private sector strategy. And Rwanda is aligning its own national policy to this broader framework. Under this CFTA, Rwanda is championing an initiative to fast-track the trading of commodities between African countries, addressing issues of low production supply chain challenge, logistical barriers, and importantly, removing the tariff and non-tariff barriers that hinder agriculture trade on the continent. So from coming back to your question, what kind of lessons on Rwanda experience on how to position the economy to maximize the benefit from this CFTA? I can say here that this CFTA offers abundant opportunities for the private sector to integrate into regional value chains, source input and raw material close to home, import their terms and trade by lowering tariff and eliminating non-tariff barriers, as I mentioned. As such, Rwanda believes that to maximize the benefit of CFTA, firstly, we must commit to implement the agreements as a continent and its integral protocols. So this means that ratifying the various legal instruments, as you are aware, Rwanda was the first country to ratify the CFTA, and is in this process of ratifying the protocols on investment, intellectual property, and competition following the adoption by the AU Assembly of Heads of States and the government. Secondly, participating in the process is important to reaping the benefits. So the legal instruments which are being implemented will be binding to member states, therefore ensuring active participation of public and the private institution in institutional meetings. Thirdly, I can say that government policy must also look to Africa to maximize on those opportunities. So this means putting in place targeted strategy to reach Africa. So the vaccine manufacturing plant is one of example. Rwanda area and its destination in Africa is another. The Kigali International Financial Center is geared to position Rwanda as a gateway for investment onto the continent. Manufacturing incentives under industrial parks and special economic zone looks to provide a conclusive business environment for investors to establish in Rwanda whilst targeting the broader African continent. Importantly, putting in place a national implementation strategy on the CFT, which highlighted those critical sector product, service, and market help to ensure that resources are proportionally earmarked to maximize the available benefit. Rwanda is now finalizing its CFTA implementation strategy with support from UNECA, and we believe will become a blueprint for the public and private sector in delivering on the advantage of CFTA. And fourthly, mobilizing.
Thank you, Excellency.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you. I did not want to cut you, but you've given us, you've given us very specific examples, Honorable Minister, of what Rwanda is doing, including the various sectors that you have identified, and some of the critical actions you've taken, including even using the air transport, the issues of the vaccines, and the way you want to create one market for the vaccines that you are developing. So, if you allow me, let me go to the other panelists. But thank you so much for your contribution and your intervention. So, let me turn now to Robert Ochola, the CEO for Africa NENDA. You have the ministers for finance here. A lot of them are having issues to do with the liquidity when it comes to the dollars. This is affecting the ability for manufacturing companies to be able to, or those who want to import intermediate inputs, to have their industries running at optimum capacities. And some people would argue that this is the time for us to take advantage of the AFCFTA, first of all, to source our intermediate inputs from within the continent, but at the same time to be able to trade in our own currencies. So, and for this to happen, you also want to do, to have a role for the digital payments. You are very much involved in the design of the Pan-Africa payment and settlement system. You are now working on the last mile of instant payment system. So when you talk to the ministers of finance, what is their reaction when you talk about these issues of digitalization to make digital trade work? And lastly, what would you like to see in the protocol on digital trade that is currently being negotiated in the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, a pleasure to be here this evening. Let me start with a very quick story. I applied for a landline, I'm from Kenya, in 1990. I still haven't received any feedback from the telco company. Maybe that's a good thing because we've been overtaken by events from a perspective of mobile telephony. But today, if I use that same analogy, we're probably behaving in the same way in terms of cross-border payments and how we're treating the citizens of Africa when they're moving money from one African country to another. Because what we're doing initially, well, is you're basically going through correspondent banks in the US when you're moving money from one African currency to another. So the technology already exists to solve this problem. Some of the critical cost structures that continue to impede traders for cross-border trade, and these are African traders, MSMEs and corporates, is the fact that it's costing over about $5 billion on an annual basis. And today, Africa is the most expensive continent in terms of cost of cross-border trade. So if you're sending money from one African country to another, it'll cost you for $100, 12% up to 24%. So for every $100 that you're sending, your citizens are paying between $12 to $24 for that cross-border transaction. So from a technology perspective, this of course was already solved by the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which allows for cross-border payments using local currency. And then we look at a multilateral net settlement arrangement, which of course brings down the cost of cross-border payments. So at a technology level, that's been solved. What we now need to do, and together with the UNECA and the World Bank, we released a report, which is the first of its kind last year, called the State of Instant Payments in Africa, which basically says today that there's 26 payment arrangements in country and 18 are in development. So that means today, if you want to integrate PAPS as a going concern, you can only integrate it to 26 markets. 18 today do not have an arrangement in country. The only thing that's also I want to call out very quickly is that out of those 26, only about 7 of those are performing at optimal levels. And what do I mean by that? When you look at the percentage of transactions through those systems, M-Pesa, everybody talks about that. That's 80% of GNI. NIBS in Nigeria has about 150%, 150% of its transactions when you look at it from a GNI perspective. Another one which is almost best in class is actually the Ghana payment system, where they have full interoperability between bank and mobile phones for last mile. They're doing about 100%. South Africa is bank-led, so they're doing about 60% of transactions from a GNI perspective. And then the other country which you can call out is actually Zambia. So out of those 26, there's still a lot of them which are suboptimal in terms of driving last mile connectivity. So there's need to also look at upgrading those systems. Very quickly, we need to look at critical elements. One is, of course, the Forex risk when you're looking at cross-border arrangements. One of the good examples I'd like to give is Mauritius, who have actually partnered with India. And what they agreed is through a 2 or 3 day window, they will maintain some element of currency stability, similar to what you saw the European exchange rate mechanism doing when the EU was moving towards a single market. So these are critical issues. I'd like to propose some quick thoughts and solutions before I go to the final comment. One, for me, that I believe is important is we need to set up innovation committees. What I've seen countries do is they try and innovate at country level, but some of the issues they're dealing with have been solved maybe 10 years ago by other countries within the continent. So I think there's need to harmonize and have more conversations at central bank and Ministry of Finance levels so that you're not trying to solve a problem that was solved maybe 10 years ago. I've seen those as critical issues. So we can actually take a lot of the duplication out and also reduce in the learning curve. I think one of the delegates today mentioned, how do we get ahead of the curve? We do this by collaborating and ensuring that we have common conversations that help us not go through the same, so imitation to innovation. That's one of the key pieces. I think we had the cabinet secretary from Kenya who was actually involved in the M-Pesa revolution. Policy harmonization is another critical aspect because we're also seeing different levels of policy regimes which are fundamental to creating a level playing field for enabling these payment arrangements. Capacity building is very critical. And one of the other things which I also want to call out very quickly is the fact that there are examples of African countries today, Rwanda is one, who are actually building their own payment systems using in-house capacity and technology, which avoids high costs. Because basically for upgrading the last mile, you're looking at about between $3 to about $7 million. And if we have countries trying to do that just for the payment system, you can imagine what that cost would look like. To your second point, and I'll be very quick, what I'd like to see in the trade protocol is issues of, are we going to build 54 times 2 tier 4 data centers? If we do that, we need about $1.2 billion. And I think we need to think about it differently. So it might be important for African countries to look at a hub and spoke where you put regional data centers and countries agree to data sovereignty, data passporting, so that instead of rolling out those tier 4 data centers, which require what they call active for uptime, we look at a hub and spoke so that we can actually shortcut the innovation journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert. Excellent intervention, critical examples, and a very clear proposal on this issue of hub and spoke for this contentious issue, if I may say, on data issues, cross-border data exchange under the digital payment systems and digital trade. So let me now turn to Treasure. Now, Treasure is the Chief Operating Officer of AE Trade Group in Rwanda, but she has a history. She was very much instrumental to the AfCFTA realization because she was the Director for Trade when the negotiations started. And Treasure, what I was going to ask you is, we have listened today and even during the meeting of the experts, a lot of evidence has actually been given in the presentation that shows that many Africans have fallen below the poverty line. We had that from Hanan's presentation this morning. And even those who are below the poverty line, some of them have even gone deeper below the poverty line. And one of the reasons that has been attributed to this, besides jobless growth, is because they have also been operating or being employed in vulnerable sectors and businesses. So the question that I was going to ask you is, how is AE Trade using the AfCFTA or positioning the private sector in Africa to address this vulnerability? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephen, distinguished moderator, honorable ministers, and ladies and gentlemen. The AE Trade Group is essentially positioned itself, first of all, by definition. We decided to choose an operating model whereby we are a social enterprise that is working in partnership with some of the key policy-making institutions, member states, the African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, to accompany them on the road to addressing this particular challenge that we may see growth taking place across the continent. Of course, it is uneven. We are targeting double-digit growth, but what we find missing in the discourse and in the targeting is the specific and deliberate target to set a goal for how many jobs we want to create. So the A-Trade Group has been advocating that it is possible, according to our estimation and our analysis, that if we work together, all 55 AU member states, the private sector, civil society, we can use different tools and methods and innovations to create between 80 to 125 million jobs. So this is a big, tall order. And how we're doing it is basically going to where the bulk of the people on the continent are, and that is the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The evidence on how many exist varies, but let's just use the working number that we found from a study from Auden Nepal and McKinsey that said that we have probably about 95 to 96 million MSMEs across the continent, but only 8% of them are SMEs. So what does it mean? It means that if we are going to offer capacity building to bring these businesses into the to become beneficiaries of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we need an approach that basically looks at the needs of the different tiers of businesses that exist. Now, large businesses, I think, are largely cared for by other stakeholders. Some of them are on this panel. We have focused ourselves on the micro and small, medium-sized businesses, women-owned businesses, and youth-led businesses, because we see them as being particularly vulnerable. COVID-19 just exacerbated this. But basically, what we are doing with them is offering a platform which is called Sokoku.Africa. It's a platform which is an innovation that addresses three chronic issues. One is it's a place where they can come and get know-how, which is essentially addressing something we have heard repeated on how to change the mindset from small businesses just doing so for survival rather than shifting towards competitiveness. In the same platform, we are also providing them access to market. And we have a really interesting model. We call it a shared prosperity model, where we work in partnerships with a lot of private sector associations, women-owned, women in business associations like COMESA, for example, Organization of Women in Trade. And what we have found interesting is that we have a lot of young entrepreneurs, we call them affiliates, who have gravitated towards the platform because they are inspired by the fact that they can be part of the solution to support these small businesses to access the market because they're digitally savvy, because they're already online and they know how to navigate the space. So they are in the best position to provide support and services in partnership with the A-Trade Group. Now, if I can just talk about what are the key issues for us as we are taking advantage of this wonderful opportunity to trade, is that besides the know-how capacity building, the issues of cross-border payments have come up on our radar as a challenge. And as the distinguished speaker said earlier, the issue here is about access and affordability, and also finding mechanisms and solutions that are trusted. So we are happy that PAPS is already moving forward, but we as a technology company have been looking for solutions also. And we have found that technology exists that could provide instant multi-channel cross-border payments that would enable, for example, an entrepreneur in Rwanda who is wants to pay using the mobile money payment to somebody in Kenya who is on M-Pesa. You know, it's this kind of digital, kind of payments gateway model that we are now testing and want to bring into the market. And that would be great because it would provide a space also for fintech. You know, we have so many applications that are coming up. And I think that the regulators probably are sitting, I think, with a lot of work. I know central banks are setting up sandboxes, etc., to support the evolution of the policies and regulations. But what we're saying in a nutshell is this, that if we can find a way to ensure that we broaden the thinking around how we regulate a regional cross-border payments actors, we are going to be able to create jobs, and we're going to facilitate trade, and we're going to make the AFCFTA work. So finally, in terms of other recommendations for the protocols that are coming up, we are very happy that our leaders are focusing on a specific protocol that focuses on women and trade, women and youth in trade. But what we want to make sure is that this protocol also has a coherence with the digital trade protocol, with the investment protocol, with all the other protocols in the AFCFTA, so that we can ensure that we are really going to make a difference to the operating environment that we are trying to support. And I'll end finally on this note, that digital finance, affordable finance, remains the key barrier for our clients as they are trying to trade. And so for this, we have a smart finance and digital banking initiative that we want to thank ministers of finance, economic planning, monetary affairs, and the African Association of Central Banks for approving that we should work with all stakeholders to move the needle on digital and financial inclusion. And so I end on this note that for us, partnerships are key. So I'm really happy on this platform to have some of the partners that we are, talking to, looking at how we can solve the challenges. But we need ministers of finance to provide leadership on enabling us to create instruments that enable us to put an investment on SMEs and make them a priority. And we have the de-risking instruments in our platform to provide affordable finance to SMEs, women and youth. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Treasurer. I think we have a logo we have a motto in this year called Ideas to Action. Clearly, all the ideas on the AFCFTA, you're putting them into action through this AE trade, and you've given us a lot of nuggets on this, and hopefully the ministers, when they see the report, because you have actually made some very key ideas, including this multiple channel digital portal, payment portal. Okay, thank you very much. So now I'm going to go to Bridget. Bridget, congratulations, because your company was among the first to use the rules of the AFCFTA to trade. And if I'm correct, your company was able to trade coffee from Rwanda to another African country using the certificate of origin of the AFCFTA. And what was even better is that this coffee was quite inclusive, you might say, because of the women that are involved in that business. So what I wanted to hear from you is, since this business has been running, what difference has the AFCFTA made for you? What difference has it made, the AFCFTA? And are there things that you learned in the execution of this shipment or shipments under the AFCFTA rules? And even as you answer that, because you work a lot with women, what would you like to see in the protocol on women and youth that is currently being negotiated? 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good evening, everyone. To be perfectly honest with you, when you ask what difference has AFCFTA made for the business, basically what it did was it reduced duties and taxes. And with the assistance of the government of Rwanda, specifically the Ministry of Trade and Industry, they confirmed that the actual freight amount that was paid in Rwanda was the actual amount that was paid to the government of Ghana, because they wanted to increase the freight amount. In terms of lessons learned. So one of the things that I learned was that the basis for taxation or duties and tariffs in varying countries are different. That should be standardized. So there should be one tax if the duties are standardized, but what the government officials that have been working on this thing called AFCFTA have not considered, because they've been in their silos, is the fact that, okay, it's great that we're reducing duty, but what about the other 34.5%? And then the next question on that, or the next point, is that we're now also looking at what is the basis for taxation? Is it CIF? Is it just cost? Because there's a big difference. There are some countries that charge duty and taxes and NTBs on cost, and others that are charging it on CIF, on freight, charges that were not even incurred in their country. So if we're supposed to make this thing called AFCFTA, if we want to make it work, then what we have to look at is standardization across the country, across the continents. In addition to that, we also need to look at the subject of testing for food and drug products. If the product is tested and certified and you receive registration rights in one country, in West Africa, that should also apply to South Africa, it should apply to North Africa, it should apply to East Africa, and everywhere else within the African continent that those products are going. So I'm gonna leave that subject and go to the next one. Everyone is talking about SMEs, women and youth-owned businesses. Now, the issue with this unique group of people is that they're not able to export a container load of anything anywhere. So while we talk about, well, how do we do this? How do we do this? We want to include them. We must look at how do we approach it systematically. So if there's an elephant in the room and you decide you want to eat the elephant, you can't eat the whole thing at one time. You might have to start with a leg. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is the first thing that we should do within each individual country is to gather all of the SMEs, youth-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses and say, how many are ready to export? How many of your products for these specific businesses meet international standards? Raise your hands. Put those people in a group. The next group of people, how many of you need assistance with packaging, with labeling, but you have your product, you just need a little bit more assistance? Put those people in a group. How many of you are startups, wannabe startups, have been thinking about going into business and want to pursue it? Put those people into a group. And now each one of those groups of people and companies require capacity building, but they require it on a different level. So your people that are ready to export, and the only thing that they require is facilitation of exportation and a market to export to, and the wherewithal to be able to do it because they can only export small quantities. Well, what would happen if you took 5 to 10 of those companies, consolidated their shipment under a made in Senegal or a made in Burundi or a made in Rwanda or a made in Ghana category, and then shipped it, consolidated to a particular location whereby there was a distribution point or a methodology to distribute those products. Now that's going to require government assistance because those small companies can probably ship the product, but they won't be able to pay for the freight charges. They won't be able to pay for the storage in the warehouse. There will be a media consultant that will be required to advertise to the market that those products are there because no one knows that the products are there. And if no one knows the products are there, no one can buy the products, right? So the question becomes, how do we alert the public to the fact that the products are there? And how do we alert the consumer to where to buy those products? So there is this issue of sustainability for SMEs, for women-owned businesses, and for youth-owned businesses. And until we figure out how to mitigate the sustainability, this group of people will not be able to participate under AFCFTA. And so I have an initiative, which I can go, I'm sure I'm running out of time here, but that I've put together that I'm currently working with the Minister of Trade and Industry in Rwanda on as to how to bring products to market of these small enterprises so that they can grow organically. Because they have to grow organically in order to get to a point where they can sustain themselves. And once they're able to sustain themselves, then you can start to bring in people from other groups and move them through the process. I hope I've answered your question.
Bridget, no, actually you have, and this is the problem of not having enough time. We can actually listen to you the whole afternoon because it's a very practical issue that you're raising that everybody here, and you seem to have an idea of how we can solve it. Oh, by the way, on the standards, there's something we call mutual recognition agreements. And there's an annex on the protocol of goods which is supposed to deal with that issue.
Okay.
No, let me
just say one thing to you on that, and that's this. So my coffee was certified in Ghana because that's where I was shipping it. And I live in Rwanda, and the coffee is a product of Rwanda. And I went to the Rwanda Standards Board and requested that I receive the S mark, which is certification in Rwanda. And they said, oh, you have to do this, 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 and this, and you have to follow through our protocols.
That's an example.
So although it's supposed to be standardized, it is not.
Yes, it's true. We wanted these lessons, and that's a very good lesson that you learned on that. So let's go to Monsieur Doctor. Monsieur Dr. Michel Sidibe. He's the African Union Special Envoy for the Africa Medicines Agency. And first of all, again, congratulations, because now we have the number of ratifications that we need for the AMA, and I think it's now in the process of being set up. The Conference of Parties is in Rwanda. Now, but the question that I wanted to come to is a lot of the things that you have done also in the past. So the extraordinary summit of the African Union that took place in Niamey in November last year was actually a very good platform, because there was a lot of sharing of knowledge and experience, a lot of studies. And one of the things that came out of the conversations in Niamey, in the two decisions on industrialization and the decision on the AFCFTA, is that there was convergence on the priority sectors that African countries need to focus on. And one of those priority sectors was the pharmaceuticals. Now, there is a link between pharmaceutical issue and inequality and vulnerability, as was exposed for us so much by COVID-19. And so I was going to ask you, given the inequality and the vulnerability that we saw because of a weak pharmaceutical sector in the continent, how do we move forward from here? How do we stop depending on the rest of the world to have 94% of our medicines? How do we finish this vulnerability that we have? Because pandemics are going to be there in the future. Supply chains are going to be disrupted in the future. So how do we move forward?
Thank you very much. It is certainly important to address this issue. And this issue is topical, is also, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this issue is topical and is timely. Unfortunately, that we have to address these issues at the end of the day, practically when energy are gone. But what I want just to say, which is very important from my perspective, is that the African continental free trade area can really help us to transform the pharmaceutical industry in Africa. And it can help us even to grow the continent into a very serious, competitive, and resilient, I can say, manufacturing powerhouse. Why I'm saying that? Since this morning, I was hearing so many interventions around COVID and other issues. But if you look at the reality for the Minister of Finance is not to approach these issues as just a medical issues or health issues. It is an economic issue. If you take the vast market which we have, 1.3 billion people, potentially which could be 2.5 billion in 2050, we cannot say anymore that the market size is a constraint. And if the market size is not the constraint, and if we add to that fact, the fact that today we are seeing the fastest growing market, pharmaceutical market, is in Africa. We will reach almost $70 billion in 2030, and we can have almost, we can create more than 25 million jobs. So first, we need to be able to leverage this huge market. Two, we need to make sure that we can really use this growing fastest, of course, market on pharmaceutical products in the continent to really incentivize the local production. The key is local production. And this local production is important for many reasons. First, it will reduce the dependence you were talking about. If you take today continent, our continent 1.3 billion, we are importing between 85 to 90% of our medicine and health products. You take China today, they are importing 5%, the same level of population, size of population. You take India is around 15%. So we have a huge opportunity, yes. It's not just about numbers, but if you look at also in terms of economic terms, last year, the market of medicine was representing 1,412, to be precise, million of dollars. Out of that, Africa was representing 1.2 billion. I was talking about billions, 1,412 billion dollars. And out of that, Africa was representing 1.2. So we need really to leverage that. And that is why I personally feel that this fostering this intra-African trade will help us certainly to quicken the pace for setting local production manufacturing capacities in the continent, but also will help us to galvanize. I heard that this morning, research and development. Africanizing research and development is key. If you don't do that, you will not go to scale, and it will create also I can say a collaborative platform which will help us to mutualize competencies and also certainly transfer technology and innovation. So few things are there which are key. Finally, to be able to do that, we need to quickly make sure that we harmonize our regulatory system. That's why this African Medicine Agency is key, because it will help us to fight fake medicine. It will help us certainly to have to attract greater investment in terms of pharmaceutical industry in the continent. But also, I will say that to conclude, I will just ask you, Minister, to really, after all of the things I heard this morning, please, we should not continue to consider this health sector as just a cost and expenditure. We need really to look at it as an areas for investment. You have a huge opportunity here, which is not at all leveraged, and we are not tapping on it. So sorry that it's...
No, thank you so much, Dr. Sidibe. Yeah, health sector as a source of, as a sector for job creation, for economic growth, for, for creating sustainability, yeah? And also harnessing R&D capacity, growing R&D capacity within our continent. Now, Yusuf, you are the last one, and you also have only 4 minutes, but you have before you the ministers of finance. And the question of domestic resource mobilization came up this morning. I think our CS from Kenya said during the breakfast meeting, let's see what is it that we can do even before we start worrying about the issues of debt. But now when you implement the AFCFTA, there are those who feel that in the short run, you're going to be hit. And I think we had some example here of a country that said that they think they're concerned about the liberalization under the AFCFTA. Should the ministers really be worried about revenue loss because of the AFCFTA implementation? And what is it that Afreximbank is doing? And are there other measures, other things that the Afreximbank that is doing that the ministers need to know in 4 minutes?
All right. Thank you very much, Stephen. So given that I have a platform of ministers of finance in front of me, and being a financial institution, the first plug I have to make is obviously to capitalize your institutions, the institutions like Afreximbank, to enable us to do more, to intervene on the continent. You know, when it comes to the AFCFTA, the bank has made this the arrowhead of its strategy. Dr. Ochola was the author of our previous strategy. We've carried it forward into our Plan 6. Over the last strategy, we disbursed in excess of $20 billion on a revolving basis, with the ambition to double this to support intra-African trade. We certainly view the AFCFTA as Africa's opportunity to take its development ambitions into its own hand. It is not by luck or chance that intra-African trade is so low. It was a strategy of our former colonial masters that we do not trade with each other. And the AFCFTA provides us that opportunity to break down that barriers and ensure that we are able to trade with each other and move up the value chains. Having said that, Stephen, I know your question was specifically, should the finance ministers be worried? Well, you know, if we look at economic literature, there's a vast body of literature which will say to you that trade liberalization brings benefits. It brings benefits, it brings welfare gains, it creates opportunities for specialization, it allows resources to be allocated to their most productive uses, it creates better choice for consumers, bringing down consumer prices. The bank has done a study which looks at the welfare impacts of the AFCFTA, and we estimate the welfare gains for the continent in the whole in excess of $20 billion. But having said that, and even though the theoretical and empirical evidence is there, demonstrating that the gains for trade are in the long term, it must be recognized that trade does have distributional consequences, and gains and losses are spread unevenly among countries and even within countries by increasing some of the short-term adjustment costs. So while most of those benefits will accrue in the long run, and it will accrue across the entire continent, there may be some countries that are impacted by short-term adjustment costs. And these include public and private sector adjustment costs. So for instance, in the public sector, increased competition that the AFCFTA may bring about may cause some labor disruptions, movements of labor, necessitating the retraining, reskilling of people into new industries that provide opportunities. It may create some challenges around capital, underutilizing capital, or even obsolete capital. If a new industry emerges or comes in and competes with a local industry, there's a need for that industry to now retool, change strategy, change direction, and see where new opportunities exist. And then obviously there's a cost associated to shifting that capital. From the public perspective, one of the concerns that were expressed consistently even during the negotiations was, what does it mean for customs revenues? What does it mean for our tax revenues? We know that the continent is very diverse, a number of different countries at different levels of economic development, where customs revenues in some countries may be used as an industrial policy tool. In many other countries, custom revenues remain a key revenue source to finance budgets. And we just heard the minister before this talking about the fiscally constrained environment. The bank recognized this and felt that it was important to create a facility or a mechanism that would give countries a level of comfort that they go ahead and implement it, because the long-term benefits of the AFCFTA outweigh these short-term costs. There is much more opportunity. A country with a population of 2 million suddenly has access to a market of 1.3 billion. Your economies of scale, the opportunities to enter into value chains. So the bank, working with the AFCFTA, we were mandated by the AU Assembly to put in place an adjustment facility. The adjustment facility effectively is a facility that will look to assist countries and the private sector adjust in an orderly manner to some of the short-term disruptions that may occur. The bank estimates the total funding requirement for the adjustment facility to be in the region of 10 billion. And bearing in mind, this will be over the tariff phase-down schedule. So what we've seen is that the initial 5 years may not have such a big adjustment, but from years 5 and beyond, you start seeing some cost to the revenue. And obviously, it's also different across countries, where some countries would not be significantly impacted. There are other countries that it could have a significant impact. The IMF estimates that in some countries it could be between 1.2 to 3% of GDP. So the bank has been working with the AFCFTA Secretariat. The adjustment fund effectively creates 3 funds within it. A base fund, which will look to mobilize grant resources, contributions from member states, which effectively will act as a compensation mechanism for tariff revenue losses, but also as a mechanism to give countries the resources needed to implement some of the protocols of the agreement. A general fund, which will look to crowd in concessional funding that countries in the private sector can access to take advantage of opportunities that may arise from the agreement. And then a credit fund, which is commercial funding to support the private sector. So this is where we are on the adjustment fund. I'm happy to report that just a few days ago, about a week ago, we signed the headquarters agreement with government of Rwanda, who will be hosting the adjustment fund. The bank's board has approved $1 billion to support the fund. And we've also committed $10 million to the base fund as a grant to start implementing. Stephen, just before we conclude, very short, very short. One of the practical measures also to support the implementation of the AFCFTA, and Bridget talked about it, this issue of market information. So I just wanted to highlight to ministers of finance that are present. The 3rd edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair will be taking place in Cote d'Ivoire in November of this year. In Durban, the last one, we generated deals of about 42 billion, and we encourage all member states to take advantage, not only at the public sector, but also to engage your private sector to take advantage and come and showcase the products you have. I'm hoping that Bridget will be there showcasing some coffee, and hopefully I can have a cup of that coffee.
No, thank you so much, Yusuf. In fact, what you have had, I was actually able to do 2 rounds of questions in a past go, and I'm supposed to wrap up. I was told to wrap up. Our interpreters have been very gracious, and they have been waiting for us to all the way up to this time, so we should not keep them waiting. And so I'm not going to try to summarize what was said. We have very good rapporteurs who are actually taking notes on these roundtables. All of you are going to get nuggets and what comes out as recommendation out of this panel. So I want to thank my panelists, Minister Uwera. I know you are still there. You can see a lot of the examples were given by Michelle and also by Yusuf of the ecosystem that I was saying about Rwanda positioning itself to optimize on the AFCFTA. So I was not wrong in my analysis. So I want to thank everybody for your time. And I want to hand it over to Lerato. And also say, well, you've pushed our panel, but what then do we say? That you are the boss on this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take her. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much to you, Stephen, and thank you to the panel. And my sincerest apologies for putting time pressures on the panel, but I think on this one, I'll be granted some latitude. We've really run over time, and I'm hoping that on another occasion, we can interrogate these issues further. I can also tell you that some of the constraints we were facing today regarding time management is that we had to conclude the dialogue session of the Conference of Ministers today, because tomorrow there's a lot of statutory work and considerations that need to be made, and so we will not have time to look into a range of social and political issues, and so we had to try to get it done. And we're also cognizant of the fact that many of our ministers will be traveling home to begin Ramadan observances tomorrow, and so with that, I just beg your indulgence. So Mohandas K. Gandhi said, "Be the change you want to see." And I think from the range of issues that emerged today, we the people, the citizens of Africa, what we want to see are responsive and empowering policies because as people, we have the ingenuity to do the rest. And so we're imploring on you, ministers of finance, governors of central banks, heads of agency, to just respond to the needs on the ground in a way that is reasonable fiscally. We'll do the rest. And we trust that you can facilitate and deploy capital in such a way that it empowers ordinary people. And who are those people? They are the youth. You heard from them today. They are female entrepreneurs. We've just seen them speaking about trade opportunities. There are many of the unemployed. There are SMEs, and there are traders, particularly in the informal sector. There are farmers as well. And I think a constituency we seldom talk about in Africa are the physically disabled, and yet they are able. So physically, people may have impairments, but they have the capacity to take care of themselves, and they are also just looking for an enabling environment. And so we're asking you, ministers, be the change you want to see. Do it for us, do it for posterity. And with that, I'd now like to yield the floor to the chair, the Honorable Henry Musasizi Ariganyira, the Minister of State of Finance and Economic Planning in Uganda, the chair of the 55th session of the Conference of Ministers, to officially end the day for us. So, Your Excellency, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Berry, for moderating the session. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me thank the panelists and the various moderators. Let's give them a round of applause. This marks the end of today's session, and our next program is the reception. The